क्षेत्र 8.5 मीटर।
हरिओम कैलाश भाई। ये निकाल दो ना, ये निकाल दो।
Hariom Alki uncle.
Yes.
So we are about to start.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Manike Hariom, everybody.
Yeah.
हरिओम।
Right. जल्दी थी program शुरू करेंगे. We are waiting for others to also join. Exact पाके 6 वागे program चालू करे जो है. So that is why we have invited everybody. That 5:45 everybody joins, settles in, and we'll start at 6. Meanwhile, आके कोई के भी क्वेश्चन हुए तो Zoom जो पांचो चैट बॉक्स है इनते डेफिनेटली અહીં पहुंच जा. पांचा जो को टीम मेंबर्स हैं यश, नंदा, साक्षी जोईसर, कश्यप, गौरंग भाई, राजवी, everyone they are there. गौरंग भाई is here. So मने पांचा टीम मेंबर्स हैं से आज क्वेरी के आंसर करींदा અને जो को भी आज डाउट्स हुए आज मेक श्योर करो કે લાસ્ટ મોમેન્ટ સુધી આકે અટેન્ડ કરે જો है અને દર વર્ષ જે રીતે પાંચો જો કોઈ પ્રોગ્રામ है से लगभग 10-11 વાગે સુધી રાત જો ખેંચા જીવે ને કોઈ મળે કે તે એટલો લંબો તો ન કરાજે. સો ધેટ્સ વાય વી હેવ ડિવાઇડેડ ઇન્ટુ 2 પાર્ટ્સ. આજ ડે 1 है અને કાલ ડે 2 है. તો આજ બી આજે અગર કદાચ ડાઉટ સોલ્વ ન થઈએ તો ડોન્ટ વરી. કાલે ફિઝિકલી મળે ટીમ મેમ્બર સાથે અહીં મળી શકતા ભાનુશાલી વાડી में 3 વાગે બપોર જો. સો અને આજ જો પાંચો પ્રોગ્રામ है ट्राई करीबो कि 9 वागे सुधी कंप्लीट करी गयो. 9 मैक्सिमम 9:30. That is what we are trying. So yeah, we'll start exactly 6 वागे शुरू करीबो प्रोग्राम. So just wait till then. बाकी otherwise you guys can turn on your camera. I see Nancy bhai. Hariom Nancy bhai. आजो म्यूट ते है. LK uncle हरिओम.
हरिओम।
हरिओम मणे के.
Awesome. Let's see. We have a few people joining. Pareen bhai is here. Pareen bhai हरिओम.
हरिओम कैलाश भाई।
Yes. साथे साथे अच्छा यश भाई इज हियर. साथे साथे पांजा अब्रॉड प्रोग्राम कोऑर्डिनेटर अगर कोई एपीसी ज्वाइन किया टाइम जोन वाइज थोड़ो थोड़ो अलग है तो प्लीज जो कैमरा टर्न ऑन करी जा. यू कैन इंट्रोड्यूस. वी हैव 5-6 minutes right now, so we can connect and थोड़ी रेहान करी सकूं before everybody joins in. Hi Rajvi.
हाय हरिओम।
हरिओम. परीन भाई कैसे हो?
बढ़िया, फर्स्ट क्लास।
Nice. So we have CA Kalpana Bhanushali, Shubham Mange, Pooja Mange. आज जो भी डॉक्टर साक्षी. थैंक यू निधि. मणे जना कुर्चो आजे वीडियो ऑन करो तो मजा आछे અને કે भी हाय करनो है तो मिलनु एकड़े साथे.
कैलाश भाई।
हाँ एलके अंकल.
Can I speak? Yeah. There is one pleasant coincidence કે અમેરિકાથી અમિત ભાનુશાલી આવ્યા અહીં. બીના ભાનુશાલી ને અમિત ભાનુશાલી.
ઓકે.
અને રાવણી કે ઇન્ટ્રોડ્યુસ કર્યા તો વેસ્ટ વર્જિનિયા થી.
એબ્સોલ્યુટલી યસ.
હા અને બોસ સાથે સંકળાયેલા. યસ.
हरिओम अमित भाई.
हरिओम. हरिओम कैलाश भाई.
क्या आयो?
बस बस मजा में. क्या है?
आई एम गुड. एवरीथिंग गुड. थैंक यू. आई कड़े आया भारत यार.
सी आया तारीख जो
2 जुलाई
2 जुलाई जो
Yeah. If you have schedule a few hours available, then tomorrow we have day 2 of the event. Physically pa mili सकूं.
अच्छा
हाँ,
केड़ा
भानुशाली वाड़ी घाटकोपर मैच पहले माड़े.
લગભગ
Yeah.
કાંઈ જ પણ
हाँ
હા.
So see,
કેટલા
આ જો schedule હા
હા.
3 વાગ્યાથી કરીને એટલે actual program 4 વાગે sharp ચાલુ થઈ વેંદો, but student
હા.
આપણે 3 વાગે અચીંદા, તો
અચ્છા
3 વાગ્યાથી કરીને રાત જો 9 વાગે સુધી. Yeah. Yeah.
हाँ
હા
बराबर है हाँ तो ट्राई
થોડી વાર બની અચી
थोड़ी और अच्छी बन
એવર તો કરું ખાલી ડિનર જાને મળે કેડા ને કેડા વને જો એવું જ પ્લાન મે તો બપોર જો હા વાંધો નહીં છે 3 વાગે થોડી વાર અચી વન
हाँ
Okay, great. Yes, that'll be good.
યા
श्योर 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 मेलो
Yes, yes. Amit bhai, અહીં કોર કર્યો હતા? I don't know, we haven't met actually, so.
our manager અહીંયા IT में basically development and QA जो partner હતો
Awesome.
associated with the West Virginia University and Milan both companies.
Okay, super. Yes. Great. અને આજે wife what do you do?
આવું પણ બીના ભાનુશાલી ને આવું મુજી એકડી બોસ્ટન બેસ્ડ કંપની है પ્રોગ્रेस सॉफ्टवेयर कॉर्पोरेशन આવું પણ आईटी में જઈએ.
Nice. Great. Yeah, so પાંચો program 6 વાગે જો start થવાનો હોય, so we have 5 minutes. Welcome ભરત ભાઈ. હરિઓમ.
everyone.
ભરત ભાઈ.
हेलो
અને કે meanwhile request है कि आज जो को zoom ते नालो है से અહીં પૂરો ચેન્જ કરે જો. અગર ખાલી રિદ્ધિ લખેલું હોય તો રિદ્ધિ પોઠિયા સરનેમ, શીતલ લખેલો હોય તો શીતલ પોઠિયા સરનેમ, પૂરો નાલો અને નુખ વેચદા જીત, વિશાલ, દેવ. So that'll be good. We'll be able to identify easily. અને feel free turn on your camera. પાંકે 3 કલાક બહુ સરસ information મળદી. So we have to yeah connect. Welcome Mayur bhai. Mayur bhai has joined from Canada. Gaurang bhai has joined from USA. Nidhi
Hariom
અહીં
everyone.
ક્યાંથી join किया है Nidhi? You are in Mumbai?
हाँ मुंबई થી વાંચતી જ અહીંયા.
Nice. All right. Okay, so 4 minutes to go. Dinesh bhai Chandra, welcome. Dinesh bhai.
ही मेरे पार्टिसिपेंट ज्वाइन किया टीनू टीनू थिए तो ना लाइक द साउंड
Bell बज रहा है ना?
हाँ कोई
हाँ बेल एवरी पार्टिसिपेंट के साथ बेल बज रहा है.
Mute कर दो.
Mute कर
ऐसे
सकते हैं.
कोई देगा.
हरिओम राजेंद्र भाई.
ये केडी से बंद करे जो क्विकली होने.
I think that's okay. Maybe वो Zoom के web के settings में रहेगा.
करी तो छड़ी हुआ है नहीं रही.
Okay.
Let's see.
So आज 5 સાથે जो को अलग अलग स्पीकर्स हैं 5 जड़े इवेंट चालू करीं बोतेर विल नो रोशनी चलानी એ બહુ ઇન્સ્ટાગ્રામ અને સોશિયલ મીડિયા તે સારો એડો ફોરેન એજ્યુકેશન में મળે કે ગાઈડ કરી રહી शी इज लाइक एन इन्फ्लुएंसर सौंदर्य बालसुब्रमणी ऐं 2020 जो अगर बॉस जो प्रोग्राम नेरिया हूंदा त इनमें शी वॉज अ की नोट स्पीकर पाण साथे કે બહુ નંढी ઉંમર में she has written 2 books now she is on to her third book એડમિશન અબ્રોડ એજ્યુકેશન અને વિઝા રિલેટેડ ને બહુ સરસ તો સૌંદર્ય બાલસુબ્રમણી she will also join અને yes we have a fireside chat also તો બહુ સરસ સરસ kurcho આજે knowledgeable speakers અહીં પાસ સાથે so we all have to make sure that we give our 100%. We'll start in 1 minute.
Three participants have joined. Are we good to start?
Yes.
Great. Hariom Menike, am I perfectly audible?
Yes.
You are.
Yes, definitely.
So I request everyone to keep your mics on mute. Jai Inglad, Jai Odavram, Medike Hariom. I welcome you all to Bhanushali Overseas Support System, BOSS 7.0 webinar. The webinar 10th grade Putyaja jitla bhi students sayonila open eye and also the professionals who aspire to seek guidance for studies and work abroad. So today, as we come together here virtually from different corners of the world, I'm here before you all with a heart filled with immense gratitude and admiration. तो ये वेबिनार जे ओपनिंग मोमेंट्स में आऊं कश्यप के रिक्वेस्ट करींदी कि हिंगलाज माताजी અને ઓદરામ બાપાજી સ્તુતિ પ્લે કરીને પ્રોગ્રામ સ્ટાર્ટ કરે. Kashyap, can you please play the stuti?
Yeah, please allow a second.
Share sound. I think sound is not playing.
Hello.
Yeah, sound નતો અચે કશ્યપ.
કશ્યપ શેર મેં વનીને શેર ઓડિયો પણ કરી જેટલે અચીંતો નકર તો ઈ થયે તો દર વખતે અગેન પાછો વન ને શેર વિથ ઓડિયો કર.
श्री गुरुदेव माधव राम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम। श्री गुरुदेव माधव राम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम। तमने वारंवार प्रणाम प्रभु छो अंतरना आराम। तमने वारंवार प्रणाम प्रभु छो अंतरना आराम। श्री गुरुदेव ओधव राम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम। पावन नाम पवित्र तमारूर अज्ञान तिमिर हरनारू। पावन नाम पवित्र तमारूर अज्ञान तिमिर हरनारू। एक जेठरवानो छे ठाम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम। श्री गुरुदेव ओधव राम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम। सद्गुरु अद्भुत शक्ति तमारी निज महिमा केरी बलिहारी। सद्गुरु अद्भुत शक्ति तमारी निज महिमा केरी बलिहारी। कीधा परोपकारी काम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम। श्री गुरुदेव ओधव राम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम। घट घट ज्योत तमारी झलके तेज तमारो सगड़े छलके। घट घट ज्योत तमारी झलके तेज तमारो सगड़े छलके। गुरु छो स्वयं ज्योति सुख धाम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम। श्री गुरुदेव ओधव राम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम। छे आ एक अचलनी अरजी श्री गुरु पछी तमारी मरजी। छे आ एक अचलनी अरजी श्री गुरु पछी तमारी मरजी। आपो दर्शन पूरण काम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम। श्री गुरुदेव ओधव राम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम। तमने वारंवार प्रणाम प्रभु छो अंतरना आराम। तमने वारंवार प्रणाम प्रभु छो अंतरना आराम। श्री गुरुदेव ओधव राम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम। श्री गुरुदेव ओधव राम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम।
Sakshi, to you.
Are we not playing Hinglajma Stuti?
Yeah, please play.
श्री
Here now?
गुरुदेव ओधव
Or not yet?
राम तमने वारंवार
Bhanushali,
प्रणाम।
Just
श्री गुरुदेव ओधव राम तमने वारंवार।
Shesam. Is it not?
प्रणाम तमने वारंवार प्रणाम प्रभु।
तुझ शक्ति अनंत
शक्ति अनंत अपार हिंगोला मैया तुझ शक्ति अनंत सेवा समाजे मंडळ स्थाप्यो सेवा समाजे मंडळ स्थाप्यो तेमा देजो सहकार हिंगोला मैया तुझ शक्ति अनंत अपार तुझ शक्ति अनंत अपार हिंगोला मैया तुझ शक्ति अनंत अपार दास भीमजी अरज करे छे दास भीमजी अरज करे छे संगठन तारो पार हिंगोला मैया तुझ शक्ति अनंत अपार तुझ शक्ति अनंत अपार हिंगोला मैया तुझ शक्ति अनंत अपार तुझ शक्ति अनंत अपार हिंगोला मैया तुझ शक्ति अनंत अपार
Wow, good amazing start in program jo. So I express my gratitude on the behalf of boss team and everyone present here for such a wonderful stuti. So Shri Kachi Bhanushali Seva Samaj Trust रचित परम पूज्य संत श्री औधवराम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन जो इनिशिएटिव भानुशाली ओवरसीज सपोर्ट सिस्टम वेबिनार 7.0 में आ मिणी जो स्वागत है समाज की प्रगति ला हाणे जे समय में अने अचींदल समय में भी हायर एजुकेशन जो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंस है एने लॉन्ग विजन थी पांजो समाज छेले कितला वरे थी एजुकेशन ला करे ऑलवेज एक्टिव रह्यो है एंड द रिजल्ट्स आर क्लियरली सीन टुडे when we see Bhanushali students achieving success in diverse fields and different parts of the world. Thanks to Odavram Education Foundation for encouraging us and providing us with useful insights and guidance. Through this foundation, education जे related जितला पण projects हैं वो execute थिए था अने अज भी उन्हीं ते बहुत सारी रीते कम થઈ રહ્યો है हिंजो हिकिड़ो crucial part boss जो को design थियो है to deal with all the queries of students and professionals जिनके abroad studies करनी है अने abroad कम करनो है study related and work related end-to-end guidance is provided by boss. So big thanks to Shri Kachi Bhanushali Seva Samaj Trust and Odavram Education Foundation for such an initiative. हाणे हांव वेलकम करींदी श्री कच्छी भानुशाली सेवा समाज जा ट्रस्टी श्री दिनेश भाई चांद्रा to share his insights. He has always been very motivational and inspirational towards all the Samaj activities. So Dinesh bhai, over to you.
Thank you, Sakshi. अज्जे पांजन प्रोग्राम में जितला पण पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं प्लस में जे पांजे सोशल मीडिया ते नेरियं था अनि मणी के हूँ सेवा समाज कच्छी भानुशाली सेवा समाज ट्रस्ट वती मणी जो स्वागत करियां तो अने अगिया जी साक्षी छे समाज छेल्ला 75 वर्षथी एज्युकेशन ला करीने कोशिश करी रह्यो है 1950s थी पांजा हॉस्टेल्स ने मळे पांजू चालू है 95 में पाके खबर है कि ओधराम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन जी स्थापना कई अने हायर एजुकेशन के पाण वधु हजी स्पीड में कीअं अॻियां खणी वञी सघूं तेना करीने समाज जी रचना कई अने इनमें केटला मळे डिविजन्स आव्या अलग अलग डिविजन के अलग अलग पंहिंजी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज करीने ई आखो डिविजन्स पाण ला करीने एजुकेशन ला करे ने कम करे उनजो हिकिड़ो डिविजन है बॉस ભાનુશાલી ઓવરસી સપોર્ટ સિસ્ટમ 7મું વરે આવી ગચવરીથી પણ કોશિશ કરીને જ વાંધતી પહેલા બી અને ડેટા પાઉટે હોઈ અને ડેટા જે આધારે ને પોપા કે જી મળતા આવ્યા અને આખો વડો ટીમ બંધી હોય સેવા સમાજ ટ્રસ્ટ ઓધરમ એજ્યુકેશન ફાઉન્डेशन દાતા અને યંગ ટીમ એ મળે ભેરા થઈને પાલા કરીને જો ખણી કારણ કે એજ્યુકેશન કરેલા કરીને અબ્રોડ વિદેશમાં બી કેણું ખપે એટલા કરીને મૂક જરા બહુ શબ્દ ચોણાઈ इंडिया में भारत में भी सारू एजुकेशन है पण अमुक एजुकेशन नहीं जो को पाके मुंबई थी बाहर इंडिया थी बाहर मिले आई तो अमुक स्किल्स અહીં એડી જો को पाके करता हेडा નથી मिले એટલે પા બહાર પાકે નો ખપે તો ભણેલા કરીને અહીં બહાર કલ્ચર સકોડી ન્યુ કલ્ચર સાથે મેચ થયો मैं पंहिंजी ग्लोबल प्रेजेंस कीअं रहे मारो के हिकिड़ी चीज नथा न रहियो को एजुकेशन इनमें बॉस जो कम ई पण आहे कि जेको अब्रॉड कम बि करिए था तो फैमिलियूं रहे था अथवा जेको एजुकेशन छोकरा गिनी ने गर्ल्स बॉयज़ गिनी अने पोइ हुते सेटल बि थिया आहिनि पाण उन उहो मणी के बॉस हैंड होल्डिंग करे थो पंहिंजी थॉट प्रोसेस वधे पाण ॿाहिरि भणंदा आहियूं त दुनिया नेरी दुनिया किथे वञे थी दुनिया जी मार्केट्स किथे वञे थियूं मैन्युफैक्चरिंग फैसिलिटीज़ आहिनि एजुकेशन आहिनि तो उमड़े पाण खे એટલે લા કરીને બી પણ જરૂરી છે કે મડે કેણું તો સમાજ હંમેશા સાથે રહ્યો है एजुकेशन ला करे समाज छला 75 વર્ષથી समाज जी मड़ी कोशिशों चालू है 95 पाछળ પણ રહ્યો है खास तो 10th मते जा जो को भी एजुकेशन जे स्टैंडर्ड्स है उनला કરીને समाज सतत कोशिश કરી રહ્યો આખી ટીમ है टीम वंडरफुल काम કરી રહી है છેલ્લા 30 વર્ષથી અને ही यंग टीम है एवर ये एनती भी વધુ સારું કામ કરી હતી ને એટલે જો કોઈ બી એમને જોડાંदा पास समझो समाज ला करे मडे सारू काम करींदा मूंखे समाज तरफ थी ओधरम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन तरफ थी आमणी जो आभार भी मञिया तो सेवा समाज ट्रस्ट जो पंहिंजे दाताएं जो टीम आखी जो कि भाई असां समाज पाके अहिड़ी वॾी ऑपॉर्चुनिटीज़ ॾिने अने पाण एंड तबके સુધી पुगायूं तो अने कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट भी करिया तो EFG यंग टीम के अने बॉस जी टीम के कि भाई हिन जी रीते अॻियां वधंदा ने एवर સુધી जो को ॾियो था ॾिनायो एनથી बि सारा प्रोग्राम्स ॾींदा अवेयरनेस वधारींदा समाज में आके में कि कहिड़ी ते एजुकेशन करणो ना ही जेको स्पीकर्स के कोठे अचो था એટલે વરેથી બड़े બહુ સુપર કમ થઈ રહ્યો है અને સમાજ આ સાથે હંમેશા રહંદો સમાજ આખે जेको भी फ्रेटर्निटी है स्टूडेंट्स जी अथवा जो अब्रॉड कम करी था कोई रहता भी मूंखे लास्ट टाइम चवंदो कि 38 कंट्रीज में भानुशाली जी प्रेजेंस है गच मड़े उन वजह थी अमुक कंट्रीज आहिनि जंहिंमें पंहिंजा स्टूडेंट्स भणे था त हिन जी रीते पाण अॻियां वधूं समाज तरफ थी मणी जो ऐं स्वागत करियां थो अभिवादन करियां थो अभिनंदन भी ॾियां थो टीम के अने आभार भी मञियां थो जेको पंहिंजा दाता अने पंहिंजी जेको टीम कमु करे रही आहे इन लाइ करे में त पाण प्रोग्राम खे अॻियां वधारियूं अने एनથી बि सारो बाक़ी अॻियां करे सघो से बि वीचारींदासीं जय इंग्लैंड
थैंक यू दिनेश भाई बहुत सारी रीते एम्फसाइज किया कि अब्रॉड एजुकेशन जो इम्पोर्टेंस को रहा है अने वो बिग थैंक यू लाइक समाज हमेशा साथे रह्यो है एंड डेफिनेटली अॻियां अहिड़ा सारा प्रोग्राम्स थींदा ज रहंदा So now I would like to welcome OEF जा चेयरमैन लक्ष्मीकांत गजरा हिनी जो OEF ओधवराम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन ला करे कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन एकदम ज प्रशंसनीय आहे एलके अंकल जी हिकिड़ी ख़ासियत आहे ही हमेशा वैल्यू एजुकेशन अने स्किल एजुकेशन के हमेशा फोकस कयो नो अने एजुकेशन जे लॻदे जेटला डिफरेंट आइडियाज़ आई हूं पण पाण खे इन वटां थी मिलिया आहिनि हिनी जो एजुकेशन जे प्रति विजन हमेशा बहु वॾो रहियो आहे तो आप इन्हीं के इनवाइट करिए थी कि वो पिंडा इनसाइट्स पास शेयर करिए ओवर टू यू लक्ष्मीकांत अंकल
हरिओम मणि के श्री कच्छी भानुशाली सेवा समाज ट्रस्ट अंतर्गत परम पूज्य संत श्री ओधराम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन तरफ थी शिक्षण क्षेत्रे पण विविध कार्यक्रम जो आयोजन कर्यो था तो प्रथम श्री कच्छी भानुशाली सेवा समाज ट्रस्ट जा प्रमुख श्री ट्रस्टी श्री अने कमिटी मेंबर ओधराम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन जा कमिटी मेंबर अने बनी जो स्वागत करिया तो आज कार्यक्रम में जेटला पण पार्टिसिपंट आई अने जे रिस्पेक्टेड स्पीकर आई जे मार्गदर्शन दींदा अनी मनी जो पण आज कार्यक्रम में स्वागत है ओधराम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन की स्थापना के 27-28 वर्ष थई गया अने समाज के त्यारथी समाज की प्रगति पण वधी है समाज के अंदर उच्च शिक्षण की સંખ્યા પણ વધી વિદ્યાર્થીઓની અને વિવિધ કાર્યક્રમ જે આયોજન કર્યું હતા તો તેમ પ્રમાણે આગળ જો રોડમેપ પણ બનાવી રહ્યા છું હાઉ અને આગળ પંજવરે બાકી કોરો કરી જો અંજો रोडमैप पर ऑलरेडी अजी टीम बनाई रखे ने विविध कार्यक्रम में उधरम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन तरफ थी युवा वर्गला करे युवा शिविर रहती ते उपरांत स्कॉलरशिप जो दियूं था प्रोत्साहन जो कार्यक्रम रहतो बॉस जे मोस्ट सक्सेसफुल इवेंट है जो कार्यक्रम रहतो स्पोर्ट्स अने कल्चरल प्रोग्राम उधरम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन तरफ थी था तो विविध क्षेत्रे सर्वांगी विकास युवान जो की थी इन बदल हमेशा उधरम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन बहुत सजाग है अने हमेशा प्रयत्नशील है कि पाकी अन बाबत में आगे वधी सकूं पागे अने स्टेट ऑफ आर्ट हॉस्टेल्स है जेके पाने बीकेसी तरीके भानुशाली नॉलेज सेंटर तरीके ओळखूं था ने उनके अंदर पा घणे ज विविधता आधुनिक समय की जो जरूरत है ते प्रमाणे पा करी रहा है तो समाज प्रगति जे पंथे है एज्युकेशन में पण पाला करे बहु गर्व जी बाबत है कि दर वर्षे 35 થી 40 जना एब्रॉड बने था हायर एजुकेशन ला करे अने 40 जे आसपास से चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट थिए था पंहिंजे समाज में जाती 8 થી 10 डॉक्टर्स थिए था એટલે સમાજ की प्रगति शिक्षण क्षेत्रे तो अभूतपूर्व है बया समाज पण पंहिंजे समाज हाणे वो पांगे मार्गदर्शन मांगे था कि कहते ही बड़े कार्यक्रम करी रहा है तो समाज में जे टीम है समाज में जे विजन है वो विजन थी विजन जे कारणे के पाके आगल अगला 10 वरे अगला 20 वरे पाके कोर करे जो है ते प्रमाणे अने उन प्रमाणे जे समय बदला जाए तो संजोग बदला जाए था इन प्रमाणे से समाज समाज के पण के चेंज होना बहुत जरूरी है तो ते प्रमाणे युवा टीम पंजो कार्यक्रम आगळला करे भविष्यला करे हेर थी रोड मैप बनाई रखे ने पाग्या गणे विविध कार्यक्रम जो ब्लूप्रिंट तैयार है अने तेला करे टीम पण जो योगदान देती अने समाज जो श्री कच्ची भानुशाली सेवा समाज ट्रस्ट जो पण संपूर्ण सपोर्ट वहेतो घणे कम थई वियो है पण घणे कम करे जो बाकी है अने हमेशा पंहिंजो सक्सेस रेट इज ऑलमोस्ट 95% है बाकी एनी फेल्यूर में मनी ज नता बहु ज सारी रीते मने टीम कम करी रही है हम बॉस जी टीम के अभिनंदन दिया तो पंहिंजा ओईएफ जा जेटला पण वर्टिकल आई अने मणे वर्टिकल जी हिकिड़ी कोर टीम रहती है कोर टीम कम बहुत सक्सेसफुल रीते करे थी अने बॉस इज वन ऑफ दैट बॉस जो आज 7मो इवेंट है एना करे हूँ आखी टीम के अभिनंदन दिया तो अने एड़ो कार्यक्रम में विविधता गणीए छिबो एड़ा कार्यक्रम थींदा रहंदा पांजो नेटवर्क ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड में भानुशाली जो जे थियो है जो पान आभारी आहियूं बॉस जी टीम के तो अनी मणी साथे अज कार्यक्रम ला करे शुभेच्छा साथे आऊं मुझो बहुत शब्द पूर्ण करे आभार
थैंक यू लक्ष्मीकांत अंकल आई अंडर सपोर्ट आए એટલે ઈ મને એક્ટિવિટી એકદમ સારી રીતે કેરી આઉટ કરી હતી થેન્ક યુ ઓદરામ એડ્યુકેશન ફાઉન્ડેશન તો મૂવિંગ ઓન ટુ આર નેક્સ્ટ સ્પીકર તો હાઉ ઇન્વાઇટ કરિંદી પરીન જોશર કે so he has been a member of OEF since the last 3 to 4 years and he is going to tell us more about the OEF activities that have been carried out so Parin bhai over to you
हरिओम मणिके
हरिओम
जी पाके खबर है कि ओदराम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन छेल्ला 27 वर्षथी भानुशाली स्टूडेंट ला करे प्रयत्नशील है ने घणे कार्यक्रम गणी आयो है मेजर तो इनमें पांजो स्कॉलरशिप है जो को पा प्राइमरी थी करे अने ओवरसीज एजुकेशन सुधी पण पा दियूं था बॉस जो को है पा इवेंट है अटेंड करियूं था बॉस जो प्रोग्राम है जे पठिया होलिस्टिक यूथ डेवलपमेंट ला करे भानु युवा शिविर छेल्ला 2 वर्षथी स्टार्ट कियो है नेक्स्ट ईयर 3rd ईयर में वेंदो जे पढ़िया पंहिंजे हॉस्टल से 2 हॉस्टल से लगभग 550 जेटला स्टूडेंट उनमें भणे था। मोस्ट ऑफ जेको इंटीरियर विलेजेस गुजरात जे तां अचे था। पंहिंजे हॉस्टल्स बो जामनगर बो भुज बो अहमदाबाद बो वल्लभ विद्यानगर ने हिकिड़ी पंहिंजी ऐरोली में आहे। जे पुठिया वधोराम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन नेक्स्ट स्टेप में पनेरला वञूं त प्रोत्साहन કરીને हिकिड़ो इवेंट आहे जेको पोस्ट स्टडीज़ એટલે जेको तव्हांखे अगरि जॉब करणो आहे त जॉब लाइ करे बायोडेटा कीअं बनाइजो, इंटरव्यू कीअं अटेंड करे जो, तव्हांखे नेगोशिएशंस कीअं करे जा, नेगोशिएशन स्किल्स कीअं थी है અને બેઝિકલી વધારે પડતો સમજો પોસ્ટ એજ્યુકેશન રિલેટેડ एक्टिविटी आहे। ये अटेंड आई थिंक मनी के जेको पढ़ियल बॉश वारे मनी के करणो खपे एवरी सेमिनार ऑफ प्रोत्साहन कारण के इनमें आके बेसिकली तो सीवी राइटिंग स्किल्स सकाई मचंदी जेको इंडस्ट्री प्रोफेशनल्स અહીં સારા એચઆર અહીં અને આકે નેગોશિએશન સ્કિલ્સ અચींदी એટલે એટલીસ્ટ અગર 8% પણ સેલેરીમાં ડિફરન્સ અચીવ हो તો એ આકે સારો પંદો इंजे पठिया वधोराम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन જે ઊંચો દર વરે લગભગ અરાઉન્ડ 45 લાખ રૂપિયા જેટલી સ્કોલરશિપ દે તો એ સ્કોલરશિપ હનવરેથી ઓવરસીઝ એજ્યુકેશન की स्कॉलरशिप इनके नाम दिनो है पंडित श्यामजी कृष्ण वर्मा स्कॉलरशिप ने इनमें पण पंहिंजा दर वरे लगभग 10 થી 12 स्टूडेंट अचनि था अप्लाई करिए था। वधोराम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन हमेशा स्टूडेंट जे होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट में ज करे तो અને જેको પણ ॿिया પ્રોગ્રામ્સ અહીં એ ઓલવેઝ જેको સ્ટુડન્ટ અહીં એની ફીડબેક જમી એની ટ્રાય કરીને અગિયાર કરી હતા અને પનેરલાઓનું તો 8 ટુ ગ્રેજ્યુએશન સુધી સ્ટુડન્ટ એનલા કરે વાલી સંમેલન પર દર વરે કરી હતા अलग अलग एरिया में સૌથી પહેલો પણ વાલી સંમેલન કયો हो ભુજ में જે પુટિયા જામનગર કોઈ વાપી ને અનવરે પણ કરેવારા અહીં वाली सम्मेलन मुंबई में टेंटेटिव डेट सुधी पोस्ट दिवाली नवंबर में वाली सम्मेलन में पेरेंट्स एंड स्टूडेंट जो रिलेशन एंड स्टूडेंट एंड पेरेंट जो कुर निके खपदो वेतो अंते चर्चा करो तो फुल डे जो सेमिनार वेतो અને જેતે પણ પાકે હાઉસફુલ થયો है मोर देन 800 पार्टिसिपेंट्स प्रो इवेंट में हुआ એટલે જામનગર 800 मोर देन 800 950 જે करीब हुआ वापी પણ समथिंग अराउंड 843 જેટલા हुआ અને ભુજ में પણ मोर देन 800 हुआ તો એન વખતે वी आर ट्राइंग टू डू इट बिग पोइ सीजीएस करियर गाइडेंस सेमिनार 9th स्टैंडर्ड की छोकरा जो कोई एनी जी एप्टीट्यूड टेस्ट गने पुठिया पोइ एनी के कई फील्ड चूज करनी खपे न करनी खपे इन जो हिकिड़ो 1:1 विथ पेरेंट्स स्टूडेंट अने हिकिड़ो काउंसलर जो पानी के करायूं था सेशन करायूं था એટલે ખબર પए કે ભાઈ આજો સ્ટુડન્ટ જેको आजो चाइल्ड आहे ई जो थॉट प्रोसेस करो आहे ई सपोज अमुक क्वेश्चंस जो साइकोलॉजिकल क्वेश्चंस हैं जो जवाब दे तो इकन प्रमाणे दे तो इन जो को पण अच्छा तो इन जो डिस्कशन थिए तो कि भाई घणी बार कंफ्यूजन वे तो कि मुझे फ्रेंड इंजीनियरिंग वञणो है तो मूंखे पण बट नॉट नेसेसरी उन जो साइकोलॉजिकल इवेल्युएशन हुआ अचे इन जे पुठिया एक्सपर्ट गाइडेंस वे तो सीजीएस सेमिनार दर वरे मुंबई में કર્યું था प्लस છેલ્લા 2 વર્ષથી વાપી में स्टार्ट किया मोर देन 168 स्टूडेंट्स वापी में हुआ गए वरे અને હેન વરે ईच सेमिनार गुजरात જે બે સિટી में કયો उनमें પણ लगभग अराउंड 90 प्लस स्टूडेंट्स અને पेरेंट्स हुआ અને मुंबई में પણ मुंबई में પણ નવી ઘાટકોપર વાડી में પણ સેशन ગળો વન વખતે जो બહુ ગ્રાન્ડ हो અને મોર देन 200 स्टूडेंट्स इनमें पार्टिसिपेट क्यों तो उधरम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन जो ही हिकिड़ो शॉर्ट इंट्रोडक्शन हो જેટલો ટાઈમ ઘણો એટલો વધારે आहे बट राइट फ्रॉम 9th स्टैंडर्ड टू टिल जॉब सीकिंग हाणे जी बॉस आयो आहे कि प्रोत्साहन पण आहे प्रोत्साहन इज फॉर आई समझी गनो कि लोकल इंडिया ला करे ने बॉस इज फॉर ओवरसीज तो अगर नवमी थी ओईएफ સાથે જોડાયો હતા આજો ફાઇનલાઇઝેશન ટિલ આજો ગ્રેજ્યુએશન का टिल આજો જોબ સુધી પણ ઓઈએફ આ સાથે જાય અને એન સાથે પણ ॿिया નવા કાર્યક્રમ અજદાદ रहंदा કે હાणे जी पंहिंजो बीकेसी आहे એટલે ભાનુશાલી નોલેજ સેન્ટર इनके पर हनवरे एक्चुअली कंप्लीटली बीकेसी करे वधो आहे કારણ કે उते स्टूडेंट जो कंप्लीट पर्सनालिटी डेवलपमेंट में स्टार्ट कियो आहे एलोक्यूशन डिबेट्स ऐं योगास ऐं स्पोर्ट्स आहे અને રેગ્યુલર એની સાથે પાંજી વિડીયો કોન્ફરન્સિંગ थी હતી અગર ફેસિલિટીઝ નેર ધ આયરોલી ને બે મળે ઠેકાણે ઇટ ઇઝ વન ઓફ ધ સુપર ફેસિલિટી કોઈ સમાજ વટે કદાચ એટલો લેવલ જે ફેસિલિટી ન હूंदी फाइनली आई थिंक मोस्ट ऑफ टॉपिक कवर करे गए कैलाश भाई कुछ रह गया हो तो बताइए आई थिंक मोस्ट ऑफ कवर कर लिया है तो रिक्वेस्ट मैंने कही जाए कि प्लीज जॉइन विथ OEF અને वी हैव अ स्पेशल प्रोग्राम ऑफ ट्रेनिंग वॉलंटियर्स इन ओदराम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन जिनमें आके ट्रेनिंग दई साथ साथ इवेंट में कम कराए ने पे आके જે પર્સનાલિટી એટલે લીડર કી બની સોસાયટી જા ત્યાં કે ટ્રેનિંગ ॾींदा સ્પેસિફિકલી કૈલાશભાઈ ના હું બોય સ્ટુડન્ટ જ વા ને અજય સી કતે પોગાયો ઈને રહ્યો કૈલાશભાઈ ઇઝ લીડિંગ 4-5 સેપરેટ સેલ્સ અને હું પણ એકડો OEF जो मेंबर है स्टूडेंट થઈને જસી હત્યા આયા OEF जो જ એકડો ભાગ અહીંયા હશે મીન્સ રાઈટ ફ્રોમ સ્ટુડન્ટ ટુ કમિટી મેમ્બર ઓવર
एब्सोल्युटली परिन भाई, थैंक यू सो मच। मैं वही लास्ट वाला वही बोलने वाला था जो आपने बोल दिया, तो एकदम सिंक में चल रहे हैं। मड़े के ही रिक्वेस्ट है कि जो को वॉलंटियरिंग जो को है से दैट इज मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट इन योर लाइफ क्योंकि हेर जो को अगर અહીં નરીંદા કે કોઈ પણ ઇવેન્ટ हुए इनमें एतरा मणे कम हुए અને અહીં પબ્લિક સ્પીકિંગ करींदा आके टेक्निकल हैंडल करे जो हूंदो, आके रजिस्ट्रेशन करे जो हूंदो, आके फॉलो अप करणो खपदो, आके कॉल करणो खपदो। सो लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स आर देयर बेसिकली। અને બેક એન્ડ में जो को कम हले तो दैट प्रेशर अने वो जो को चैलेंजेस ओवरकम करे जी हुए તેનમે ही एज अ कुछ આજે ह्यूमन बीइंग અહીં बहुत सारा ग्रो કરી શકો। સો ઓધરામ એજ્યુકેશન फाउंडेशन જે જેટલા બી સેલ્સ जो को परिनભાઈ પાકે જાણકારી દેનો મળે सेल में वी नीड यंगस्टर्स, वी नीड पीपल के जो को हर एक सेल में की न की एक्टिविटी जो को भी आके पसंद आए से जोड़ाई बने। सो दिस इज लाइक अ रिक्वेस्ट टू ऑल के मड़े जना बेसिकली कम में पांचो कीमती जो को भी पावटे समय हुए पण दई सकूं से जरूर दीजा। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू परिन भाई एंड कैलाश भाई। बहुत सारी रीते हण पांगे खबर पर भी है OEF जो ओवरव्यू इन दी एक्टिविटीज, तो लाइक डू पार्टिसिपेट इन लार्ज नंबर्स। So now I'd like to invite Shri Damji Bhai Joshar. He is the Pramukh of Kachhi Bhanushali Desh Mahajan Trust. So I request him कि 5 मिनट के संबोधित करिए।
दामजी भाई अनम्यूट करी जा। दामजी भाई પાછો મ્યુટ થઈ ગયો। દામજી ભાઈ અનમ્યુટ કરો બટન।
म्यूट है भाई, अनम्यूट करो।
माइक चालू करो माइक। आवाज आयो?
हाँ
अच्छा तो
मणि के हरिओम।
हरिओम।
जनरली अज हूँ जरा फ्री वेठो से तो तुलसी भाई पंहिंजा कैलाश भाई जो आयो लिंक अज भी भाग गिना खरेखर मिड़े धन्यवाद जे पात्र आहियो। नौकरी भणाणु अने ॿियो मिड़े करणु मिड़े बरोबर है पर कंहिंखे नौकरी ॾिनी ॾियणी बहु अघरी चीज है। अॼु वधारे में वधारे प्रॉब्लम पंहिंजे भानुशाली समाज में भणेले छोकिरे खे कच्छ जे अंदर पण अने ॿाहिरि पण वधारे પડતો नौकरी जो प्रॉब्लम है। અહીં मिड़ी ઝુંબેશો પાડ્યાના જે ખરેખર ધન્યવાદ જે પાત્ર है અને મણી કે જે નોકરી વાળો પ્રોબ્લેમ હાणे કરે जनरली પહેલા તેડો જે પાતા કચ્छ में हलायूं तो छोकरा वासी में नौकरी करींदा हुआ अथवा तो गમે તે लगी वेंदा हुआ। हाणे हू जमानो हुयो हाणे वासी में नौकरी करे जो स्टेटस हाणे पंहिंजे छोकिरे जो ना आहे। हाणे छोकिरे मणी के पंहिंजे के MBA हुए के CA हुए मणी के हाई लेवल जो कम मिली खपे अने અહીં जो को मणे आखी टीम आज कम करे रही है ने વધારે પડતા તો ઈ પરિનભાઈ કે અને કૈલાશભાઈ કે હું ધન્યવાદ દિયા તો જેતરા એજ્યુકેટેડ છે પાવટે છોકરા અહીં અને ઈ ગાઈડલાइन भी दीदा घणे वक्त असीं भी इन छोकरे के जो असां पुछदा हूं त चोयूं जे भाई અહીં एनी छोकरे से कांटेक्ट कर्यो पंहिंजा कैलाश भाई અહીં કે परिन भाई અહીં त पंहिंजा महामंत्री सेवा समाज जा त घणे मिड़े गाइडलाइन मिले थी। फॉरेन छोकरा वञे में पोइ क्रेज बहु वधी वियो आहे अने ई बि गाइडलाइन नथा थी बॉस थ्रू मिले थी अने ॿियूं पण जेको पंहिंजूं सेवा समाज जूं ब्रांचूं आहिनि अथवा त ओधरम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन आहे असीं बि हितां थी जेतिरा प्रयत्न थिया એટલા દેશમાં થ્રુ કર્યું था કે ભાઈ છોકરાને खे सारे में सारी जॉब मिले जो कारण जॉब सारी मिलंदी हिकिड़ो छोकिरो वेंदो ॿिया 4 छोकिरनि कोठे वेंदो जी पहला मुंबई में पंहिंजा 2 घर विया 2 घर 100 घर कोठे विया 100 हज़ार के कोठे विया अने 1000 2000 के कोठे विया अहिड़ी ते पंहिंजी भानुशाली समाज में हिकिड़ी वॾे में वॾी हिकिड़ी पंहिंजी प्रणाली आहे पंहिंजी हिकिड़ी जीन्स आहे पंहिंजो की पाण ॿिए खे पंहिंजी भानुशाली खे हेल्पफुल थियूं अने भानुशाली छोकिरा पण जाणे जिते भेगा थींदा हुआ त जाणे भाउ भेगा थींदा हुआ जाणे जाणे हिन जो सॻो भाउ आयो अहिड़ी ते पंहिंजो बिहेवियर हुए थो ई ज पंहिंजो हिकिड़ो प्लस पॉइंट आहे अने ऐं मिड़ई जेको महिनत करिया था ई खरेखर धन्यवाद जे पात्र में आजी आखी टीम धन्यवाद जे पात्र में सेवा समाज त आहे સાથે સાથે जेको पण उधरम एजुकेशन फाउंडेशन में जेको प्रोग्राम थियनि था ई जनरली असीं कच्छ में लाभ असीं ओछो गिनी सघूं था ऐं दिल्ली लाइ तयार आहियो अची ओछो गिनी सघूं था असांजा थोरा ई कमनसीबी चवाजे असीं जर चऊं था ई प्रोग्राम रखे लाइ तयार आहियो पर अॼु कच्छ में थोड़ी जागरूकता ओછી आहे ई जागरूकता वधारे थी अञा पाण प्रयत्न करियूं पिया ऐं असीं आ સાથે જઈયું અને ਅਸੀਂ એતરા મળે ભણેલા ગણેલા નહીં પણ જનરલી અહીં મળે કરીંदा हुआ इनमें असांजो पूरो टेकू है पूरो असांजो सपोर्ट हुआ અને ਅਸੀਂ પણ આ સાથે પોઝિટિવ આहियूं અહીં કર્યો था इनके खूब खूब धन्यवाद जय उद्धवराम जय वालराम मणिका हरिओम
थैंक यू रामजी भाई ओके त हाणे पाण अॻियां वधबो त तव्हांखे इवेंट जो पूरो ब्रीफिंग ॾियां थी एजेंडा त हाणे हिन पुठियां we'll have गौरांग भाई जेको पाण खे बॉस जो ओवरव्यू ॾींदा after that we'll have our keynote speaker Roshni Chelani. So she has provided career consultations and helped over 7,000 people navigate their career path successfully. Hun Putia, we'll have a felicitation video honoring students going abroad, which will be followed by a talk from Saundarya Balasubramani. The Saundarya visa expert hai. She has over 84,000 LinkedIn followers and she's guided over 500 immigrants and is a recipient of O1A and EB2 NIW talent visas. हुन पुठिया पाण वटि हिकिड़ो कॉन्सेप्ट नवो इंट्रोड्यूस कयो आहे हीअर त उहो आहे फायर साइड चैट जिनमें 6 कंट्रीज जा अब्रॉड प्रोग्राम कोऑर्डिनेटर्स हूंदा हु विल बी डिस्कसिंग वेरियस एस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ स्टडिंग अब्रॉड फॉलोड बाय अ Q&A सेशन त ही अॼु जो एजेंडा आहे काल बि पंहिंजो फिजिकल इवेंट आहे भानुशाली वाड़ी घाटकोपर में होॾा बि पाण स्टार्ट करीबो विरांश चंद्रा पंहिंजो स्पीकर आहे हू लॉ स्टडी करे थो ऑक्सफोर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी में हू मॉडल यूनाइटेड नेशंस पण चेयर करींदो त दिस सेशन इंक्लूड्स अ लाइव डिबेट इंटरैक्टिव MUN concepts and insights into global issues which will be co-chaired by Vidhi Bhanushali. She's also studying in University of Birmingham at UK. And additionally, agencies like Gyan Foundation and TASA Global will be present to assist with the foreign education process. End-to-end assistance provide karinda, scholarships, visas, university selection, etc. Then we'll have various influencers who will provide personal counseling sessions. There's Robert Adams, Avni Rathod. She's an IIM, IIT alumni. So I promise you will gain a lot from this event. Please do attend. So we look forward to seeing you there. Yeah, so I'd now like to invite Gaurang Bhai, who will give us a piece of brief information about what BOSS is, how the system as a whole works, APC coordinators, annual activities, Bhanushali International, Sneh Milan, etc. So Gaurang Bhai, a senior founding member hai BOSS ja. So let's welcome him. Gaurang Bhai, over.
Thank you, Sakshi. I will start sharing my screen. Just give me a second. Okay. You're able to see my screen. The Bhanushali Overseas Support System, he 2018 में फॉर्म थियो वो घणे वरे उन पहला थी पण दिनेश भाई ने चयो के ट्राई कयो थे पोए कैलाश भाई came in and then other core members they basically created Bhanushali Overseas Support System. Bhanushali Overseas Support System is खाली स्टूडेंट्स ला करे नाहे स्टूडेंट्स अने जो अब्रॉड पंहिंजा कम्युनिटी मेंबर्स भानु समाज जा मेंबर्स मेरे अब्रॉड विया आहिनि ओवर द लास्ट 8 to 9 years असांखे डेटा असीं गैदर कियो आहे कि ओवर 38 कंट्रीज़ में पंहिंजा भानुशाली समाज जा मेंबर्स आहिनि, पंहिंजा भाउ भेण आहिनि होॾा। अने ओवर द लास्ट 8 years असीं मिणी भेरो कॉन्टेक्ट करी होॾा अब्रॉड प्रोग्राम कोऑर्डिनेटर्स अने के हिकिड़ो हिकिड़ो ॼण हर एक कंट्री में पंहिंजो हुए जो पाण खे सपोर्ट करे, होॾा जो ग्राउंड इंफॉर्मेशन ॾे, होॾा जी टीम होॾा जे मेंबर्स खे सपोर्ट करे। तो हू नेटवर्क क्रिएट कियो आहे। देर आर मेनी व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप्स जो અહીં હોડા વેંદા as a student you will participate, we'll add you in those groups। तो हू मेरे डिटेल आवां के as भानु बॉस ग्रुप कोरो करे तो उन प्रमाणे हम दिया तो टाउनशिप 2018 में ग्रुप फॉर्म थियो वो तेर बिफोर कोविड ही फिजिकल इवेंट हुंदो वो पंहिंजो एन्युअली तेर ऑलमोस्ट 200-300 पार्टिसिपेंट्स अचदा हुआ अने ऑलमोस्ट 20 to 30 एंड ओवर 50 स्टूडेंट्स जी इंफॉर्मेशन भी जो एडमिटेड स्टूडेंट्स अब्रॉड वेंदा हुआ अक्रॉस वेरियस geographies, various countries, various streams. And over the last 8 years, right, from 2018 to now, right? So we have 7-8 years, we have had 7 events. This is the 7th event. And खाली annual event नता करियूं असीं डिफरेंट व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप्स जो पां अॻियां वेंदासीं तव्हांखे ख़बर पवंदी जिनमें मिणी के पार्टिसिपेट करे जो आहे व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप्स ते आंजे क्वेश्चन जो आंसर्स करींदासीं हू मिड़े क्रिएट थियो आहे रिसोर्सिस क्रिएट थिया आहिनि ओवर द लास्ट 7 years अने जो अब्रॉड प्रोग्राम कोऑर्डिनेटर्स आहिनि अक्रॉस वेरियस कंट्रीज उन्हीं भेरो असीं मीटिंग करियूं उन्हीं भेरो मिलूं होॾा जो कोरो इंफॉर्मेशन आहे हेॾा थी स्टूडेंट्स कोरो होॾा वञे था राइट हेॾा थी वर्किंग प्रोफेशनल्स कोरो वञे था उन्हीं खे होॾा नेटवर्क ॾिनो बेसिकली होॾा जी कम्युनिटी में जोड़ाईंदो उन्हीं जा प्रॉब्लम होॾा सॉल्व कराईंदा हू बॉस जो मेन मोटिव आहे गोल आहे कि स्टूडेंट्स के हेल्प करनू अने जो प्रोफेशनल्स वञे था उन्हीं के होॾा हेल्प करनू इन दैट कंट्री त पहला बॉस जो when बॉस started સૌથી પહેલા બॉस અહીં સોચો તव्हांखे ખબર પવंदी कि मोस्टली ही स्टूडेंट्स ला करे है त एज ए स्टूडेंट घणी क्वेश्चंस अचे पंहिंजे दिमाग में कि कई कंट्री में वेना સૌથી પહેલા केर वेना कई कंट्री में वेना अंडर ग्रेजुएट कोर्स ला वेना के मास्टर्स ला वेना पीएचडी ला वेना पंहिंजा स्टूडेंट्स घणे पीएचडी ला पण वञे था भानुशाली समाज में थी त किन टाइम ते वेना त हू क्वेश्चंस हुए कई यूनिवर्सिटीज़ आहिनि पोइ सेकंड होॾा ई होॾा पुॼो त होॾा कोरो करणो खपे होॾा वीज़ा ला करे कोरो पाण करणो खपे लोन की मिले उन पहला बैंक अकाउंट की खोले जो जॉब की गोते जो टेम्पररी जॉब अने पोइ अंजो जर कोर्स पते उन पोइ की फुल टाइम जॉब गोतनो की वर्क वीज़ा करनो अने की होॾा जे नेटवर्क में पाण खे जोड़ाईनो तो ये वेरियस फेजेस जो स्टूडेंट्स जा आहिनि असीं उनमें सपोर्ट करियूं फ्रॉम इनिशियल आइडिया कि आंखे वञिणो आहे तो उनमें आंखे एक्सपोज करियूं कोरो कोरो ऑप्शंस आहिनि अने आंखे ॿिए स्टूडेंट्स थी मिलायूं ॿिए स्टूडेंट्स थी जॉइन करियूं जो स्टूडेंट्स वञे था उन्हीं जो हिकिड़ो ग्रुप क्रिएट करियूं व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप एक्सेट्रा ताकि वो हिकिड़े ॿिए खे होॾा सपोर्ट करी सघे कि आऊं पण हेॾा वञा थो अगरि हू यूनिवर्सिटी में वञो था त ही जोड़ाई सघो तव्हांखे ख़बर आहे कि अगरि बॉस्टन विया या आयरलैंड विया कि होॾा पण ॿिया भानुशाली आहिनि जो आंखे सपोर्ट करी सघे आंखे गाइड करी सघे त ही मेन गोल आहे भानुशाली ओवरसीज सपोर्ट सिस्टम ग्रुप जो त एज आऊं चयोसीं कि वेरियस क्वेश्चन अचे पंहिंजे दिमाग़ में हू सॉल्व कर ला करे पाण जो इवेंट करियूं था बेसिकली उनमें असीं फुल एफर्ट गिनूं था कि अलग अलग स्पीकर्स अलग अलग एक्सपर्ट्स असीं गिनी अचूं ताकि हू आंजा क्वेश्चन आंसर करी अने ऐं हाणे जो नेक्स्ट सेक्शन थींदो जहिड़ा मिस सौंदर्या मिस रोशनी अने पोइ काल अलग अलग स्पीकर्स के मिलंदा तो उन्हीं थी पोइ पण इंटरेक्ट करियो उन्हीं थी जानो कि कोरो वेरियस टिप्स ऐं ट्रिक्स ऐं वीज़ा थी કરીને एडुकेशन में की गिनूं उन्हीं थी सिखो अने उन ला करे असीं अलग अलग स्पीकर्स के गिनी अचूं था आंबेरो इंटरेक्ट करे ला एज आई सेड मेरे बैंक इंफॉर्मेशन थी કરીને कीअं सेटल थीनूं कीअं वीज़ास अने अॼु जो हिकिड़ो सेक्शन आहे जो फायर साइड चैट ही असीं पहली बार करियूं था त डू ट्राई इट डू लिसन असीं एग्जैक्टली 6 अलग अलग एपीसी प्रोग्राम जो अब्रॉड प्रोग्राम कोऑर्डिनेटर्स आहिनि उन्हीं के साथे आ सामे प्रेजेंट कईंदासीं ई लोग आ सामे बोलदा ने जर અહીં રજીસ્ટર ક્યાંના ही इवेंट ला घणे क्वेश्चंस અહીં પૂછ્યા हुआ हू क्वेश्चंस में थी मेन क्वेश्चंस અહીં उनजो आंसर ये लोग को लाइव करींदा त અહીં कंपेयर करी सघंदा कि यूएस में कोरो हली रहियो आहे आयरलैंड में कोरो हली रहियो आहे जर्मनी में कोरो हली रहियो आहे राइट त एंड સુધી રહી ને फायर साइड चैट जो सी पहली बार करी रही हूँ प्लीज उनजो लाभ गिंजा तो फर्स्ट खाली ऐं शॉर्ट में बॉस की वर्क करे तो उनजे बारे में हूँ एक्सप्लेन करियां तो असांखे इंक्वायरीज अचे कि असांखे स्टूडेंट्स थी डायरेक्टली या पेरेंट्स थी कि मुझे सन डॉटर के बारगाम मिलनो आहे या उस स्टूडेंट के बारगाम मिलनो आहे त असीं इंफॉर्मेशन कलेक्ट करियूं अने उन्हीं के पूछूं केड़ा केड़ा वञिणो आहे राइट उन्हीं के क्वेश्चंस हुए तो उन्हीं के हू स्पेसिफिक ग्रुप व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में ऐड करायूं अने उनजा क्वेश्चंस जो उनके सॉल्व करायूं हू हिकिड़ो आहे सेकंड जंहिं हू स्टूडेंट वेंदो आहे त असीं हू ग्रुप हू इंफॉर्मेशन असीं उन डेस्टिनेशन उन कंट्री जे एपीसी के हलायूं एज यू सेड उन्हीं के हलायूं उन्हीं ख़बर पए कि ही एड़ा स्टूडेंट्स अची रहिया आहिनि तो होड़ा जे व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में वो लोग उन्हीं के ऐड करिए ताकि इमीडिएटली અહીં હોડા લેન્ડ થયો ઉન પહેલા આ જો નેટવર્ક આए જે રીતે नॉर्थ अमेरिका भानुशाली समाज जिनके बारे में मीर भाई जो है प्रेसिडेंट आई उनके बारे में थोड़ी बार में चवंदा हू ग्रुप में हेर ऑलमोस्ट 290 मेंबर्स आई अने हू बेसिकली घणी चीजों करिए था तो इमीडिएटली हू ग्रुप में विजे थी आंके एटले मिले भानुशाली जो अने उन्हीं जे नेटवर्क जो एक्सेस मिली वने तो उन्हीं जा क्वेश्चंस आगे की क्वेश्चंस हुए वो आंसर करी सके था तेरे कि मुके हेडा अकोमोडेशन खपे तो हेडा की टिप्स खपे था हेडी ते अलग अलग डेस्टिनेशन जा कैनेडा ऑस्ट्रेलिया न्यूजीलैंड आयरलैंड मिडल ईस्ट मिनी जा अलग अलग ग्रुप से व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में जैर असा खबर पे कि स्टूडेंट या प्रोफेशनल बोथ नॉट जस्ट स्टूडेंट प्रोफेशनल्स पण असी इमीडिएटली व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में आके ऐड करूँ અને પોए नॉट जस्ट दैट वील फॉलो अप वी ऑल्सो एज यू असी आके पाछो ग्रेजुएट थींदा तो वी वेलकम यू टू पार्टिसिपेट इन दीज इवेंट्स टू वॉलंटियर and also help other students. So this is the goal. We, the boss team, असी मिले किन न किन स्टेज में अब्रॉड विनी आया आयूं या आयूं we want to give back. So we also expect कि अहीं विंदा तो you also give back and give information, just help out with other stuff to students and professionals coming abroad. Yeah. So that's why APCs will also stay in touch after you go there. खाली ओटा पुजी विया ना અહીં ગ્રેજ્યુએટ થઈ વિયા जॉब्स અહીં रेफरल्स અહીં एक्सेट्रा आगे वो नेटवर्क जो एक्सेस है या तो बॉस के बारे में इन इंडिया को करियूं था ये जो अलग अलग इवेंट्स करियूं था इन एडिशन असीं ट्राई करियूं के अलग अलग कंट्री जा अपन इवेंट्स करियूं basically he एकड़ो annual event है but there are more events that we do and we try to do where it's country specific or topic specific yeah this I've already gone through every year at least 300 to 400 participants in this event participate and benefit and over the course of few months thousands also view our videos and learn and then get information. तो ही एकड़ो बहुत important event है जो असी without fail करियूं every year. Yeah. अने almost 50 speakers जो पावटे information आए video presentation मिले resources आई जो आला करे available है मनी ला करे तो who over the course over the last 6-7 years असी gather कियो है उन्हीं जा videos उन्हीं जा presentations जो Keru Veshatavane, you can always use them and get information. Yeah. So he just glimpse of the first event that Theo back in 2018. There અહીં નહીં था कि कैलाश भाई ने मड़े सारे चालू किए हुओ अने हाने over the course of the years unfortunately after COVID he event online कियो थे but COVID pass थी वियो है and this year we thought, let's also do it physically, right? So this is our first again attempt after a while, after COVID, to do even physical. અને every year he जो event है वो लंबो થઈ વિને તો he feedback was कि that's why we have split it and done it in two parts. So also participate tomorrow, come to Bhanushali Wadi, interact with students who are going, interact with other participants there. So please take benefit. Yeah. कैनेडा जो मीटअप थियो वो ऑस्ट्रेलिया में पंहिंजो एज़ आई सेड व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप अने वेरियस अलग जड़ी ते साक्षी ने पण चयो हुनो असांजा ग्रुप्स यूक्रेन में पण आई एपीसी कोऑर्डिनेटर्स रशिया में पण आई अलग अलग एरियाज में पण आई राइट अलग अलग डेस्टिनेशंस तो जे यूक्रेन ने रशिया जो वॉर चालू थियो वो तो बॉस ग्रुप ने भानुशाली समाज ने मळे मिली ने होडा जे एपीसी साथे मिली होडा जे स्टूडेंट्स के की सपोर्ट करी ने पाछा इंडिया की नहीं आया हुआ हु पण बॉस ग्रुप सपोर्ट करे तो इट्स नॉट जस्ट एजुकेशन इट्स नॉट जस्ट वर्किंग प्रोफेशनल्स बट Bhanushali overseas support system is your network abroad. So we try to be your network abroad. Ne keep on information हुए, keep on support कपे तो we are there for you. The Ukraine जो event आने we had helped a lot of students at that time. Again NABS group है बहुत बड़े पहला शुरू थियो है तो उनके बारे में मिहिर भाई more detail में आके information दीना. I've already spoken. So a lot of Bhanushalis abroad, over 450, even more, that add to our network, add to our WhatsApp groups. So tasak information mile. Over the course, we have also supported almost 300 students every year, 40, 50 hane students veneta abroad. तो उन्हीं के information करनू ने network provide करनू. Yeah, hane at this point, I would like to say કે અહીં અસાથી કી જોડાઈ શકો અસી ક્યાં કે હેલ્પ કર્યું તો હાણે હેર આંજે ચેટ में અસી અસાं वटि व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप सही जरा इंफॉर्मेशन क्वेश्चन आंसर करी सको ही ईमेल ग्रुप सही जरा અહીં ईमेल करी सको था ओके अने पंहिंजी वेबसाइट आहे bhanusamaj.org/boss त प्लीज इनके होड़ा विनो बॉस सा मिड़े इवेंट्स थोड़ा वीडियो आई अने हेर आजे चैट में असी व्हाट्सएप जी जो लिंक है से शेयर करियो था आई प्लीज उनमें क्लिक करियो असा जो व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप है उनमें ज्वाइन थियो अने की क्वेश्चंस है जो उनमें हेरी इमीडिएटली यू कैन स्टार्ट आस्किंग सो आई वुड से टेक 2 minutes एंड कैलाश भाई यू वांट टू ऐड समथिंग हियर एज वेल के की अना कुरकुर रीते पार्टिसिपेंट्स ने स्टूडेंट्स ने पेरेंट्स पाती जोड़ाई सके तो आना के ऐड करनो है तो प्लीज ज्वाइन
या गौरंग भाई प्रीटी मच बहुत सरस मळे कन्वे किया सो एकड़ो ज मळे के रिक्वेस्ट है करो थी जो को भी पांजो अब्रॉड एजुकेशन अथवा तो जॉब ला करे जो को पांजा डाउट्स अचींदा हुए हैं तो हिनमें कड़ी ते थिए के आजा मळे जा डाउट्स है ना सो ऑलमोस्ट सिमिलर हुए એટલે કરો કે અહીં કોઈ પૂછે કે ભાઈ મુકે આઉં સીએ અહીંયા ને અબ્રોડ में કેતે મુજો બેસ્ટ પોસિબલ है कोई चवंदो कि आउं कंप्यूटर साइंस અહીંયા તો મુકે કઈ कंट्री में नु खपे लाइक दैट तो हिन मणे जा जो को आंसर्स है ने से ऑलरेडी आंसर्ड है ही मणे चैनल ते तो અહીં अगर नेरिंदा ग्रुप में व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में तो जोनी हिस्ट्री ना खबर पे पण અહીં जो को ईमेल ग्रुप है जो को यश भाई पा के यार लिंक वेचदा कि groups.io वाली जो को लिंक है होते ही लॉग इन करींदा सिंपल आ जो ईमेल वेचे जो आके एकड़ो ईमेल अचींदो कंफर्म करींदा तई तेरी उ गूगल ग्रुप जड़ी ते ई एकड़ो groups.io है हिनते ही ज्वाइन करींदा तो अलग अलग लगभग 250 जेटला टॉपिक्स हैं तई में कोई भी टॉपिक खोलदा ने कि भाई भानु समाज तरफ थी केटली स्कॉलरशिप मिले थी तो जो टाइटल सर्च करींदा तो मणे उनमें थ्रेड अची वेंदो ही वांची सको कि केते कोरो है करीने तो बिफोर यू इवन आस्क अ क्वेश्चन लाइक असी मणे हमेशा अवेलेबल है मणे ला करे कदे भी कॉल करींदा कदे भी करींदा तो डेफिनेटली नो वी विल बी देयर टू हेल्प यू बट ही मणे रिसोर्सेस पहले थी नरी ना ताके गच मणे चीज खबर पई वंदी अने लास्टली अगर पा बॉस जी वेबसाइट अगर हेर पा बताई सकू पांजे भानु समाज जी वेबसाइट तो इनमें जस्ट क्विकली कश्यप इफ यू कैन शेयर तो ही जो कोना पांजी वेबसाइट है यश भाई ग्रुप में भेजदा इनजी लिंक ये हमेशा ही बुकमार्क करी रखो त हिनमें वेबसाइट में इन रहींदा न त 2018 थी करीने जेको बि पंहिंजा वेबिनार थिया आहिनि हू मड़े जा वीडियोस आहिनि सो गो टू 2019 2020 2021 2 અને 2023 એટલે છેલ્લા 6 વર્ષ જા મળે વિડીયોસ એટલે અહીં નરીના તો કરજો આજે બિંજ વોચિંગ કરવું હોય તો અહીં કરી શકો લાઈક 4 to 5 hours of content in 1 year मतलब અહીં 2023 जो नरीना था 5 कलाक जो वेबिनार होंदो इनमें पांच साथे जुना एतरा मळे स्पीकर पांजा टोटल लगभग स्पीकर्स लगभग 50 to 60 स्पीकर्स થઈ જાય ઓવર ધ પીરિયડ ઓફ સો મેની ઇવેન્ટ્સ અને હરેક પાંજા સ્પીકર एक्सपर्ट की ने की मागे नवो सिखायो कोई वेबिनार में आके मेडिकल जे बारे में खबर पवंदो एमबीबीएस फिजियोथेरेपीज या पोइ कोई पण आंजो हूंदो आंजा कोई भी जेको क्वेरी हूंदा उ मड़े उनमें सॉल्व थी सकता है तो ही जो है ऐसे ये वेबिनार अं अगर विचारींदा हो कि मुझे भविष्य में करनो है नेक्स्ट ईयर बार वनो है कि उन पुठिया भी वनो है ये मड़े अं वेबिनार नेरी कनो इट्स लाइक वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट यूट्यूब ते मड़े ने पांजी साइट ते so this will be I think the quick message Gaurang bhai I wanted to share so that everybody can learn yeah thank you
અને અગેન પ્લીઝ એ જો આજે ચેટ में है विजी रहा ही चैट में यू विल सी दी भानुशाली ही वेबसाइट है અને जो चैट ही पंहिंजो દેખાઈ જતો WhatsApp चैट प्लीज उन ते क्लिक करियो અને પ્લીઝ उन ते અહીં જોઈન કઈंदा ना यू विल बी गोइंग टू द चैट इनमें ज्वाइन करियो અને ઓલરેડી ઓડા 450 થી ઉપર અહીં મેમ્બર્સ जो असी અને બ્યા ઓલરેડી जो પૂછી ચૂક્યા અહીં they will be able to answer your questions so please join and as a next speaker I'd like to invite Mihir Bhai who's the president of our North America Bhanushali Samaj जो नॉर्थ अमेरिका में नॉन प्रॉफिट क्रिएट किया है तो आई लाइक टू इनवाइट हिम to speak a few words about what it is. Yeah, I'll stop sharing and I'll add you, Mir Bhai. Yeah.
President Tim.
Yeah.
Hadi Om Manike. Can you guys see me? And let me present.
All good, Mir Bhai. We can see you clearly. Yeah.
Okay. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, Hari Om Manike. मुझे नाम मिहिर है. मिहिर दामोदर मंगे, गाम मोथारा. तुषार भाई जी, I'm president of North America Bhanushali Samaj. અને આજે હું આકે જરાક ઓવરવ્યુ ડીનો છે NABS के बारे में. So first we'll kind of go into the overview of NABS. I'll walk you through board of directors of NAB અને પાંજા initiatives કરોઈ અને share some information of the things and activities that we do. So NABS stands for North America Bhanushali Samaj. NABS was formed about 3 years ago with help from our Kailash bhai here, who was a champion. NABS form came in, and Kirti bhai and many volunteers based in the North America region. And NABS spans across US, Canada, and Mexico. So it covers the entire North America. The NABS mission primary mission to maintain and advance the culture of Pani Kachi Bhanushali community in these 3 countries. Either do cultural organization, events, charitable events, educational and religious, activities ke promote kela karena. Also, our goal is to maintain, help members make contributions to whether it's medical or educational areas or charitable causes. And another goal is to provide assistance and support to the members of this organization. So anybody who is, a member can reach out, and there's various ways that, they can get supported by the organization. So as you can imagine, North America is, it's pretty big. There's Canada, and US itself is massive. There's 3 time zones. So Panya Jacobi community hai, say, it's spread all over the US as well as Canada. So NABS is organized into these regions. So these are the, no regions. Out of 9 regions, I think 7 are most active. East and West are the biggest regions, and Canada is a very big region as well. So we have almost 287 members on our WhatsApp group, and part of this community, and it continues to grow as a lot of students come from India and other places. Hipaya board hai. So the board is this is the board for 2024. Bharat Bhai, you'll probably meet him tomorrow. He's the vice president. Dharmesh Bhai, he has been, in the organization and in the board since the beginning. He's serving as a secretary, and Mahesh Bhai Chandler is the treasurer. And then we have over 7 regional directors that are representing each of the regions, East, West, and, also Canada region. Gaurang Bhai here also represents one of the regions. And then we also have youth directors. The youth directors are there to help the young, students as well as the youth, and some, career activities that will help the, newly arriving students. Aside initiatives, they're organized into these 3 buckets at a very high level. Asiloka, one of the primary purpose is to support students, support, folks who are arriving to North America. And on initial challenges, especially if students are looking for career guidance, they're, any help that they need with interviews or referrals companies mein, resume help करती है, interview prep करने help करती है, networking help करती है. So we organize a whole bunch of events, seminars and workshops in which we help students with all of these types of activities. आके अगर apartment land क्या हुआ ना आके apartment search करना हो, तब we have WhatsApp groups where you can message, and there's people there to support you and help you. Immigration की guidance करते हुए. So overall, it's an extension of BOSS. You can consider NABS as an extension of BOSS, and it's a huge resource and a very active community. So our WhatsApp group very active, and students जो को भी अच्छे तरह से they have all kinds of questions, and there are all kinds of people from different areas, different experts. And पाई जो community है North America में, it's very mature. There's a lot of experts. There are a lot of people who are very well settled, and they have great jobs, who can help students and provide them guidance and advice when they're coming. So NAB serves as a way to connect you with those experts and those people who can potentially help you. Yeah. We also organize a lot of cultural programs and activities to unite Pani community ke. So we celebrate Diwalis and Navratri. So these are also occasions and events where a lot of students who come to America, they can meet the other community, Pani Bhanushali community, and vice versa, right? We also would love to also stay in touch and know about what's happening in India. So we organize a lot of other activities around Kutchi language classes. We'll have seminars for health and wellness for the community. And then we do, activities that are more, like I said, about seva. They are about supporting the community, whether it's, raising funds for causes, and, facilitating all of those activities for our membership. And I'll just gonna give you a, preview. So here's an example of a career guidance workshop. This is recorded. If anybody ever, needs it, I can share the link to the recordings, but ਅਸੀਂ ઘણી મણી workshops કરીને હતા where we provide help to students. And this is just a few screenshots on the sessions that we did. Even events that get together. So this is the community. Bay Area is one of a large chapters of NABS. So as well, घणे मणी events करना होता Navratris or Diwalis or picnics. Canada also has a very big chapter, and there are lots of students there. So they're all very well connected. New Jersey is one of our, another large chapter, and also one of the oldest chapters, I would say. So yeah, these are just some of the pictures. I want to just give you guys the preview. The community is there, is thriving, and is there to help you when you get there. And if you guys want to connect with us, NABS is a group for people who live in North America. So as soon as you arrive, and if you arrive to North America, and when you arrive to North America, reach out via WhatsApp. You can reach out to myself. So email address on a website and a WhatsApp group saying. So yeah, we are here to help. We are here to support you. So thank you. Back to you, Parang Bhai.
Thank you, Mihir Bhai. Wonderfully, you took us through all the NABS activities. Gaurang Bhai took us through BOSS. So now we all have pretty much very good idea about what activities Samaj does for us. So I think we are good to play the APC video.
So we'll just give you an overview of the different APCs across the world quickly, and then we'll move to the main other parts of the webinar. Yeah. thank you. Back to you, Sakshi.
Yeah. So like ये APC video like thank you for playing it. The JRB NB countries में we know do connect with them and all the sources which were shared in the group. Yeah. So we move ahead with the next part of the event. So it is my great pleasure to now introduce our keynote speaker for today. So she is Roshni Chelani. So she is a remarkable individual who has made significant strides in the tech industry and has been a guiding light for countless students and professionals. Over the past 4 years, she has provided consultations on job searches, career growth, career changes, promotions, and many other challenges that students and working professionals face daily. Her advice has helped over 7,000 people navigate their career paths successfully. So she's a prolific content creator, has worked with top companies like Apple, Intel, Ericsson, MediaTek, etc. Her inspiring journey has also been featured in the Humans of Bombay and Young Indians. And she's an alumni of the University of Texas, Dallas. So today she'll be sharing her journey, discussing the benefits and challenges of studying abroad, the job market, and providing insights into finding jobs, particularly in the tech industry. So, Roshni, over to you.
Thank you so much, Sakshi. I am so excited, everyone, to join you guys. I just was trying to see the participants. I wanted to know where is everybody joining from? I see a lot of people over here. Would love to know where is everyone joining from. If you want to just put it in the chat, I would love to see, where people are. Oh, Bombay. Kailash is joining from Bombay. So would love to know where people are joining from. So I'm actually right now in San Jose. Usually, my actual workplace is in San Diego. I'm just traveling this weekend. So right now, a lot of people are from Bombay. So it's good to see that. I'll just get to my presentation, Sakshi, so that we can also be on time.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So good to see that everybody is joining, where everybody is joining from. So people can see my screen, right?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. Okay, perfect. So giving a little bit of context of my journey, I came here for masters from University of Texas at Dallas. I'm actually from Gujarat, Baroda itself. So I came from Gujarat over here, and that was a time when I got internships at Apple, Intel, Ericsson in around like 2015, 2016 itself. Then I started working at Qualcomm from 2017 to 2023, and now right now I'm working at MediaTek. Now you would be wondering what is all of this about. Actually, I work on the phone's modems. So your phone, if it's working faster, I might have contributed some part to it because we are working on 5G and I have been able to get my hands dirty on that. So giving you an idea, this is what my career looks like. But give a little bit about, are you able to see my other screen, which is what I'm sharing on LinkedIn? Are you
Yes,
able to
it's
see?
visible.
Okay, perfect. So before I actually get on towards the presentation, I had just written this passage on like post on my LinkedIn, and I wanted to share with you guys. Like, I know a lot of you guys want to come to the US or want to go to the Canada, but just I wanted to give you guys a reality check. But at the same time, at the end of it, there's something a lot more beautiful that's going to come towards your way. But just giving you like leveling the field, what it's going to be like. So for example, like there's this 10 truth bombs about like studying in the US. My experience is in the US, so that's what I'm talking about, but it's actually analogous to any other country that you go to. So for example, you will hate your flatmates. If you have not lived with flatmates, if you have not really, lived in a PG or something before, then it's going to be difficult. So you're going to have debates about cleanliness, cooking, trash duty. When I came, I had lived 21 years with my parents, and then all of a sudden I just was uprooted and I came here. So for me, it was like, oh, I don't know how to do all of this. And then your GPA will be embarrassing. Whatever GPA you have in India, you have to, whatever credentials you have in India, you have to leave it behind. It's because over here, the entire game of performance and CGPA checking is very different. So you are going to struggle initially, but you are competing with PhD graduates. That's why it's kind of a struggle. But at the same time, you are going to pick it up as well. You will convert dollars to rupees. That's always going to happen. In the beginning, this was a big thing for me. For example, if it's a $10 sandwich or something, it's going to be like, oh, it's 800 rupees. Am I spending this much for just a sandwich? So eating a sandwich or taking an Uber would feel expensive. It's a tough adjustment. सब कुछ खुद करना पड़ेगा. The excitement of the new moving to the new country is going to be amazing in the beginning, but eventually it's gonna fade away. And then you will find yourself, like you're also going to find yourself doing everything like cooking, laundry, two deadly submissions on the same day. You will get a part-time job. Part-time jobs are kind of hard over here, especially the on-campus jobs in the US, because they are very competitive. And then the pressure increases with each semester. This is something that I do want to talk about. As you move from one semester to the other semester, along with the academic pressure, the pressure to find a job will also increase. And then there's visa pressure too. You won't land an internship right away. Your professors won't care about you. In India, we are spoon-fed in a lot of ways. Like, oh, you please study this. These are the things that are important. All of that. Here, the professors are going to be like, okay, they just reciprocate. If you are inputting the work, they are also helpful, but at the same time, they are not as concerned for us as, the Indian professors were. बहुत homesick लगेगा. I once cried over Fafra during Navratri. If you guys are Gujus, you know what Fafra is. And I had cried for that during Navratri. So homesickness is real and festival will hit you hard. But सब सही हो जाएगा. By my second semester, like this was my first semester when all these things were happening. But second semester, things start to fall in place. सबको job मिल ही जाती है. बस हिम्मत नहीं हारनी है, लगे रहना है. And just wanted to end, like, I just wanted to kind of show this so that I can kind of like let you know that, that this is what, it takes for actually doing masters. But at the same time, I wouldn't be able to have this career. Once you go through all of these kind of stages that I just told you in your masters, you will find a strength, an inner strength within you that you didn't even know that existed, right? You're not going to be the same person. It's a challenging thing, but at the same time, it's going to bring out so much within you. And if I wouldn't have done my masters, I don't think I would have had these great opportunities, coming up to my door, or like, coming, I worked for these, but I'm just trying to say that this is what you could do. So, and how was this possible? I want to give a huge credit to LinkedIn. Like, this is how I was able to, LinkedIn was kind of like my asan to do whatever I wanted to. So it was the canvas that helped me, paint this. So before I show this, I just wanted to give you the power of LinkedIn. So there is this person, how being bold landed me a Microsoft internship. So you might be wondering, okay, Roshni is talking about LinkedIn, but how does it help? How did it help other people? So there was this person, Kausa. She wrote a post that I have applied, cold emailed everybody, but I'm not getting a job, essentially. And then that's what she was saying. And then she was saying, thank you, Jeff Wiener, who that time, the CEO of LinkedIn, right? So Jeff Wiener, for this amazing platform. She literally just tagged this person, Jeff Wiener, and then Jeff commented on her post, and then Microsoft and LinkedIn are kind of like together right now, right? So Satya Nadella was like, okay, I want to see what she has and let's hire her. So this is how just basically posting on LinkedIn got her post viral. Jeff commented, Satya Nadella also was like, okay, let's just try to see who she is. And then she got a meeting with, even with Satya Nadella. I think there was this photo, okay, over here, my one-on-one meeting with Satya Nadella. So she was even able to meet Satya Nadella only through one post on LinkedIn. So this is what the power of LinkedIn is. Another example that I found, which is very funny also, from India, was this one. So this guy, he was trying to look for a job. He wanted to get attention of Swiggy. And what he did was, he was looking for a copywriting job. So he's like, hi, Swiggy, saw your post about hiring copywriters. Hungry for my skills? See my desk. So he said, I don't follow Zomato, because he was looking for a job from Swiggy. He was like, oh, I don't follow Zomato. And then he's like, but I just did competition, you know. So he just told them that I don't follow them, but now I did because I want to know the trends of them so that I can give you the trends as well. One of the key qualifications to be a copywriter is you need to be funny. And here's why I'm funny. An aspiring stand-up comedian. He's just basically showcasing his skill sets. So that's what he said. Reasons I'm funny, मैं कभी कॉमिस्तान में नहीं गया. So in funny ways, he's trying to sell himself. My screen time is 7 hours. But इसमें स्विगी का क्या फायदा? कोई ट्रेंड आंखों से नहीं बच सकता. So literally, you know, he sold himself in this. Just cutting the long story short, what really happened was he was then reached out by Swiggy, and now he didn't, I think, work in that job, but he was working at Front Row before. But I'm just saying that this post got him viral. If you could see, it's like 11,000 likes. So this is how you can stand out on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is not just about a platform where you just go and apply for a job. It is a platform where you could do so much more. So just wanted to show you this. And now I'll just get to the crux of it. Like, I wanted to know, like, what are some of the questions that you guys have on LinkedIn? I first wanted to also get an idea about that. Anybody would like to?
So guys, if you have any questions about LinkedIn, you can start posting in the chat box.
Can you read for me, Sakshi? That would be helpful if there are any questions.
Yeah, sure.
Let me come there.
Okay, so we have one question: how to optimize your LinkedIn?
Okay. Well, that's a great question and something I'm definitely going to cover. What else, guys? LinkedIn. I'm sure you guys have questions on LinkedIn. How do I start looking for jobs that might be in my areas of interest? I'm a student and looking for part-time writer jobs. You have to go to the job section, and put those keywords. There's another way also, which I will try to show if I can in the end. So, is LinkedIn membership really advisable to buy? If you're looking for a job, then premium memberships really do help. But at the same time, if you're not looking for a job actively or trying to use LinkedIn for building network, then I don't think so. You need premium. I do get a lot of applications, but response nahi aata. We are going to cover on, you know, how to get a good response from people, like what kind of message to send. So, okay, let me then try to get to the presentation. To make the most of this, just try to be as interactive as you can. If you have questions, please post on the chat section so that I can also see. Let's create a fun space, and you can also use the if I am not able to respond to your questions, we can also do this form that is there in the barcode, and you know, I can try to get back to you with that also, so we can see if people are not getting their questions answered. Definitely you can use this one. So let me get to first thing which someone said about, which is the LinkedIn profile, right? Like how to actually optimize your LinkedIn profile or how to build your LinkedIn profile. So just giving like an idea of how the hiring decision is made or how basically people see your LinkedIn profile. So number one thing is that I still remember once my manager was looking at someone's profile and he really just skimmed through his projects, and it took him like less than 5 seconds to decide that this is not the candidate. And for me, that was a big deal because I was like, how did you just make that decision in 5 seconds? I mentioned over here 7 seconds. If it's a good recruiter or a hiring manager, they're going to give that much time. But most of the people don't have that much of time. So your profile, they're just going to stay for like 5 seconds. And if you're not able to grip them in those 5 seconds, then they're going to visit the people's profile that is LinkedIn is suggesting on, you know, on the right side. So you just have 7 seconds to make them, 5 to 7 seconds to make them remember you. Your duty is to make them stay at your profile. This is what you have to find, you know, that's what you want to do. Or basically they should remember you from your profile. So experiment with this as much as possible. Every LinkedIn profile section should be looked upon as an opportunity to create long-lasting impression. I think this is what people really miss out on. Like LinkedIn is not just like I made my profile. How can I make my, you know, how can I make my wallpaper, the LinkedIn banner better? Or how can I make my title better so that, you know, it's keyword dense as well? So like it's SEO dependent. So all those things we're going to discuss, but I'm just trying to tell you that those are very important things. So number one thing is LinkedIn banner. A lot of people miss out on, what are some of the good LinkedIn manners. So I'm going to give you some examples. So for example, over here, if you see, put your name over there, what kind of designation of the job you're looking for or the job you have. And so many people don't have this information, which is their email information on LinkedIn. So you can put this in your summary section, or you can put this over here, so that the recruiter, if they want to reach out to you, if they cannot email you or just add you a note, they can directly just reach out to you on your email. So this is one of the ways. Another thing, for example, this is also like just put your designation and then the email that you want. Another one that I liked was some students who just put their university's photo as well, so their alumni get to know, or if let's say a hiring manager is the alumni of that university, they get to know that, okay, I can actually, oh, this person is from USC, so let me get in touch with this person also, or let me accept their request. So that's something that you could do. Another thing could be very simple design, just the name, as I said, what are your credentials, and if you want to put some of your websites, like for example, these are things, so you could do that. So this is just an example that I was giving. Profile picture makes you look approachable. So many people have a very distracting profile picture. They have a distracting background. Something is happening in the background, they put it. You can just go to Canva and remove the background. And put a plain background. So those things are very easy. You can use profile pic maker or photo feeler to get an idea of like, okay, is this a good profile photo to put on LinkedIn? So all that information you can get. So for example, all of this, you could see that they have removed the background. This person has not removed the background, but at the same time, it's not very distracting. It's good only. So this is the crux of it. Your face should be seen, and it should not. Also, you have to see that people are trying to make a hiring decision just by looking at your LinkedIn profile. When somebody wants to hire you, they definitely want to see your personality, right? Nobody wants to hire someone who is like uptight or like not very approachable. So having this kind of like who you are as a person with a smile, it really shows all of that stuff. If you go in an interview, you're going to smile and talk, or you're going to basically present your personality. So try to use LinkedIn to get that. Headline, very important, keyword dense. You should put the headlines that are your like designation or what you're going to look for, your credentials, for example, ex meta, and which university you're from, like even in your bachelor. So all that stuff you could put. For example, this person has put ex Reliance Geo. So that is a good thing for someone who's a recruiter to know that, okay, this person has worked over here. And then physical design and ASIC design. This is what the recruiters or the hiring managers especially are going to type in their LinkedIn to find you. So this could be one very important note to have. Always have a professional summary, and the best way to have a summary is to have a story as well as a motivation around, like basically could be a 70% 70-30% rule, where you could put 30% of what your story is, like why are you joining this field, kind of your elevator speech, and then 70% about your technical skill sets. Keep it short, make sure it has your contact details. Either put your contact details here or put it on the LinkedIn banner that I told you. So this is also another very important thing that people miss out on, and this creates such a huge impact on your LinkedIn profile. The reason for that is it just changes the way your profile looks. So put an interactive resume. So many people want to look for a job, they don't even have resume on their LinkedIn. So put an interactive resume, have presentations there, post about that you're looking for a job, and pin that post. You can feature post also, highlights about you. So for example, I'll show you this one. So this person has, she's graduated, so she's put up these kind of posts, and she's put Facebook team resume as well, and then her certificates as well. So all of these kind of things that give an idea about your professional career, as well as who you are as a person. So all of those things could be put over there. So another thing would be LinkedIn features. So I wanted to know, like, does any of you have question of like how to start networking as a beginner on LinkedIn? I wanted to kind of get an idea. What are your thoughts on like networking on LinkedIn? Like, what are your challenges that you go through when you try to network on LinkedIn?
One question, Roshni, in our other group chat is basically, how does LinkedIn help students who go abroad, and once they are there, like primarily from the student mindset, how does LinkedIn help them to increase their network?
Makes
Yeah.
total sense. Yeah, I think that's a very, very good question. And so I will tell you that, I don't think in India people are realizing or like, they just tapping into the potential of LinkedIn. But here, everybody uses LinkedIn. That's the most important, aspect of, okay, do you have a LinkedIn profile? Or if, in fact, even in your resume, you're putting your LinkedIn profile because people want to see, what you're doing on your LinkedIn as well. So the importance is that I remember the first time I came to state, my first day, somebody told me that US works totally on referrals. Like if you want to get a job fastest, the best way is to get a referral. And the easiest way to find a referral is into these places where, where you can actually reach out to people, network with people, and then build those connections and ask for referral, right? So, and where do you do that? LinkedIn is the place that you do that. And you might be thinking that, hey, Roshni, I will start looking for a job. Let's say you have 2 years of your master's. I will start looking for actually full-time job after 1 year. No, that's not the case. Let's say you are planning to come here in fall, which is, let's say, August. August to December are like 4 or 5 months. They're going to go really quick. You will not believe by the end of December, there are going to be some of your friends or some of your classmates who will be having an internship of summer. So by December, people already have their first summer internship. So if you're not prepared from, even before coming over here, if you're not prepared, then you're going to lose out on all those opportunities. And I'm saying that because I learned it the hard way. By December, I had friends who already had summer internships. By February or March, there were more people who got internships, but I just didn't know about LinkedIn, like, oh, how to use it. I know people say that you have to use LinkedIn, but how to use it, like, what to do for it. So those are one of the questions that, and also I will be covering that, but that's the significance of LinkedIn. If somebody is asking that, and if you have this question that what could you start doing, I'm also going to be covering that as a student, even before you're coming over here, what you could, even before you make the decision which university you have to go, you could use LinkedIn to kind of get that information. Like, is this a good university for me to go? So for example, let's say some of you might be thinking, I want to work after my master's, or I want to do PhD. These are two different routes, right? I want to work after my master's. This is the university I'm thinking. But then can you go to that university's page on LinkedIn and see that if that university has good alumni, and these alumni are placed in good companies as well. So this is what you could use LinkedIn to kind of get an idea. Okay, if I'm choosing, let's say, UT Dallas, I knew UT Dallas as an amazing alumni because they were working at these places like Apple, Intel, and all that stuff. So again, all of these things work through referral, right? So I can get my foot into the door if I have a good university. And how can I know if this is a good university with good placement? Through LinkedIn. Again, with the research path, it's the same. You can get so all of these ideas that, okay, I like this university. Is the research grant good? For this, you go to the professor's website or you go to professor's LinkedIn profile and you can get an idea. And then there's students also. So all of these things could be basically done through LinkedIn. So I hope that answers, right? Like the question in that way.
Yes, yes, I think that's good. I think initially, as students, there's a limited scope for using LinkedIn, basically university research. As they graduate and come closer to graduation, they can
Yeah.
get more benefit out of the network that they'll create over the
Yeah,
2 years or three
exactly.
years, and
Yes.
use benefit of LinkedIn. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's basically like जब तुम्हें प्यास लगे तब तुम कुएं पे मत जाओ, पहले से ही अपने पास पानी की बोतल रख लो, right? So it's kind of like that. This is what LinkedIn is going to do for you. कि you already have that network that you've established. Now, when you're really looking for a job, you can just easily find it. So let me see some of the questions that people have asked. Any approach you will recommend to grab the university's attention, especially when you're looking for scholarships? I will give you an approach, Heath. What you should try to do is that universities sometimes mention the students who got the scholarship. So you should try to reach out to those students on LinkedIn and try to ask them what did they do. If they can, share like what are the techniques that they have taken. So that's one very good way that you can find out, and it has worked for a lot of people as well. Another thing that you can do to grab universities' attention is get in touch with the professors. Try to build a good rapport with the professors on LinkedIn. Ask them few. It's not about like, oh, I want to get into this university, let me know. see something from their research, see something that they have done, the course that they are trying to educate students on, ask questions on that. And then this is one of the other ways that, if the professor likes you, they can even basically just put in a good recommendation also. So that is one thing. How can students make the most of LinkedIn applying? I'm going to show that to you. So let me get to the presentation so that it answers that question. So first thing I think would be like a lot of you would be asking that even before coming over here, how can you, start networking as a beginner? Once you have your LinkedIn profile, basic set, like I'm not talking about a great LinkedIn profile, just basic set. The reason for that I'm saying is because if you're trying to reach out to people and your LinkedIn profile is not set correctly, they're just going to get, turned off, and then they will leave your profile. So try to just have a basic LinkedIn profile, which is the reason I started with that section. Now I want to tell you how to start networking as a beginner. So, so over here, if you see any university page that you go to, for example, right now I've gone to RVC. You can go to any university that you want to. Let's say you want to study at UTD, you want to study at USC, any of the universities you want to study at. Just go to their page on LinkedIn. There you could actually see their alumni who work in certain place. For example, I'm from San Diego, so it's showing that. You could see where these people are working. So if you go to that alumni section, you can actually see that it has 35,000 alumni. Then you can see that, oh, these, for example, 172 people work at Google. And then where do they live? I was looking for here for India, but you can even see for any other country that is, for example, it was UK there, it was USA there as well. What do they do? So for example, if you're trying to get into engineering or business development, you can see the percentage of, people. So any university, let's say for me, it was UTD. So I did all of this analysis on UTD. What are the first degree connections that I have, the second degree connections that I have from here, and then try to reach out to them. So this is the second degree connection that I have. So I will see, oh, these are the people that I can try to connect to so that I can expand my network. The more first degree connections you have on LinkedIn, the more network that you can build, right? So that's the whole point. So this is how you can get an idea. So for example, I want to work at Qualcomm. So I want to see who are these people who are working at Qualcomm or Apple in India. So you can check out all of these things using this, university page feature that LinkedIn has, which is a really good thing. So try to play around. Right now, let's say if you have like 5 universities that you have put down and you want to do a research, this is how you can do a research, that where are the alumni of these universities? Is it good or not? What are these alumni saying or doing, in their career? This is how you can do a research, or an analysis of like, okay, is this good for me or not? Another way is, like, as I said, like leveraging university pages. That's one thing. Another way is that networking using groups. I'm sure like a lot of you guys want to send people messages or emails, but do you know that there is a way that you can send people messages without being connected to them? Like, have you done that before? I would love to see it in the chat section. Have you done that before, or know that how to do that? If there is a way. Nope. Okay, so I'm going to show that to you. Yeah, so does somebody know how to actually send emails without being connected? In-mail or introduction message. Yeah, but if you don't have in-mails, let's say, how do you message someone without using your in-mails? Is there a way? Premium LinkedIn, you still have to use your in-mails, right? But how do you message someone without that? Okay, let me share this. So this is like networking using groups. So that's the other thing that I wanted to show. And why I'm trying to tell you is because now when you are a student, let's say if somebody says I'm in 11th science, you are going to, let's say if you're trying to look for bachelors outside, or you're trying to look for, where to go or what to do in my career. This is how you could do these kind of things. But how to network with these people without being connected with them and without having to spend for premium, right? So this is the other thing. You can go to groups on LinkedIn. For example, example, just put LT. I'm talking about LT because I am in 4G and 5G. So LT is actually 4G. So just put LT over there and you will see a lot of these groups. Now pick up the group that has the highest number of members. So for example, this one had 80K members. So that's why I was like, okay, this is 80K. So I want to, be a part of this group. So I sent a request. Now the thing is, this person is my third degree connection. If I want to message this person, then, it was going to ask me that I can't because I don't have premium. But there is another way that I could message this person. I can directly just type over a message over here if we are in the same group. Now, this is the significance of basically being, part of the groups. Once you are part of a lot of these groups, like 80,000 members, I can message all of these 80,000 people and then get an idea. So over here, I could do this and then I can see, oh, which of these people are from my university, like the university that I want to go towards. And then, I can try to reach out to them. So that's what is the, other thing that I wanted to share, that this is one thing that you could do. Another way you could do is also events. On LinkedIn, you can actually see events also that is there. For example, I think in here only, if you see over here, there is events tab. So you could use this technique for events, for companies, for products, or for courses, and then get in touch with different people. So that's another thing. So before I get to the next section, I wanted to also ask, like, how many of you struggle that you send a message but you don't get a response? Let's also talk about that. Like, you send a message but you don't get a response.
Yeah, I was one of them.
Okay.
And lot of us are like that. We send messages and don't get replies.
Exactly. Yeah. So let me just show I'm going to be also quick on this one, so that we are also meeting the time. So mistakes to avoid. Number one, sorry, go ahead. So somebody said something.
No, please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So asking too much too early, or interested in yourself and not them. So let's say, see your past message that you've sent to someone and you have not gotten a response. It could be one of these two things. One is that you asked too much too early, or you were just interested in yourself and not them. You were not actually focusing on building a relationship. You were just basically focused on your agendas, which is not a problem, but just put your agendas at second place, right? Try to see LinkedIn. If you want a huge success on LinkedIn, the number one thing that you can do is start caring about people, start really thinking about them, and forwarding them the opportunities. They are there for their growth. You are there for your growth. If you want to get in touch with them, help them grow. That's the easiest way to get a response from someone. So if I just wanted to kind of show a very nice message that I had gotten once, and this is how you could use LinkedIn to get good, response from people. So this person, he had sent me a request. I accepted the request. So he said, "Thank you, Roshni, for accepting my request. I must say your LinkedIn articles are quite amazing and motivating, but that alone is not the reason I sent you a request." He definitely wanted to get in touch with me about something, but see how he started, which of course he was genuine. And then he started, I have something else that I would like to, ask from you. Basically, I have an admit from UT Dallas about this, and I see that you are in RF, so I'm hoping to get some valuable feedback from you. And this is a very smart move that he did. I'm sure you're busy, but would you be willing to answer some basic questions about UTD's EC program? Let me know. I can follow up with a small questionnaire as an editable Google Doc. If writing is cumbersome, we can always talk on phone. So, of course, the best thing that you could do on LinkedIn is take your online conversation offline to Google Meet, or basically meet in person, right? So this is how he drove. He first thanked me. If I want to dissect this message, he first thanked me. He told me what he likes about my page. Then he basically went towards what he really wants, which is his agenda. And he also was very mindful of my time. He said, like, these are the two options. If you don't want to talk on phone, we can do that, or I can just send you an editable Google Doc that we can, asynchronously work on this. So this is the other thing. And these are the kind of messages that some of my students, I also did a course, some of my students sent, and this person got a job at Meta because of that. So I'm just trying to tell you that these techniques that I'm sure telling you is not just basically, fluff. They have worked for so many of my students, and it's something that you could, do and apply from. Like, if you want to get this kind of message, this is what the template looks like. Just keep it short and sweet. And with that, I come to an end. If you have any more questions, as I said, like, you can use the barcode or you can just email me over here. I would love to know if you are on LinkedIn, connect with me over there. We can take a picture or something and then put it there after I think we do this. So, and I post a lot of reels on my Instagram, and my LinkedIn is here. So I would love to get connected with any students who have any questions. It was an interactive audience, so that's great. And yeah. So let's see if people have some questions. We can just pick up some questions for a few minutes.
Excuse me.
Yeah, hello.
Hello, hi. I'm Manata Zulsar and I have a question.
Sure.
I'm personally studying like in an IGCSE school, and I've always like thought of going abroad for my UGs. And my school has always been like profile building, and your profile shows a lot of importance. So can we add up a LinkedIn toward that profile, like as a student? And if we are doing that, how our student profile should be like, representing how good we are at academics or whatever XYZ things.
So you are trying to say, like the last part, you're trying to say you want to make a LinkedIn profile, right? Like that's how you can
Yeah,
you
but
to
as a student perspective.
Yeah. So this is the best time to actually, start building up your LinkedIn, and whatever you have done, for example, you participated in your school, you participated in elocutions or debate competitions, and you have pictures from that, or any other things that who don't think of LinkedIn as like, okay, oh yeah, I just want to get this, so I'm going to use LinkedIn. Think of it as something like, okay, I'm trying to build. Let's say you put you won you tell me like what are some of the achievements that you have that you could put on LinkedIn, so I can actually help you in that.
Like, so last year when my school had like an MUN organized, so that time I helped to organize it as a contingent leader. Then
Got it.
I also have recently organized a university fair at my college. So
Okay.
yeah, and I have been in a lot of MUNs and even won a few of them. So I guess that's something I can put up. And then recently also, yeah.
So those things you can also make it as a post. Like, of course, put it as like an experience section also and add bullets to it. But you can also put all of those things as a post also. So, for example, you can basically start, telling people who you are as a person. Let's say if a recruiter comes to your profile in future, they would be able to see that this person, this is not just someone who is technically good, but also has, leadership initiatives that she can take, or, has so much more skill set. So those kind of things you could put. You can start telling people chat GPT is there. Writing a post is not very difficult in this era of AIs, right? So you can really start building your profile into that, put it on the featured section then, so that it is there. Then now also start getting recommendations from your school teachers.
Yeah, I've been trying to do that, yeah.
So to put it on LinkedIn, so those kind of things that you can start doing. Anything that is there that you could share to the world that speaks about you, your profession, as well as your personality, like, professionally or personality wise, you could put it on LinkedIn.
I had one more question. Like, I love writing articles about global issues. So, what if I just include them on my LinkedIn profile and like put up those as a post? Would that help with my like profile building?
Definitely, definitely, because again, the LinkedIn is not just like, okay, this is, it's not a like for example, when you do a resume, it's a dialogue. Okay, you're talking to the interviewer, and then there it is there, right? LinkedIn is a multi-log. You can go there, you can put your thoughts and let other people, your tribe, come to you, and that way also you'll get a lot of traction also on your profile, right? So surely, like, pursue your interest and don't be scared. This is the time, like, you guys are young. This is the experiment.
Thank you so much for answering my questions.
Most welcome.
Hi, I'm Jay this side. What I wanted to ask is like I have my LinkedIn profile first year of engineering and now I completed engineering. And I've also got a job on campus obviously, but now I'm looking for masters after 1 year. And the main
Okay.
thing is when I find it difficult to approach strangers or even alumni of my college. I don't know
Mm.
how to ask them what to ask, and so that was the main problem on LinkedIn. And secondly, when I make applications, I do a lot of easy apply applications and also other applications, but hardly any response come. And if there is a one or two response, then I don't get ahead after the assignment task or something.
Got it, got it. Yeah.
So
So,
these were the main.
yeah, I'll start with the second one, which is you said, like, which is the easy apply. Excellent question. Does easy apply work or not? It does work. But second, what does it work on? There are two bases to it. Number one is how fast you're applying. If you're applying to a easy apply job that was posted 2-3 days ago, then you have a huge chance. And I'm telling you, there are people who have used easy apply, applied to a job that was just posted 2 hours ago, and they've gotten a call right there and then because they were the first 10 applicants who applied for the job. So easy apply works or not? Yes, it does. Depends on the time part. Second part that it depends on, which is very important as well, how you use that information to reach out to people or reach out to hiring managers. So easy apply, you applied it. After that, you have to put in some efforts to be like, okay, who can get in touch with for this job. Or let's say, for example, there is a job that is posted for example, business analyst Walmart. So who business analyst Walmart San Jose, let's say. So business analyst Walmart San Jose, is there someone I can find on LinkedIn that I can get in touch with and ask that, hey, this is the job that I saw, do you have any recommendations for me? This is a route that takes a longer time, but it's very effective because then you build connections that way. So that's the other part of it. And I think you were saying something about your masters. What was that?
Yeah, so firstly, when you said approaching people, like after making the applications, you need to approach and tell them that I have done such an application. I have shown interest in your job.
True.
Okay.
Yeah. So for that, number one thing I would say is that first get over that, like, there's always this huge hump that, I don't know how to reach out to people or
Yeah.
what to do. Get over that because everybody's thinking that. The other person you are messaging also is thinking how to reply to this person. Okay. So everybody has that like fear initially. So that is there, accept it. For everyone, it's there. And how to get over it? Try to be like, for example, resume worded, right? It has amazing templates of LinkedIn, like what you could send people, what messages to send people on LinkedIn. So try to use that, try to send people those messages. Another thing could be very basic is uh, you go to people's profiles, see something that you like something that genuinely connects with you. Could be from the same place, could be from the same university, could be that you like
आईफोन जो अलग हुए थे ना सानी पिन
any of those things that you like, and then try to send them something that, hey, I like this project that you've worked on. Oh, or I see, for example, for me, what I see is that the career moves that they have taken. So many people start with engineering, they go towards management. So I do ask them, hey, how did you make the move? Or some people just change their career, right? So how did you change that career? Like after like 5-10 years of building a career, you change the line. It's not easy. So ask those interesting questions. That should be how you can really start connecting with people. If you meet someone in person, they tell whatever they, let's say, they tell you in person, they're telling you through their LinkedIn profile. Try to see that as a conversation starter. So that is one thing about that. Hope that helps.
When we approach them, can we start with a common interest or based on a common sharing the common alma mater?
Definitely, you can. Definitely. For example, if I'm from UTD, we call each other comets. So anytime I see a fellow UTD alumni or fellow UTD, someone who's studying there right now, we call each other comets. Like, hey, comet, how are you doing? Like that. So schools mascots, or just basically like, hey, I'm from here, tame came cho. It's simple, like just trying to feel that human connection, right? That's what we're trying to do on LinkedIn. So you can really do that.
So can we like pause questions now? And if maybe they have more questions, they can share it to you via the QR code you shared earlier.
Sure, sure. Yes, definitely. Or they can email me. That's also another way that if they want to do.
Yeah.
So
So
that,
can you write your email in the chat box so that you just have it?
okay.
And also the rest of the questions will be answered in the group that you guys have joined.
Thank you, Roshni. This was very insightful. I remember I was in a position to look for jobs many times. Uh, and one thing that we have to remember for everyone, um, going abroad, anywhere actually, it'll make you stronger. Going abroad, expect that you will have to look for jobs once, twice, you know, job teri na mile. It's not easy. Of course, it's not easy in India also, but there can be layoff, there can be fires, there can be a lot of things that change in the industry, and you have to keep looking for jobs. That you have to in the US or abroad, it's almost like you have to always be in the market. And for that,
Exactly.
having your profile, having your resume updated, being ready in LinkedIn always, always networking with your alumni, um, always connecting with them, and even without, as Roshni said, without always a motive. Okay, let's just connect with them, say hi, what's happening in their companies, because it could help you or it could help others. I know when I was looking for a job, I was connecting with all my alumni from 10 years ago, even if they were not the same batch. They are ready to help you because you are in the same university. And we also have Bhanushali alumni. So you will find our community alumni in different companies, in different universities. Reach out to them. Just say hi. Hey, I'm a Bhanushali. I live here. And that's the common thread. Use it to your benefit. Use it to add value to them, and also ask them, can you connect me to someone there? Can you connect me someone in your company, etc. And they will be happy to do it. So yeah, just continue these topics. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's totally correct, And when you have a network, you don't feel lonely also, right? Like if you're trying to learn something, you know who to go and ask, right? So they also help you grow so much. So I think I had a great time in this presentation. I was hoping to take a photo, but I don't know if people would want to turn their camera on or something. We could do something, or even without the cameras, if we can do something.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Everyone, if they can. And I think even Sakshi is going to ask someone else also, the students and everyone. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a request. Please turn on your cameras, everyone.
Oh, that's great to see the lovely faces. We should have done this before. Thank you. Okay, so I'll take a picture now. Smile, cheese. Oh, you also want to take a picture, Sakshi? Maybe you can also give me later if
Yeah,
you
yeah.
want.
So yeah, thank you, Roshni, for your insights. I mean, the
You're most
reality check you gave that was highly beneficial, covering the power of LinkedIn, finding jobs, internships, creating profiles, the importance of referrals. I mean, yes. So thank you once again for your valuable input and your time to join us.
so much. Yeah, guys, have fun. Make the most of the presentation. In the next one also. Saundarya is going to be joining from what I remember. So actually, I'm going to be meeting Saundarya after she presents it to you guys. So have fun and make the most of it. And thank you so much for having me here, Gaurang, Sakshi, Mayur, all of you guys. So
Thank you, Roshni.
thank you. Yeah.
Okay, so now we move on to the next part, that is to acknowledge the achievements of our students who go abroad every year. So every year, 40 to 50 students from Bhanushali Samaj go abroad to continue their studies. So the BOSS team congratulates all of these students for their hard work, dedication, and determination. Their passion and commitment have driven them towards the success, and it has inspired countless other Bhanushali students to reach their dreams. So now we'll be playing a felicitation video of all the students who are going abroad. So, Kashyap, can you play the video?
Yes, Sakshi.
It is
But
wonderful to see our students going to different countries and achieving their dreams. ही पाला करे बहु proud जी काला है कि भानुशाली students abroad विनी रहे आई. Best wishes to all of them for their future endeavors. Now I'd request all the students who are going abroad this year to keep their cameras on for a group picture. Like I can see a few students like Bindya Bhanushali, Shubham Badra and Vicky Kataria here. So if you guys can keep your camera on, we'd like to take a group picture. Kashyap or Yashik, can you please take the picture if they are on the camera?
Sakshi, could you repeat the name, please?
Yeah. So Vicky Kataria, Bindya Bhanushali, and Shubham Bhadra. Yeah. So thank you. We have taken a group picture. Thank you for joining and congratulations once again. So now we move on to our next speaker, Kailash Gajra. So he is going to cover a few topics that will be very beneficial for all the students who are planning their studies abroad. Kailash bhai, over to you.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. So, Manike Hariom, I request everybody to say hi in the chat box if you guys are on and listening to Boss Webinar 7 live. So, please give me some confirmation. Okay. There is chat buzzing now. Great. Thank you so much. We have people on YouTube and also on Zoom. So, Amanejo, welcome basically to this 7th edition of Boss Webinar. जड़ी ते पा अलग अलग टॉपिक ते पांचो हेर जो को सेशन हली रहो है आई जस्ट वांटेड टू कवर बेसिक आइडिया कि व्हाई अब्रॉड एजुकेशन અને અબ્રોડ એજ્યુકેશન જો પહેલો સ્ટેપ કરવું है so now how many of you that are right now in the chat box if you can ping probably I next બવરે में અબ્રોડ વેને જો પ્લાન કર્યો था so write me in the chat box basically write me in the chat box. All right. Okay. Let's see. Quite a few, and I request Yash to also put a count ke kitla jana hai so that I get the audience understanding ke kuro hai. All right. If next 2 years lag rahe agar kahin abroad mein hota koi bhi country, so write me in the chat box. So I've got some response. Okay. How many of you are kind of like at the age के आई next 3 to 4 years, no, not 2 years, next 4 years में कदाच ही बंदा basically. So then write 4 in the chat box. 4, number 4 कि maybe next 4 साल में मेरा turn आएगा. And please just pardon me, घर पे पार्टी चल रहा है तो बच्चे लोग का नॉइस आता रहेगा. Okay, 4 good. So we have a mixed audience, I would say basically. All right, so यहाँ એટલે મળે કે પૂછ્યો કે we need to understand કે abroad જો તૈયારી કડેથી કરે જી કોરો અલગ અલગ ચીજ રિક્વાયર્ડ આય અને કેડી ત્યાં જો માઇન્ડસેટ હું કપે, રાઈટ? સો એકદમ બેસિક લેવલ જો આવું અંડરસ્ટેન્ડિંગ માઇન્ડસેટ લા કરે ખાલી ગાલ કરે વાળો અહીંયા કેડી તે કોરો અપ્લાય કરે જો જીઆરઈ ટોફલ એલઓઆર એસઓપી ही जो को टेक्निकल पॉइंटर्स आई कि मुके कोर को लिखणु खपदो केडी ते कोरो उ काल आके जो को सेशन हुंदो काल जो को लाइव फिजिकल सेशन हुंदो होते प्रॉपर पांजा टासा करीने जो को एजेंसी है उ पाके वन बाय वन मड़े समझाइंदा. सो यू विल लर्न अबाउट दैट के भाई कोरो करे जो. I'll just quickly check. Yeah, so right now, okay, good. So abroad education kula. So right now that's what we should first learn. इंडिया में भारत में हायर एजुकेशन बहुत सरस है and it is also Bharat as an industry also growing really at a faster pace, but there are many scenarios in which you'll find that abroad education is much faster way to getting a success basically. I'm going to simple idea dindo, like one person, let's say he completed engineering 4 years in Mumbai and then he was an average GPA जो के like 7 pointers out of 10 या whatever. Now if he goes and directly apply for job, and remember it's an average university for example, I mean nothing is bad, तो उनके job जो को ऐसे maybe 4 lakhs 6 lakhs हिंजी range में अचिंदो या maybe 8 lakhs or something depending on his capabilities of course. बट अगर ही चीज अगर અહીં આંકે એડો લગે તો કે કદાચ હું અબ્રોડ में एजुकेशन કર્યા તો આંકે મળે કે કોર લગે તો કે લેट्स से मास्टर्स इन कंप्यूटर साइंस, राइट? अब्रॉड में अगर पाके करनु है तो कितलो खर्चो थींदो? चैट बॉक्स में लिखो कि भाई 10 लाख 20 लाख 15 लाख करो है क्या खबर है कि समझो मास्टर्स करनु है 2 वरे यूएस में करनु है तो कितलो खर्चो थींदो? एनीबडी हैज एनी आइडिया? 30 to 40 lakh. Meet is saying 40 lakhs, 50 lakhs, 60 to 80. Good. UK around 30 lakhs, 60. Yes. So I want a khasiyati understanding. No one has written 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs. So you have good knowledge. Now, ये हमेशा ने मुझे ही जो को अंडरस्टैंडिंग वाइज जड़े हम पेरेंट्स आते हैं गाल करा तो एकड़ो पॉइंट हम जरूर चा के पाके अब्रॉड एजुकेशन जो कोला, आई मीन इट्स नॉट नेसेसरी कि मड़े के अब्रॉड बने जो इट्स नॉट लाइक दैट, बट इफ यू कैन यू शुड बेसिकली, राइट? तो इनमें सिंपल कैलकुलेशन कि अगर समझो कि अब्रॉड एजुकेशन ला करे 50 लाख पा एवरेज पकड़ी, मुझे प्रोफेसर कोटक सर आई लाइव, सो बेसिकली कोटक सर वेलकम, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग. आऊं आके शेयर करा कि 2008 में जड़े आऊं यूएससी वनेला ट्राई कियो थे. सो कोटक सर मुझे जो को शाइनिंग कर इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज है, इफ यू जस्ट टर्न ऑन द कैमरा मे बी एंड कश्यप प्लीज ऐड हिम ऑन द स्पॉटलाइट. He gave me a recommendation basically. So he wrote a recommendation letter for me and I got an admit at USC in 2008. So yeah, Kotak sir is here. So basically, thank you Kotak sir. I joined kya and it's really great to have you. So I'd like to continue sharing that if you spend 50 lakhs for your master's education, for example, then what happens, like my calculation simple, right? So you can take loan, for example, अगर आज ही फैमिली जी ITR इनकम टैक्स अगर पा 2 लाख 12 लाख जो अगर पा करियो था, right? So against 12 lakhs you can easily get at least double the loan, 24-30 lakhs यहाँ आके एजुकेशन लोन अचीवन है. एंड देयर आर प्रोडक्ट्स राइट नाउ अवेलेबल के ही जो को लोन है से बैंक वाला चेता अरे तुम ग्रेजुएट हो जाओ और जॉब लगना शुरू हो जाए फिर पे करना, राइट? सो दैट इज मच beneficial. Of course उनमें interest rate थोड़ा वधारे लगे, but once you get your job like in third year or second year, once you are done with your masters, then you can start paying EMIs, right? So now पा masters जो पा करियो तो અહીં જેટલા બી જણા કોસ્ટ લેખ્યા કે 50 લાખ એવરેજ સમજો માસ્ટર્સ લો પા એ અને પા યુએસ જેટલો લે પકડું તા કે ભાઈ યુકે હોય કે ભાઈ કોઈ કન્ટ્રી હે તો પા એવરેજ કરી શકું. हाणे जडे मास्टर्स कंप्लीट किया, लेट्स से कंप्यूटर साइंस कंप्लीट किया 50 लाख इन्वेस्ट करीने, आके जडे जॉब लगदो तो मुके चैट बॉक्स में जोजा केटलो आके फर्स्ट अर्निंग आजी जो को सैलरी एज अ फ्रेशर सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर हुए तो કેટલી મળી શકે બેઝિકલી લેટ્સ સ્ટિક ટુ સોફ્ટવેર એન્ડ ધેન વી કેન ગો ટુ અધર ફિલ્ડ્સ ઓલો કેટલે જણે કે ખબર હે કે પહેલી સેલરી કેટલી મળે तो मुके भेजो चैट बॉक्स में कि भाई इतना $US 5,000 $, 10,000, राजवी इज लाइक $90,000, मान्यता 70, हिमांशी 80, ओके कीप सेंडिंग એટલે मुके થોડોક અંદાજો હતો કે ધે ને બોલા $12,000 હું એન્યુઅલ સેલરી ચાહતો હું એન્યુઅલ સેલરી 80K નિત્યા ઓકે ગુડ just to save time I'm just moving a bit fast good पा मिनिमम पकड़ू था कितलो पा पकड़बो लेट्स से 80,000 ठीक है $80,000 पा पकड़ू अही एकदम कोई कुछ आज बेसिक कंपनी में भी आके मिल दो ना तो $80,000 आके आराम थी मिली बंदो ठीक है 80,000 एटले पांजा कितला रुपया थे INR में 8 8 64 64 lakhs समझो ऐसे पकड़ते 60 lakhs पकड़ते हैं 60 lakhs इज योर सैलरी एवरीबडी अग्री गिव मी अ थम्स अप इन द चैट बॉक्स कि हाँ 60 लाख सैलरी हो सकता है once you complete your masters and get a job of okay so Jay says 75 he એટલો મળે કે સમજાણું so give me a thumbs up so that's the only way I can communicate with you right now in the Zoom chat okay do you agree કે ભાઈ first salary 70,000 પકડું ચલો 70,000 minimum મળી વેંદી 70,000 is still basically 50 लाख for example right 50 lakhs पकड़ते हैं not even 60 lakhs 50 lakhs तो minimum मिल दो हाँ 50 लाख में जानो 30% टैक्स पा कटी भेजू बेसिकली 30% निकाल देते हैं 40% निकाल देते हैं तो वो चला गया एंड 10% और हम निकाल देते हैं जिसमें यू डू योर रेंट और ये वो सब ऐसा तुमने किया राइट कि भाई जो भी आके करना है ग्रोसरी ताजा कितना बचा 50 लाख में जानो 50% माइनस किया तो कितना हो गया यू कैन राइट इन द चैट बॉक्स 25 lakhs करेक्ट 50 लाख जेट 50 लाख आके मिली गया सो डू यू अग्री हाणे 50 लाख में जानो आई चंदा मुके गाड़ी रेंट ते करनी है मुके हेते बननो है मुके होते बनना है सो वट एवर दैट यू स्पेंड लेट्स से यू स्पेंड मे बी 5 lakhs a year or maybe 10 lakhs a year तो पेंजी में जानो आई 10 भी कटे गड़ा तो आके ईयरली आई जो सेविंग्स कितलो थयो 15 लाख मिनिमम ठीक है सो इफ यू वर्क इन US फॉर 3 years आई आज इजीली 15 दरे 45 आई 50 लाख जो सेविंग्स करी सकता के ना करी सकता गिव मी यस के यस आई कैन सेव 50 lakhs right in 3 years now by this time you would have cleared your loan with 50 lakhs in your savings 2-3 years may easily you can so he calculation now jade bhi chana I know it's very simple calculation instead of spending time 5 minutes into this one I could have just said ke bhai you know you can easily cover your loan in 2-3 years but mane ke khabar na pe how this is how basically ane અહીં વધારે saving કરિંદા like you know if you don't spend too much on your car or whatever this one you can even save more and by 70,000 minimum salary पकड़े हुआ people do get 90,000 100,000 120,000 130,000 basically that's the scenario you can easily get not easily but of course you have to be competitive enough so imagine that you know some people even can save amount जो को हनी जो tuition लगाओ 50 लाख within 1 year they can pay back so that's the advantage of you know studying abroad of course ekdam mehnat thi karnu khapdo and I'll must tell you that it's not super easy so when you say are jayenge ekdam badhiya se ho jayega kuch nahi it is more practical there so agar in computer science wara aayo to you know you have to do coding gachmade courses hadayi ke bhai you know you cannot have all written exams like we have in India nowadays India is also competitive that way taaki coding ne made karnu khapdo so it is basically little challenging but not difficult so that is why we suggest that you know once you do this and then even if you let's say come back to Bharat then you can again lead at any good company you can get into a good position and everything so I just wanted to share this one bright side a simple approach of studying abroad and getting into this one second is about the culture right અહીં જડે જડે હું USC में वेहो basically so मुझे तो कुछ English was also like good English and you know style that but then I got an opportunity to connect with a lot of people I you know gachmade paake opportunity male you know you make friends who are from different countries right then you network અને આકે એટલો સારો exposure મળદો કે આજો જો mindset આય દિનેશ ભાઈ ચાંદ્રા પાંજે શરૂઆત જે એનમે પાકે છે it becomes a global mindset. અહીં હેકડે બે સાથે એડા કનેક્ટ થીંदा and you will learn કે અચ્છા ભારતમાં એડીતે હોતે એડીતે થઈએ તો જો કલ્ચર ડિફરન્સ હશે તો that teaches you as a human being that will last longer. कोई भी पार्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड नहीं कोला ना हलेવાનો. It becomes easier for you. Let's say भारत में रहे, let's say US में रहे, and then instead of US is something that I really know, so I'm talking about that, but it can be other countries like Ireland, like Australia, New Zealand. I see Yatin bhai here, or like UK, or like any other country, basically. So आज जो को mindset जो को change है ना, that is most important. कि you have that global mindset, basically. आके culture जे बारे में खबर पे, etiquettes जे बारे में खबर पे, you will talk to a lot of people. As a human being, you will grow. So that's another advantage. And now हमेशा मरे के चाहता हूँ साथे जो को 1-to-1 call करी है, I always tell them, I don't know, this is my personal preference, but this is the third thing that I'm gonna share with you. If you're planning study abroad, आमटे अगर proper की एकदम plan हुए कि चलो मेरे को जल्दी जाके करके आना है, so that's a different thing. But I'll always advise, if you plan to go to study abroad, at least spend 2 years minimum at your university. Masters करने जा रहे हो तो 2 साल का करो. Let's say like, a lot of people go for UK for 1 year MBA, for example. हमड़े पाछो चा. अरे 1 साल MBA मतलब क्या? You go there, settle થયા 3-4 મહિના, પાંચ મળે ચાલુ થઈ ગયો કામ કરે જો, और 1 साल हाइला खत्म हो गया. Time done. I definitely do not encourage this. 1 साल MBA फटाफट कंप्लीट हो गया, ये नहीं करना है. Spend 2 years, 2.5 years if needed at the university. તો અહીં વધારે નેટવર્કિંગ કરી શકતા, લોકો સાથે ગચ ગાલ કરી શકતા ને. રિમેમ્બર that university time frame કે અહીં જો અબ્રોડ में સ્પેન્ડ કરીંदा, ultimate. The most important thing that you learn basically is during those time. You will miss those days. हेर भी આવું USC જેટલા બી alumni હોય તાની સાથે connected અહીંયા. Every year twice basically they USC folks they invite me as a speaker અને આ હોતે જો કોઈ નવા સ્ટુડન્ટ ને હોની કે ભી ઈચ્છા go there, have lot of basically extracurricular activities. That's the another point that I wanted to share. કે જેતે ભી abroad વેંદા, so along with your normal education, like so it's not like India, right? So every day you study for 7-8 hours. એડીતે ના હોય. One day you'll have like 2 hours lecture, then on Wednesday you'll have some other lecture, so it's not continuous. 32 કલાક જો ઝઘડે ડી જો આજો કી હુએ, and the rest of the time you are free, but that doesn't mean you do enjoyment and all that. ऐसा नहीं है. Then you have classes, then you have some assignments going, then you have some networking sessions, but then उनमें extracurricular activity ने गचमणे ही करी सको, that kind of helps you build that expertise basically. Like for example, I got a chance to, a lot of people know this story, but I'm just sharing so that you get an inspiration कि abroad जाके क्या क्या चीज कर सकते हैं. Simple गुज्जू गाय, I studied even 8th grade સુધી તો હું કચ્છ में ભણ્યો, that also in Gujarati medium. Even 11th standard સુધી તો હું જો ગુજરાતી જ હલદવો, like not even English medium, right? And that guy in 2009 is able to speak in front of our ex president of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. करो जो basically moment हुंदो के यार बाजू में president है हमारे, and that guy is speaking. This is something that I'm talking about. अब मुझे बारे में न तो गाल करिया, but a सामान्य कुछ आज कोई छोकरो हुए कच्छ जो आने हु वेनी ने एडिटे करी सके basically. तो यार तुम लोग तो इतना सारा like Bombay कर, I've found like a lot of people from big cities basically. You can do a lot of things. You can join a lot of robotics group. You can join some clubs. You can do a lot of volunteering over there also basically. जड़ी असांजे होते एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडियन स्टूडेंट वो हुनी साथे असी गच मणे वडी वडी इवेंट करींदा वा. लाइक दिवाली अचे तो असी बोवार्ड ऑडिटोरियम बुक करे जूं, मणे वेटानु $20 जी टिकट चार्ज करियूं. वी गो टू लॉट ऑफ शॉप्स बेसिकली, गौरंग भाई नोस, અને હોતે વિનીને અસી ફંડિંગ ખણી જ દવા. અરે तुम $500 दो तो तुम्हारा बैनर लगाएंगे. while we study our masters or असी भणुता there, right? So that kind of helps us talk to people, कैसे आइस ब्रेक करने का, कैसे अननोन पीपल के सामने जाके बात करने का, and how to raise money and basically do all sort of events and all that. So that kind of thing. And then we hosted Amir Khan also over there for Pipli Live. Devin Bojani jada actor hote aaya, उन्हीं के पास help किया. There are a lot of events that we all did basically. Panja Kuntal bhai Joy sir, Gaurang bhai whatever, they are also they know it basically कि USC जो ने एडिटेज गचमड़े यूनिवर्सिटीज आई जिनमें एडो कल्चर है कि you can make a difference. So this is what also should be part of your schedule, जो कैलेंडर कि इनमें गचमड़ी चीज एडिटे करी सको. So I always say abroad education is not about getting there and graduating and then do this. He made experience, when you go through this, पोइ आके केनिया भी हलाए वेझो के पोइ आके उगांडा किते हलाए वेझो कोई आके मलेशिया हलाए वेझो सिंगापुर हलाए वेझो you become the same talented very nice stable person basically जो mindset एडो मस्त थई वने के now you can पोइ पाछो भारत भी अचणो है ताके टेंशन न होनो खपे अरे यार क्या बढ़िया मैं इधर भी मस्त कर लूंगा because now I have understood so this global culture is most important according to me मुके मणे जना so असन जो organization जो को student union excuse me so student union जो नालो वो association of Indian students so USC में maximum Indians बने था that my college basically तो असन जो largest Indian student gathering वो basically अने तो गचमड़े जना मुके चोंदा कि तू मास्टर्स कंप्यूटर साइंस करने गया मास्टर एमएससी इन सीएस करने गया कि एमएससी इन एआईएस करने गया बिकॉज अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम आई स्पेंट देयर बेसिकली leading all these events and everything but also at the same time you have to maintain your GPA and everything internship आके खपती हुए तो ही जो networking पाची कम अच्छी and so lot of this so ही जो को I just wanted to share some perspective like practical understanding के what is something that you can do that you can learn અને basically સારો ગ્રુપ हुंदो तो you'll stay close into right group પણ બહુ important है અહીં कोई दूसरे ग्रुप में भी जा सकते हो that will be a problem right कि जते टाइम वेस्ट थी है जते you are not accompanying your goals and all that so you have to avoid that stay in a good group basically and then that is kind of helpful so જેટલા બી જણા જો કો નેક્સ્ટ 2 વર में वधे वारे અને જેટલા બી જણા 4 વરે जो विचारी था आई विल ऑलवेज से कि ऐसा नहीं है कि इंडिया में एजुकेशन खराब है बिल्कुल सही है लाइक इफ यू आर एबल टू गेट इनटू आईआईएससी फॉर एग्जांपल नॉट इवन आईआईटीज देयर आर लॉट ऑफ ग्रेट यूनिवर्सिटीज बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली सम ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स दे आर नॉट एबल टू गेट इनटू दीज यूनिवर्सिटीज तो क्या करें तो दीज अब्रॉड एजुकेशन इज बेस्ट बेसिकली like MBBS वाला best example those who are not able to crack NEET they are going to I don't know Ukraine में बोले war थे भी but they are going to Nepal they are going to Kyrgyzstan they are going to lot of other countries to study MBBS and achieve their goals so abroad education Russia is also great example basically पांचा गच में student नहीं hair भी जो को doctor ये करी रहे so that is how and that is why we recommend कि you go to abroad बॉस टीम जो ही बोलना है कि सबको भेजो राइट दैट्स नॉट द थिंग बट वी वांट टू गिव यू दिस इंफॉर्मेशन मैक्सिमम इंफॉर्मेशन हाने नेक्स्ट पांचो फायर साइड चैट है आई थिंक इफ साक्षी ऑल फायर साइड चैट एक्सपर्ट्स आर हियर देन विल स्टार्ट दैट इन अ मिनट उनमें पाके 6 कंट्री के बारे में आज लगभग 6 कंट्री जो साइड बाय साइड पाके खबर पवंदी सो टू टेक अ डिसीजन राइट સૌથી પહેલા તો પાકે અવેરનેસ હોણી ખપે અગર પાકે ખબર જ ન હોય તો પાકે રીતે ડિસાઈડ કરી શકું सो ही जो को इवेंट्स भानु समाज करे थी ये खाली अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करला करे थी वी आर नॉट फोर्सिंग एनीबॉडी के गो वी आर जस्ट सेइंग ऐसा भी ऑप्शन है इफ यू गेट स्टक समवेयर दिस इज द इंफॉर्मेशन एंड वंस यू हैव दिस इंफॉर्मेशन आके खबर पे देन यू प्रोसेस इट एंड देन यू विल बी एबल टू टेक एक्शन राइट सो वी आर जस्ट गिविंग यू दिस इंफॉर्मेशन सो दैट यू टेक the informed decision so that is what our goal is I'll not take much of your time you can definitely so just to give you this overall અહીં जो registration के time पे भी અહીં लगभग 70 total question पावटे आए हैं so we'll try to cover 70 questions we have Rajvi in the call she will help coordinate these get you the answers of these questions but अगर आज न थिए तो काल पाछी फिजिकल इवेंट है 3 बपोर जो 3 वगे थी रात जो 9 वगे कोई पांचो डिनर भी है तेर तो प्लीज डू कम टुमारो અને જેટલા બી જણા 4 વરે જો મુકે રિપ્લાય ક્યો Model United Nations, MUN, the best thing basically that you will learn tomorrow. So Bhanushali mein sauthi first, I would say, Viransh Chandra. Viransh Bhanushali is the first Bhanushali, or I would say second Bhanushali to get into the Oxford. खबर है ऑक्सफोर्ड में उन्हें लग रही कितनी मेहनत करने खपे थी and उन्हें जो क्लासरूम विरांश चंदो कि असांजे क्लासरूम में we are like maybe 5 students and the professor is teaching 5 students focused ऑक्सफोर्ड में कितना क्वालिटी एजुकेशन हुआ रहेगा आई सेड सेकंड यू नो who was the first Bhanushali
कृष्ण वर्मा
exactly श्यामजी कृष्ण वर्मा पंडित श्यामजी कृष्ण वर्मा जो कि इंडिया जा फर्स्ट रेवोल्यूशनरी पांच होयु क्रांतिवीर बिफोर इवन गांधी जी he studied from Oxford so abroad education वीर सावरकर जी पण लंडन व्यावा भणेला करे राइट सो गचमड़े चीजों में पाके जोको कंट्री में सारो चीज है पाके वो खींच लेने का वी हैव टू बिकम अ ग्रेट ह्यूमन बीइंग एंड दैट इज व्हाई वी आर focusing on abroad education. So that's the thing. So anyways, I can continue on and on, but just wanted to give you a gist that boss team is here to support you for every stage basically. So I मारे चवंदा कि वो एकदम बेसिक कोला ना कवर ना थे, वो पांचो काल कवर थींदो कि भाई कोर करे जो आके जीआरई जीमैट टोफिल आईएलटीएस ई मारे टेक्निकल लॉजिस्टिक आइटम्स हैं या के तेरे खबर पे हूंदी ना जो को भी क्वेश्चन है ग्रुप में करी जा पावटे ब बॉस जा ग्रुप है ग्रुप 1 हैज लाइक 500 members, group 2 again it has like 300 members, so 700 who and there are many other groups, so there are 1000 students community जो को abroad education जो पूरो विचारी था. So we are all there with you and जब मरे doubts clear थींदा, stay till the end and you'll find lot of good information. So I
અને
hope it was
કલાજી કાલ જો ઇવેન્ટ में इवेंट जे एंड में एक्सपर्ट्स एरो टेबल हुए वारो है जड़ा पर्सनली उन्हीं साथे इन पर्सन क्वेश्चंस पूछी सकता तो काल जो इवेंट तो 100% अटेंड कर जाता अंजाम मेरे क्वेश्चंस आंसर थींदा इन पर्सन अने पर्सनली 1-on-1 भी उन्हीं के एक्सपर्ट्स के पूछी सकता ताई 100% काल जो इवेंट अटेंड कर जा.
Sorry to interrupt, but see, I am out of town. तो काल in person तो हम attend नहीं करे सका. Possible नहीं तो doubts clear करना हुआ तो क्या करे सकते हैं?
डाउट्स आई ग्रुप में अंजा क्वेश्चंस विझी सकदा अने काल जो इवेंट लाइव स्ट्रीम भी थींदो ज़ूम लिंक भी आहे तई.
Okay. That's it. એટલે online કરે શકબો છે ને?
Yes, online
My son is in UK. My son is in UK and planning for US next year.
Okay.
તો इनके घणे બધા doubts છે.
Yeah, online થઈને
ग्रुप
resolve.
में अने
Okay,
बॉस
थी दो ना
वंजे
online.
में क्वेश्चंस हलाइंदा तो मेरे ज आंसर થઈ वेंदा.
Okay, thank you.
right, thank you Sakshi, you can proceed.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you Kailash bhai for discussing like loans, investment breakdowns, returns. અહીં બરાબર છે કે like agencies તો ઇમડે information provide કરિંદા like visa, university selection, but basic mindset is very important to know before students go abroad. So yeah, so now we move on to the next part of the event, जो fireside chat है. तो इनमें पंहिंजा अब्रॉड प्रोग्राम कोऑर्डिनेटर्स आई 6 कंट्रीज में थी हू थोड़ा कॉमन क्वेश्चंस आंसर करिंदा उन्हीं जे रिस्पेक्टिव कंट्रीज जे बारे में which will include topics such as international students उनजा work opportunities, tips on avoiding scams, safety, cost of living and a lot more. So in this fireside chat basically we as boss team have curated a list of questions on the behalf of you all, you know, which will make this segment the most interesting part of the event. So basically, I'll ekdo question pochine start karindi, which will be answered by all of our abroad program coordinators. We will then proceed with the next question in the same manner. Meanwhile, if you guys have any additional questions, please feel free to write them in the chat box. We'll do our best to address all of them. Now, Panja abroad program coordinators, they quickly introduce Karyati. So we have Nilesh Tama from USA, who has been associated with BOSS as a core team member from its inception since 2018. He has done his master's in mechanical engineering from Virginia Tech. Then we have Swati Odavji Mange from UK. So she finished her BE in 1997. She, starting with technology, she is working in the finance sector in London since past 23 years. We have Mayur Kadarmal from Canada. He's a core member of BOSS and working as an IT manager and runs his IT consulting business in Canada. Then we have Rahul from Germany. So he has been living there from past 3.5 years. He completed his master's in web and data analytics from the University of Koblenz and is currently working as full-time data analyst at Continental. Then we have Badal Bhai from Ireland. So he has been living in Ireland nearly for 8 years and currently working as a senior data analyst. He completed his post-graduation science in data analytics before starting his career. Then lastly, we have Yatin Mange. He is currently based in Sydney. He has a PhD in material sciences, which he completed in 2016. And now he's working as an industry sales manager for an MNC. So he made a Panja abroad program coordinator, 6 countries. Comprehensively, ekdo question para kare address karinda. Then the sequence he jundo, like it will be USA, UK, Canada, Germany, Ireland, and Australia. He नवो concept खणी आया हूँ बहुत interesting आए. Please stay and take advantage of this opportunity. इनमें अंजा गच में basic questions answer चाहिए. So yeah, I'll begin by asking the first question. Are you all ready?
Excited.
Let's go.
Okay. Yeah. So the first question is, what are the challenges as international students in this country?
Am I going first?
Yeah.
Okay. I am Maninke. So I've been in US close to I'll finish 7 years soon. And challenges I think for moving abroad would be very common across all the countries. First of all, मेरे इंडिया में जो लोग the parents खास कर मम्मी मेरे हाथ से दे. So that is soon going to end as soon as you move abroad. You will be taking care of everything on your own, starting from groceries to laundry, and it will be a new challenge. But as Kailash Bhai just mentioned, everything will be helping you in developing your personality overall. So you must have experience. And apart from this country specific, I would say for US, a lot of students come to US and every year the number keeps on growing and increasing. So one challenge specifically in US is related to visa. So you start with your F1 visa while you're studying, that is not difficult to get. But after that, work visa, because it's lottery based, it can get a little challenging because even though you study from a top university or you get a really wonderful job at a top-notch company, work visa is lottery based. So there are not much things that you can do for that. So visa is a bit of a challenge. And since in India, we live with so many people, once you move abroad, another big challenge is going to be being able to feel connected and have that sense of belonging. So uh, people really struggle with finding good network, good friends. So one good advice when you move to abroad, US or any other country, be proactive in reaching out to people, making good connections, good friends, and then you will have a smooth sailing for your entire duration that you're going to stay in the country. Thanks.
Hi, I am Swati. Swati from London, UK. I have been in UK. Can you all hear me properly?
Yeah.
Yes,
You're perfectly audible.
thank you. Thank you. So I have been in UK, London for last 24 years. This is my 25th year. So the journey has been a long journey, and I really want people and all the Bhanushalis, students or professionals, to benefit from any one of our experiences. So one of the reasons that's why this topic to share the challenges in this country is quite a key topic, and that's why it's the first question. Coming to UK, there are various challenges depending on how you are planning to come. So if you're coming as a student, which is what we are trying to give you the guidance on, if you're coming as a student, be very well aware of the fraudulent universities that propose as a good welcome student kind of a scope. You know, you want to go to a uni, you have high dreams, but the basic is people in this country are not as straightforward as what you would imagine. So there will always be universities which are not proper university, and government here is now actually putting up a lot of restrictions so that if they can be a university on paper, but when you come here, the facilities that you have been promised are no longer there, and you end up losing a lot of money. So that is one of the key things to remember. Do not register for any university that is just because it's in London, just because it's in UK, in any other Manchester or Yorkshire, or there are quite a lot of universities which promote, they want money, they want students to come and study. So they might scam you in, so be wary of that. So, and again, offer and pick the courses which are going to give you more return. So just because you want to move to a country, don't pick any course. So another challenge is to be very careful on what you want to study and make sure that all what you want to study is applicable in countries that you want to work in. So if you want to work in UK, make sure that you pick the courses which will be beneficial in UK. If you want to go back to India, which is by fair means, all the right thing. Make sure that whatever you learn, like for example, some students come here to study fashion, which I'm not saying is bad. It's a global trend anyway. But when you're studying fashion, you need to know what your market is. If you're going to target global market, then you will benefit more by studying here. But if you're going to target, say, a local market in India, the fashion is different, the market is different, the study is different. So those are the challenges before you make a choice of the course and the university. I think these are the key things. Rest of the university challenges, the visa challenges, that is all available. You can go through the individual universities, what their requirements are. With this, I think I'll pass on to Canada.
Right, Hariom everyone. So continuing to what Swati Ben was sharing, that unfortunately in Western countries now international education has become like a profitable business. So that contributes to a lot of challenges. However, I will try to cover most of the challenges that international students face, beginning from the culture shock. No matter Canada have, I would say, a huge population of Indian students and Indian families, you will still feel a culture shock because as you will be away from your home, away from your family, you'll be finding a hard time to make new friends and everything. So that might lead to a culture shock. So be mentally prepared for that. Financial burden, which is the most biggest thing contributing to students' mental health illnesses. So be careful about that. I'll share a little bit more about that. So tuition fees for international students are often higher than those for domestic students, mostly like 3 to 4 times higher in some institutions. So managing living expenses, accommodation, and other costs can be challenging. Due to current challenges in the job market, students are not able to find part-time jobs for up to a year or even more. So for up to a year, your GIC will help you to pay for your living expenses. But then after that, it will be a challenge if you don't have a part-time job. And also, even after your graduation, there are challenges in finding your full-time job in your field as well. So people who are coming here with a dream that after graduation they will find a full-time job and they will pay their education loans. That is unfortunately in recent years has become a sad reality that people are not able to do that, leading to financial burden. So be prepared for that. uh, it doesn't happen with everyone, so if you plan properly and you execute properly, you can avoid this, but just be prepared for that. This can happen. Another challenge is our accommodation. Canada is currently facing a housing crisis, which is not a surprise to the world. It's often in the headlines for this. Social integration. So as a newcomer to a country, building social network and making friends can be daunting. So international students may feel isolated or homesick, especially during their initial months in Canada. And other thing is academic pressure. How we are doing our studies in India is completely different of how we will be or how you will be studying in North American institutes or any Western institutes, especially in Canada. So that's completely different. Being in a new system adds to some academic pressure. So understand your curriculum well, your expectations well. Work with the professors, work with the on-campus support to deal with that. But there will be some academic pressure. And healthcare. So understanding Canadian healthcare system and accessing medical services can be confusing for international students. So be careful if most of the institutions do sign you up for international student um, healthcare insurance. So make sure you have that and you understand what is covered, what is not covered, how to access those healthcare system. So yeah, this is the summary of the challenges we face in Canada, especially the international students. I would pass it to Rahul for Germany now.
Hello, Hariom everyone. So yeah, talking about challenges for international students in Germany. Starting with the very evergreen challenge for every student, no matter what country, is homesickness. So you will definitely feel homesick during your initial months. I would say it stays, depends, but it stays for average 2 to 3 months, I would say. But later on you get used to it, so it's not a problem as such. The one big things, like few big things which you will definitely miss is the Indian food and the festivals we celebrate. So that's the thing. But slowly the Indian community is growing everywhere. So yeah, there are, like, you can celebrate here as well. So that's not a problem. But yeah, so homesickness would be one. Then the second topic of challenge would be cultural adjustments, that Germans are known as a little bit cold-hearted, so they are very not so easy to approach. So you have to put much efforts while approaching Germans, and yeah. But good thing is that once they accept you and once you become friends with them, it's lifelong friendship. So they are very much onto that. They choose their friends very carefully. So to be a part of a community, you have to proactively put efforts and yeah, talk to them. Connecting to this point only, the huge challenge and the only big challenge which I think for Germany is the language. You have to learn the language, and to survive, or not survive, but yeah, to settle um, in your day-to-day life. Anyway, if you're going, suppose, to a supermarket or a government office or even hospitals, you need German language, even though your course is English taught. But in your daily activities you need German language. So I think that's a bigger challenge. So German language is, it takes time to learn it. So yeah, that would be a challenge. Apart from that, I think everything is good here. So yeah, that's all from Germany side. Then I'll pass on to Badal Bhai for Ireland.
Thank you. So yes, for Ireland, I'll just cover some basics while I share some good number of points of what Rahul and other folks covered. The culture shock thing, the homesickness, missing the food and everything. Well, yes, that is going to be kind of initial part of your, experience. However, I would kind of touch base more on the job side. Pamadeke job and a settle, he made, I think but kata vaddu challenge lage, right? When you want to move abroad, you will be kind of worrying about or concerning about, okay, as I'll pursue my masters po kya mujhe kora, prospects hain kitlo muke, for that role or what I'm applying for as per my experience, is it in line with that or not? So I would say the very first thing, the very first challenge is that before even stepping onto the foreign soil, is that the course that you are going to decide on to. So make sure कि અહીં जो को पण course select करदा, that you know your course, what is that course is going to offer you, and what are going to be the key learnings for you. ಈ ಮಳೆ ಕತಾ ವಡ್ಡು ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ है पब्लिक घणे मड़े एडा अची वने थी पर उनके आइडिया न तो वे कोरो कोर्स ला करे वो आया ही दे विल जस्ट सिलेक्ट ओके एमएससी इन मैनेजमेंट पोस्ट ग्रेजुएटेड इन डेटा एनालिटिक्स पर उन्हें जो बैकग्राउंड वे तो एचआर में या सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियरिंग में पण उन लोगों को क्या आंके खबर पे थी कि एडा डेटा एनालिटिक्स में या क्लाउड साइबर सिक्योरिटी में जॉब्स मिले था तो regardless of what your background is, you will just for no reason come and pursue it just with the impression that कि यार हेडा the demand बहु है मुझे जॉब मिली होती, but that's not really the scenario. आंके precisely अंजो जो को इंटरेस्ट आए, what is that relevant as per your background कि मड़े कथा वड्डो challenge है. Please do make sure that जो को पण course आई करदा, you know what you are going to study, if that is aligning with your degree or not. In terms of other challenges, yes, I jade heda achinda, you will be like, अरे अगर आंजा friends नहीं आई एकलो हेडा achada, तो you will feel like left alone. But this is where for that challenge, Panjo Bhanushali jo heda in Ireland group आए, if there is any issues from onboarding to your process of registering your visas and all other information, Panja भा बहन पांजा एडा friends मड़े available हुंदा आके जो को पण questions वे मड़े challenges. I would say that it will all kind of be minor as compared to your degree, your next job. So, as an international student, the very important thing that you should, make sure is that what you are going to study, is that falling under the, the demanding skills or not, highly occupants list, Haromade. How are the visa things, and you are kind of being guided all the time, and that people around you to support you in this journey. I'll hand over to the next key speaker.
Thanks everyone. Hari Om. I guess pretty much everyone has covered most of the things. So I'll thought few from Australian point of view. So I'm based in Sydney. I'll talk about Australia and New Zealand. The culture is pretty much similar at both these countries. I guess the main thing from my point of view as an international student when they come here is they're not prepared of the life that they're gonna face here. Most of the things are covered there, but in Australia, I guess it's more about when they reach here, they don't know from the taxation point of view what they need to do. So when they come here, they are challenged with that. Accommodation, they're not prepared as well. I've seen a lot of international students that they don't know where they're gonna stay, how they're gonna pay for things and all that sort of thing. So I guess your initial thing should be you should maybe get in touch with, say, through boss to us. If not, then when you're enrolling, each university has got alumni, or they have got people whom you can talk to. So please reach out to them as well. And then from a job point of view, a lot of people are not prepared again from a resume point of view again, which is designed to say Australia or be it other countries as well. So I guess that is again a challenge when they come in here in the initial few months, that they struggle to get the jobs, and a lot of people panic because when they don't have the job, they come with limited pool of money that gets exhausted. So there's a lot of mental stress around that. So I guess the ways around that would be, talk to, say, your seniors or boss over here to us, and prepare yourselves so you are all mentally prepared. And then according to me, I guess networking is the key. So prepare as much as you can about your course, what it's going to be like. If from a visa point of view, once you finish your course, whether you're going to get a PR or a work visa or everything on that end as well. So prepare that from the way beginning so that when you come here, your life is a lot easier. I guess rest of the points everyone has covered, which is a similar struggle we all do. But I guess, these days we are here. The Indian community is quite big, and come with the mindset that you just don't need Indians. You need good people to talk to. So, because you're coming to a multicultural, you're coming somewhere where there are people from different nationalities. So open up your mind. You don't need Indians around you, right? So just try to mingle, try to network, talk to many people as you can, and you're going to learn many things just from there. So look, I'll stop here. We'll go to other questions now.
Yeah, thank you for answering so well. It's very essential for students to understand the challenges, as they often have a very rosy picture of studying abroad. So it's very important to know, to be prepared, put yourself in uncomfortable situations too. So yeah, so we move on to next question. How's life after finishing the studies, work opportunities, etc.?
So dollar, converting each dollar, multiplying it by a multiplying factor, converting it to rupees. So that's the best part. As soon as you get a job and you start earning, changes with country's currency. But yeah, dollar is US pays you a really good per hour salary compared to most of the countries. Work-life balance is good. But then let me answer more on work opportunities. So, of course, when you are in your college, you'll have a good connection, you'll be connected, and you'll have friends just because you are in the same class, same courses, same department, etc. But as soon as you get a job, probably it won't be in the same city. If you studied in a college town, you'll move out. So although you will be in the same country, but it will be a new challenge altogether when you finish your education and you start working in a different city, different job role. So that is something no one can exactly prepare you for, but that's why my next line would be like a motto: whenever you are deciding to come abroad, be very adaptive to uncertainties. And if you have that mindset, I think whatever challenges all of us are going to present about different countries, you'll be able to tackle them pretty easily if you have that mindset of being adaptive, being flexible to whatever challenge comes your way. And as Yatin mentioned, be very open to learn about different cultures. We are not just coming here to again mingle with Indians, and that's the whole point of getting an abroad education, that you get to learn about new cultures, you learn how they think about your particular field, how they approach problems, how they try to solve them. So once you learn how to respect their culture, their way of thinking, you are basically forming a really good connection, which also helps you in getting a job referral when you are asking or when you are connecting with your managers in your interviews. So this is one big aspect which I see that now, because almost all countries have a good number of Indians, we usually tend to mingle only with Indians. So this is one very important piece of advice, that be on lookout for connecting with other peers as well, other cultures, other ethnicities, and you will see the difference in terms of how easily you are able to get interviews. Um, Job search doesn't only happen in your fourth semester or when you're about to finish your course. It happens right from the time you get your F1 visa. So right now you must be celebrating. So that's a good thing. Every one of you who is coming, who has gotten an admit. But on Sathe Sathe, also make sure that, as Roshni mentioned in the webinar today, you start making your LinkedIn profile, you make those connections with people who are already in US, your seniors, etc. And this will in turn give you benefits in the long run. The Khali fourth semester mein, please don't start looking for jobs. Start your journey of networking now. And networking is the most important thing. India mein, we have college placements. So this is not going to be the case here. आके के भी अच्छी ने direct editing अच्छा हम लोग yeah in company में ही apply करियो असी because you are from this university we are going to hire you. So everything is to be done on your own, and networking is the key to getting interview calls. So of course be very active, proactive, and not reactive to most of the situations that will happen. LinkedIn I already talked about, and I want to mention, sorry, I'm taking a lot of time on this question. I want to mention one thing. LinkedIn te jadite any joke, you start your networking, you start making connections. So apart from making new connections, it's also important that someone who has helped you, you try to maintain those connections as well. Oftentimes, because we are just looking for the number of connections on LinkedIn or trying to increase the count or network with more people, we tend to forget people who have helped us in our journey along the way. So make sure you are maintaining that connection. And I want to highlight the point, Deep, who has received an admit from NEU this year. He just messaged me, so we were interacting about how to apply, etc. And he just messaged telling me that I have cleared my visa interview, and then I'll be flying to US on 16th August. So, this kind of connection, now I always remember him that, oh yeah, he just didn't ask me questions, but once he finished his process, he still made sure that he's connecting with me, he's letting me know where he's in the process, he's sharing his good achievements as well. So try to maintain those connections as well. And learning never stops. So your first job isn't going to be a deal breaker. Of course, you can always move to a bigger company, or if you get your first job in a very big company, it's well and good, but learning never stops. And this is another thing that we notice, that people, as soon as they get their first job, they're like, yes, US का or wherever we have moved, हमारा मास्टर्स सफल हो गया, कि जॉब मिल गई है, अब तो लाइफ चिल होगी. तो लाइफ चिल होगी, but your learning never stops. You always have to keep learning to excel in your field. And for work opportunities, another very important point, Banu Samaj is doing great work in terms of connecting people. We have APCs in close to 35 plus countries now. So take advantage of that. I'm sure you will find someone from Bhanushali Samaj also to connect you, to give you opportunities. Another last important piece of advice. Jai Master Sankarla Achota, please don't stop engaging yourself in any activities that interest you and your hobbies. Please don't stop. Don't just be a person who keeps studying, because hobbies and common interests are another way of networking, and you will be reaping the benefits out of it as well. So yeah, I think I've covered most of the points. Over to you, Swatika. Thank you.
Thank you, Nilesh. All good points covered. I'm going to more focus only on the job market in UK. At the moment, job market, because of the economy, is not that great. That is the honest truth. And you can Google it up. Everything, all the news channels. Please don't refer to Indian news channels or Indian websites, because they will show you only what you want to hear. So please either research on LinkedIn, and you will see, when you see any job applications on LinkedIn or any opening, and you will see the number of applicants for one role. That tells you the picture of what is the job scenario. So it's not always like that, but based on what courses you pick. So right now, because UK is going through cost of living crisis, which has been triggered due to the war in Ukraine as well as due to COVID. So this pandemic has taken quite a lot of government's budget, which means now country doesn't have enough money to run the economy. So what they have done is, as a part of their process, as a part of their strategy, what they do is they open up the borders wherever they can bring in more revenue. So students bring in a lot of revenue, and this is for their own selfish reasons. So you have to be very mindful here that the money that you're paying for your own education is actually feeding into a wider government pool. Now, when I say this, it's because they are they are not going to guarantee, and I will be so very surprised if any universities in UK, they won't. They will encourage you, they will bring you a lot of opportunities based on your courses. However, nobody you choose your field of study, as I think mentioned earlier on, spend good time to research and see what is the job market for that particular role. Are those really matching your interest? Are they matching your skills? Are they matching your interest in the studying further? And also, is there enough opportunity? Now, most of the times people want to study. Most of the time people want to study, and most of the people want to study to work, because you want to recover that money. Now, the cost of studying in UK is comparably higher than any other country, I would believe so, which means you will need to make sure that you get a job. At the moment, the crisis in UK are quite high, which means the the care industry, and I think mostly the care industry is quite open to people. So you will get a lot of job opportunities in that area. But finance, which is the hub, London and UK is quite a hub of financial market. So all that you do in finance, you have to understand that even though it's a hub and there are a lot of opportunities, there is also a lot of competition. You're not only competing with the students which are coming internationally, you're also competing with the local people who also don't want to do any labor work. They all want to go into such sort of jobs, which means you're competing against people who have been born and brought up, are already integrated into this culture, and they know the ins and outs of how to look for a job, how to network. They are also riding on their previous generation's network. So your competition is high. So be mindful of that. One important thing about job is, in India we have a very common saying that we can ask someone, so and so hinke puchi, who panke help karindo, who panke help karindo. By law, if you are employed by a company which is regulated, especially if it is finance company, because I work in a finance company, if it is regulated by an FCA, which is a Financial Conduct Authority, you are legally not allowed to promote anybody. Because if you do, and if they find out, then you can come under, there are a lot of policies which they want to make it fairer for everyone. And they also want to make sure that nobody's disadvantaged. It could be anyone. So so people are very careful. So max what people can do is, they can probably look in their company, in your network, they can look in their own companies and see if there is any opening, and they can guide them to apply there. However, they cannot push it forward to say, but I know this so and so person, can you don't get, I haven't seen that preference coming. until and unless you are in this industry and you've yourself established your network by connecting with them either through hobbies, either through activities, or either through education, or by doing something which is unique to you. So please do share your connections and do connect, but do not expect this. So keep this your basis. Like, try and be independent right from the day one. When I say independent, is not just independent cooking and eating, because eventually everybody will cook and eat, because nobody's going to nobody's going to starve. That I can guarantee. However, independent thinking, independent decision making, and independent, not relying on other people to do things for you, is the key. That's again in the job market. Again, there's a lot of information available on how to look for a job, how to apply for a job, but the turnaround to get a job while you are a student is more than a year. I have seen some people who have struggled and some people who have not been able to secure a job before they can transfer their visa from student visa to work visa. And that has happened more than the times when people have actually got the job in the last 2 years. This can, however, change, but as I said, nobody knows the future. So if you have to be ready for the uncertainty that is going to come along in the job market. That's my view. Again, I pass it on to Canada.
Yeah. So I would second Swati Ben's opinion on the job market. Similar things here in Canada as well. So the question is about how's life after finishing studies, right? So how Nilesh was saying that it's all rosy, all the આપણે સારો સારો વિચાર્યું રાઈટ પણ ભણી ગળા એટલો ઇન્વેસ્ટમેન્ટ ક્યાં ભણી ગળા અને મસ્ત લાઈફ મસ્ત સેટ થઈ વેંદી સો ही एकड़ो स्टैंडर्ड पाथ हो so far Canada में around I would say 5-8 years ago અહીંયા તે અચો અહીંયા જો એજ્યુકેશન કમ્પ્લીટ કર્યો एजुकेशन कंप्लीट करे પછી આ વર્ક પરમિટ મળે અહીં વર્ક પરમિટ તે કામ કર્યો maybe in 1.5 years આકે PR मिली when based on the job and then life is set, right? So he actually worked KT 5 to 8 years ago. Now in last, especially in last 2 to 3 years, things have changed drastically. So as a student हिते अची नु जो एकड़ो level 1 हुए आज challenges जो त ही level 2 हूंदो आज challenges जो ऐं हाणे स्टडीज फिनिश करे गड़ा हाणे आज एकड़ो प्रोटेक्टिव लेयर माथी बाहर अची विया हाणे ऐं कॉलेज के यूनिवर्सिटी जे उनमें न आयो हाणे आके आजे बेस ते आके जॉब्स ने लजे जुई अने आजो करियर बनाए जो राइट सो ही एकड़ो नेक्स्ट चैलेंज है so the biggest challenge I हेते job find करे में अने हेर in current market के हेड़ी job find करे जी कि जे आके PR में help करींदी ही एकड़ो बहु वडो challenge है and from the time you graduate the race to the PR starts so navigating job search is challenging but not impossible remember challenging times require innovative solutions जी रोशनी शेयर के जी पंहिंजा एक्सपर्ट शेयर करी वेंदा नेटवर्क लेवरेज करियो प्लान द नेक्स्ट स्टेप्स एंड एग्जीक्यूट वेल प्लानिंग घणे बार घणे बड़े मस्त करे गन हूंदा बट एग्जीक्यूशन में पाण घणे बार पुठिया रही हूंदा सो एग्जीक्यूट वेल एंड इट्स as Nilesh said that it's important to be proactive and not reactive so be mindful about that build a strong network market yourself mostly on LinkedIn it's helpful keep honing your skills so never settle down always keep learning and for PR please be on the lookout for the ever changing government rules you might find a way that you can use to get your PR to get settled here if that's your goal and the most important thing do not give up trust yourself you can figure it out you have done so that so far and you are here so you will figure this out as well so do not give up and keep trying all right that's it from me and I'll pass it to Rahul for Germany.
You are on
Rahul, you're on mute.
Thank you. यस थैंक यू मयूर भाई जर्मनी ला करे सेम पॉइंट्स आऊं एग्री करिया तो मणी थी जो को पहला चयो उमड़े एप्लीकेबल इन जर्मनी ला करे पण सो आई वोंट रिपीट दैट हिकिड़ो स्टेप ऐं थोरो पुठियां वेंदो की आफ्टर फिनिशिंग स्टडीज़ जॉब मार्केट जी पहिलां आउं हिकिड़ो चवां थो की वाइल स्टडिंग वॉट इज़ द स्कोप ऑफ जॉब सो अहिड़ो न आहे की ख़ाली तव्हांजा स्टडीज़ पती वञे पोइ तव्हां जॉब ॻोल्हींदा ऐं स्टडीज़ करींदे करींदे पण देर इज़ एन ऑप्शन बेस्ड ऑन योर स्टूडेंट वीज़ा सो जर्मनी में उनखे डी वीज़ा चयो वञे थो डी कैटेगरी त डी वीज़ा में ऐं इंटर्नशिप करे सघो था पार्ट टाइम करे सघो था अने वर्क स्टूडेंट करे सघो था त दैट ऑप्शंस यू हैव सो हिन में तव्हांखे लिमिट मिले थी की ऐं 120 फुल डेज़ कां त 240 हाफ डेज़ ऐं पूरे वरे में कमु करे सघो था अने जेको छोकिरा हेॾा अचे था मिनिमम अगरि तव्हांजो कोर्स 2 वरे जो आहे त हू लोग हिकिड़े वरे जो फंड्स में मैनेज करे ने अचे था अने सेकेंड ईयर जो पेंडिंग भणंदे भणंदे पार्ट टाइम करींदे करींदे सेकेंड ईयर जो फंड्स पेंडिंग मैनेज थी वञे थो सो दैट्स अ प्लस पॉइंट एंड दिस इज द जनरल अप्रोच अगर तव्हांखे इंटर्नशिप नथी मिले वर्क स्टूडेंट नथो मिले त पीपल ऑल्सो ऑप्ट फॉर पार्ट टाइम जॉब्स ऑड जॉब जेको चवा जाए एनी रेस्टोरेंट में डिलीवरी ला करे एंड विच इज टोटली फाइन एवरी वन डज इट हियर so that's one thing that while studying also you can work after studies so हाणे आंजी जॉब पती वई है as नीलेश भाई चयो के there is no concept of campus placement here त इंडिया वारे जी न आहे की कंपनीज असांजे कैंपस में अची न्यू अने आके जॉब ऑफर करी न्यू दैट्स नॉट द वे इट्स डन हियर हेॾा doesn't matter कहीं कैन यूनिवर्सिटी थी क्या ना unless it's all like it should be public university that's always beneficial but कई यूनिवर्सिटी में थी क्या ना दैट्स नॉट अ मेन प्रॉब्लम के ऐं हिन यूनिवर्सिटी में थी क्या ना तव्हांखे प्रेफरेंस मिलंदो द ओनली थिंग हियर मैटर्स इज द स्किल इफ यू हैव द स्किल in your interview you can display it you can showcase that you will get the job so हेड़ा आके पेंडिंग थोड़ो एफर्ट विझणो पवंदो जॉब गोते में उन लाइ करे ऑलरेडी पंहिंजा पहला जा एक्सपर्ट्स अने रोशनी एक्सप्लेन करे चुकिया आहिनि कि नेटवर्क करणो लिंक्डइन ते प्रोफाइल बनाइणो अप्रोच करणो प्रोएक्टिव रहणो जर्मनी में एज अगेन बाक़ी कंट्रीज थी अलॻि हिकिड़ो पॉइंट ऑलवेज अटैच हुआ थो लैंग्वेज हिकिड़ो हिकिड़ो में सिनेरियो चवां थो कि जॉब लाइ करे लैंग्वेज इज़ वेरी मच बेनिफिशियल इवन दो अगर वो जॉब इंग्लिश में आहे त पण ऐं अगर तव्हांखे जर्मन आवड़े थी त यू ऑलवेज हैव एज ओवर अदर पीपल सो अगर तव्हांखे एग्जाम्पल चवां त हिकिड़े जॉब रोल लाइ करे हिकिड़े वैकेंसी लाइ करे अगर 100 ॼणा अप्लाई करिए था त उनमें थी 90 पीपल 90 स्टूडेंट्स खे इंग्लिश आवड़े थी ने 2 ॼणे खे ख़ाली जर्मन पण आवड़े थी त जेको कॉम्पिटिशन आहे जर्मन वारे लाइ करे उहो ओછી आहे the 90% people are applying sorry yeah 90% people are applying for 10% jobs which are in English but only 10% are applying like who knows German are applying for 90% of the jobs so उन्हीं लाइ करे competition automatically घटी वञे थो जंहिंखे जर्मन आवड़े थी so German अचणी is very much beneficial so that's the point to be noted जेको पण अचे था हेॾा जर्मनी मास्टर्स करण लाइ करे तो अने हुनजो आई थिंक हिकिड़ो क्वेश्चन आउं नेरियो पण चैट में कि कैन लेवल સુધી जर्मन लैंग्वेज इंडिया थी करनी ने बाकी जी एडा करनी तो जनरल अप्रोच मुझो चवणो ही है कि माण्हू मतलब छोकरा कीअं करी था कि मिनिमम बो लेवल A1 A2 इंडिया थी करे अचणी बाकी ऐं हेॾा थी करे सघो था अने ऑलमोस्ट एवरी यूनिवर्सिटी जहिड़ा पण आके एडमिट मिलंदो होॾा उहो लोग उनजो एक्स्ट्रा सब्जेक्ट हुएसि थो जर्मन सिखाए लाइ करे विच इज़ फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट विच इज़ अ पार्ट ऑफ द करिकुलम so that you can anyways take so अगर तव्हां वटि टाइम आहे त बो लेवल बट मिनिमम हिकिड़ो लेवल A1 तव्हांखे बेसिक त करे अचिजो आहे होॾां इंडिया थी so and apart after that after you get the job so yeah you can and हेड़ो केॾा कीअं अहिड़ो सिस्टम न आहे कि स्पॉन्सरशिप मिले थी तव्हांखे कंपनी जे तरफ़ थी अगर तव्हांखे जॉब मिली वञे थी त हुन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट जे बेस ते तव्हांखे वर्क वीज़ा मिली वेंदो वर्क वीज़ा जे बेसिस ते अगर 2 महीना 2 वरे कढी ॾियणा त यू कैन अप्लाई फॉर PR एंड आफ्टर दैट बहु वरे पहला ही रूल अलग हो कि अगर हम जॉब मार्केट की गाल करिए तो जॉब मार्केट है बहुत सारी है हेॾा बिकॉज हेॾा जो एजिंग पॉप्युलेशन बहु वधू है अने वर्किंग पॉप्युलेशन बहु ओछो है त जर्मनी के छोकरा खपे था जो स्किल प्रोफेशनल्स आहिनि जेको ॿारनि हेॾा अची ने उन लाइ करे कमु करिए क्योंकि हेॾा बुज़ुर्ग हेॾा एजिंग पॉप्युलेशन बहु वधू है वर्किंग पॉप्युलेशन यूथ जे कंपेरिजन में त एटले लाइ करे ई लोग है रिसेंटली 2023 जे एंड में નવો ઇમિગ્રેશન લો પણ કઢી આયા આहीं ઓપોર્ચ્युનિटी કાર્ड કરીને આયા જેनमें આके पॉइंट बेस ते आके एडा अची सको था अगर आके जॉब ऑफर ना है तो पण एडा जॉब गोतेला करे एडा इजीली अची सको था तो दैट इज मेड इजीली अवेलेबल सेकंड थिंग लोग एक्सपर्ट्स के अट्रैक्ट करला करे जो चेंज क्यों जो वड्डो चेंज आया संजय इनमें के पहला हैंड चेंज थी पहला ऐं पंहिंजे पेरेंट्स के लॉन्ग टर्म ला करे एडा न बोलाए सघे वारा हुआ न नथे सघिया हाणे ऐं लॉन्ग टर्म ला करे पंहिंजे पेरेंट्स खे एडा ऐं बोलाए सघो था त छोकिरे खे ही हुआ क्वेश्चन क्या मुंहिंजे फैमिली थी मूंखे हमेशह लाइ करे दूर न रहणो करे पण जर्मनी मूंखे नथो बोलाए लाॾे पण हाणे हू ऑप्शन पण हटी वियो आहे तो दैट्स वन थिंग अने सेकंड आके सिटीजनशिप पहला 7 वारे में मिले थी हाणे आके 5 वारे में मिली वेंदी सो ही मेरे चेंजेस खुला करिए था गवर्नमेंट बिकॉज उन्हीं के अट्रैक्ट करनो है कि एटा जॉब ऐं एटा घणे रिक्वायरमेंट है और जॉब ओपनिंग्स घणे हैं पण छोकरा नहीं एटला so I would say कि job market is good if you have skills if you know the language you can easily survive and you can easily get the job obviously there is always a competition and you need to earn for it but yeah it's nothing very impossible or very challenging I would say thank you then I would like to pass over to Badal bhai
Thanks, Rahul bhai. So for Ireland, particularly after finishing your studies, okay, had a stamp 1G visa male, which is a grad visa. Grad visa basically okay allow करे to work for 2 years. Having said that, still you have to renew it every year, right? So you get issued with the visa annually. एमए करो वे you get an enough time of 2 years to look for your work sponsored sort of job. Now what are sponsored jobs? Basically company आके या तो sponsor करे या तो as Rahul bhai mentioned, if you have your the appointment letter, your the job offer in hand आके खाली in addition to that some other documents आके company provide करती है and you can self sponsor yourself. So with that you will then secure stamp 1 visa. Having said that अगर आके ही मड़े process थी अंजो अजी नाई थियो तो just be for that you can still continue to do your part time or some other jobs or jobs that you can continue to do. आयरलैंड में आके जो को वीजा एज अ स्टूडेंट आके मले हुआ है स्टैम्प टू वीजा थे यू कैन डू योर पार्ट टाइम जॉब्स बट आई मोस्टली रिकमेंड कैंडिडेट्स या स्टूडेंट्स कि यार जडे आई पढ़ना आया या सो योर सोल फोकस शुड बी ऑन दैट यस पांजा लिविंग एक्सपेंसेस में मड़े is kind of plays a big factor and when you are here બહુ ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ આય કે અહીં પણ જો expenses મળે પહેલેથી sort કરીને આચો because ઘણે મળે students એટા અચે પુઠિયા they are like ending up doing more than 20 hours of casual jobs જેન જો હજેથી મને જો focus masters या પણ જે degree તે નતો વે but rather they are kind of ensuring કે જો કોઈ જો loan આયા ઈ આયા હું કેડી તે ઇનકે part time કરી કરીને ઇનકે ભરી વજા યાત્રા વરે में so please try to balance that out after completing your degree जड़ी ते आके स्टैम्प वंजी मली बने तो घणे स्टूडेंट्स आउं नेरो यहाँ and because I am myself a career coach आउं घणे यूरोपियन कंट्रीज में हेल्प कियो यहाँ स्टूडेंट कैंडिडेट्स के जॉब मले में one very common thing आउं नेरो यहाँ is that those जिनके टेम्पररी जॉब्स मली बने थी फॉर एग्जांपल 6 months फिक्स टर्म कॉन्ट्रैक्ट या 1 year कॉन्ट्रैक्ट या 2 year कॉन्ट्रैक्ट भी तो कोरो थिए तो घणे जणा ना दे गेट कैरिड अवे विद दैट कि यार चलो मूं वटि हाथ में जॉब थाए अगर मूंखे स्पॉन्सर्ड जॉब नथी मिले आऊं आराम थी घुस थो एंड बाय द टाइम एंड ऑफ द डे व्हेन यू आर फिनिशिंग योर वर्क यू आर लाइक अरे यार आई एम टू टायर्ड टू अप्लाई फॉर जॉब सो लेट इट गो आई वुड से दैट प्लीज ऑलवेज फोकस ऑन द बिग पिक्चर के ये टेम्परेरी जो को आए दिस इज जस्ट चॉकलेटी तारो है ये हमें आपके यहाँ जो फ्यूचर नहीं बने यस यू विल गेन सम एक्सपीरियंस again if you are working on the relevant background but make sure that you don't get carried away with this temporary sort of roles or jobs and always focus on the big picture so keep continuing to apply other very big sort of so concerning point that I see is that ઘણે જણે જો માસ્ટર્સ या डिग्रीज खत्म थी वने था but they are still not ready with their resume their LinkedIn or their any other sort of profiles be it GitHub or anything तो I would say that this is one of your life's biggest assignments. So make sure that you are prepared well in advance for all of this, or at least by the end of your or towards the end of your last semester. You have to have all of these things sorted. Another very key thing is that the moment you decide, yeah, okay, if I want to, move to XYZ country, make sure कि जड़ित through boss, through other, local groups here, you start networking, you connect with people, you have to, and this is what, like other experts have highlighted, networking both crucial hai, because you get to know about the market, you get to know about the other sort of, processes about the jobs, what type of questions, how you can present yourself, what are the choice of words you can use to present. People say that you have to have the skill, but to sell your skill, there is a way to sell it, right? You have to show what you have done using that skill in the past, be it your project experience, be it your academic experience, be it your work experience. Focus more on the result driven sort of attitude and not the action driven, because action थी आई खाली ही प्रूव करता कि हाँ 40 रिपोर्ट बनाएगा 50 कोड डेवलप करेगा, but that's not really giving me any message. If you focus on the outcome of what you have done in the past, that really plays the role. So uh, life after completing your masters or your any other degrees is going to be that initial 2 to 3 months phase book give a very quick point I will touch base on is ઘણે જણા because of living expenses ને part time નતા કરીને હેડો મળે they go back to India and they apply from job there. અગર અહીં આયર્લેન્ડ અચીવે આવ્યો આયર્લેન્ડ અચીને આજે માસ્ટર્સ કમ્પ્લીટ કરી આવ્યો and then you decide કે યાર એડા બહુ challenges are living expenses rent એટલું આય ઈ એટલું આય friends નહીં વધારે જો કોઈ પણ આય you are moving back to India આજે ઘરે થી અહીં પોય ચોય કે હું હેડાથી જ apply કરી ગયો but that is one sort of mistake you will do, because if you are getting even one call from a recruiter that your local number is not active, which is your Irish number, you will miss out. So when you in job search, 0.01% chance is also a chance that you can't afford to miss it. So now I'll pass it on to our Australian expert, Yatin Bhai.
Thanks, Badal Bhai. Thanks, everyone. I'll brief रख दो Australia जो, so majority of the things people have covered for their countries, so the struggles will be similar. पण Australia में की है तो when you are on your student visa, of course you have a limited duration for the visa, plus they might give you additional 5 months or something like that, right? तहीं depending on कोर bachelor's करो था, master's करो था, PhD करो था, तहाँ जो कोर्स पता है उन पुठिया आके एकड़ो पोस्ट स्टडी वर्क वीजा करने मिला है. सो अगर ये बैचलर्स क्या आयो तो यू विल गेट 2 years, मास्टर्स पोइ आके मिला 3 years, અને અગર PhD क्या आयो तो आके 4 years जो पोस्ट स्टडी वर्क वीजा मिला है, which means that અહીં जॉब करे सको था एडा. ओके, उन ड्यूरेशन में 2 years 3 years का 4 years में आके पोए फिगर आउट करे जो है कि आके परमानेंट रेसिडेंसी की मिल दो वाया स्पॉन्सरशिप और डायरेक्टली थ्रू स्पॉन्सरशिप थ्रू योर कंपनी का स्पॉन्सरशिप थ्रू द स्टेट. अलग स्टेट्स ही हैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया में कहाँ था independent sponsorship depending on अगर आप अपने points में ता करना. So this is the the visa process or the what options you have. Once you get the permanent residency, पोए 4 वरे ऑस्ट्रेलिया में रहो तो आके citizenship मिली बने. Okay, so that's the way to go about it. Job opportunity wise, मुझे हिसाब है there are plenty of good job opportunities popping up now in the IT sector, even in the finance sector as well. The best approach would be, of course, when you're कि जरा जो bachelor's masters का कीपन कोर्स कर रहा था, do get some local experience. Australia में local experience जो बहुत requirement है. Whenever you apply for a job, local experience मांगता. Local experience need not be in your domain. Keep a local experience हल दो. They just want to know that you are able to work in a environment where you have other colleagues around you. You'll be able to gel along with them. तो वो important चीज है. The જ્યારે ભણતા હો તો પ્લીઝ લોકલ એક્સપિરિયન્સ ડેફિનેટલી ગેટ ઇટ. બની શકે તો આજે ડોમેન में do some internship, of course part time jobs, that all helps when you're applying for jobs. So that please put anything you have done here, put it in the resume. That will help you, and it of course under networking પણ ત્યાં થીંદો. અને the other way is also the jobs in look for graduate positions ताकि घणे graduate roles आके offer थींदा, you will see a lot of roles. Don't focus a lot on salary कि I know that पाके पंहिंजो loan clear करनो वो करनो, but main thing is the experience. Just try to focus and get a job where you can get an experience. Australia mein hai, luckily the market for is good. Of course competition ho do, but if you are good, then I don't see any issue in getting a job. Internships are really important, so do that whenever you get a chance. LinkedIn, as everyone has said today, is important. Keep your profile up to date. Network as much as you can. Go for different meetups on the university mein par alumni where to you've got this alumni network unme na raho care anje domain mein तो on through आके job मिलेंगे. So there are as I said, visa in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, depending on the course. Following that, you get your PR, and within 4 years or after 4 years, you can get the citizenship. So that's how it is. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful answers. So, Hane, we proceed to the next question, which is accommodation tips on avoiding scams. Yeah, Nilesh bhai, over to you.
Yeah. So again, always connect with your seniors before you're moving abroad. That's a general tip of advice for any of these challenges or the questions we are having, because they have already been through the process. They'll be able to support you in a much better way because they have navigated through those challenges. They know what to avoid, what to do. Specifically for accommodation, try to ask someone on your behalf to actually go to the apartment, and then again, depending on city, depending on the weather type, there'll be many things that you need to look for. So for example, on website or wherever you have seen the promotion that okay, this particular apartment is so and so monthly rent and really looks good in the pictures, but then if you are in a cold area, if the AC is not working, it's not going to help. If you are in some southern states, there can be a roach issue or many kind of different factors that can affect. So it's always better to have someone जो को आला करे वनी ने can actually tour the apartment, see how it is. खाली photos में मस्त न तो दिसा जाए. It's actually good. Also, when you actually tour आके अन्ना एकड़ी चीज खबर पौंदी कि safety क्या रहते हैं. Many cities, if you are living in downtown, certain streets can be shady compared to other areas. So when you actually go there, or someone who is doing it on your behalf आके खबर पौंदी कि okay, pictures भले खासा नहीं, but apartment is a good apartment that you can live in, and the community is good. आजू बाजू जो area safe है. So that is what would matter, and especially in the universities that are located in these cities, and cities that have been known for certain kind of crime. This is a must do and very important aspect when you come to US or any other country. I think other country would have similar challenges. Here, because the gun laws are not that great, so sometimes it can get challenging. So always make sure that you're doing this. Can be help mangla kare, please don't hesitate. Sometimes you may feel कि अंदर question silly है, but people will be willing to help you. पांचे कच्ची में रहती थे चाहिए कि बोले या ना बोल बचा है. तो seniors always have at least 1 or 2 seniors जो का के help करिए था. To avoid scams, also there will be associations like Indian Student Association. हर university में जते भी यही बना होता. They will usually have this kind of sessions or questionnaires or FAQs planned, and on this kind of questions will be addressed, especially based on the university and the city you are going to. Please make sure that you check and connect with them. And then depending on countries, there will be different kind of websites where you can look for the apartments. The US may you can use apartments.com. There is Craigslist, which is now not getting that much of an attention. Student apartment finder la kare, there are various websites. But best thing, would always be to not do this thing single-handedly. कहा मुके आवड़े तो हम Google reviews Zomato ते food order करिया या Google ते reviews check करे I found out कि this apartment community is good etc. And जैसा थे भी बने वाला आयो already make a group of 3 or 4 students or जैसे थे भी आंजो जो को भी preference हो if you want 2 BHK 4 BHK housing communities usually in student areas आके 4 BHK 2 bathroom college town में जितने भी मिली बंदा there will be people sharing the rooms as well so depending on your criteria make sure कि you are reaching out to your seniors find out what's the best possible solution there and of course also figure out कि your rental apartment agencies are allowing you to share many a times cost save करला करे suppose for example Boston is an expensive city जो को भी northeastern university में बने so they usually share their rooms so 2 BHK apartment में there will be 4 people staying or sometimes more than that तो उन case में make sure कि officially your lease allows that because कहीं रह सका था without lease they sign करे but then that can bring in more legal challenges if someone has to come and visit your apartment so he जो को भी rules in rules follow करे and yeah main advice to avoid scams would be to fact check the information by connecting with your seniors or Indian Student Association here.
Thank you, Nilesh. I'm going to start with the UK accommodation scams. Can you guys again hear me properly? I
Yes,
believe so.
you're
Okay,
on.
great. Thank you. First, before I forget, this is a very crucial information. There is a Facebook group called What I Wish I Knew About University. It's a long name. If you can please make a note, anybody who is interested in coming to UK and joining a university for whatever, for undergrad degree or for postgrad degree, please make a note of this Facebook group. There is tons of information about the courses, information about the university, information about the accommodation. I will also try and put that in the chat later, just in case if somebody has missed it. This is a very important group. And the reason as soon as you go into the group, you will see why it is important. Now, coming to the accommodation scams, the way accommodations are allocated in UK, in universities here, is undergrads usually the first year, ideally most of the years, but first year is a guaranteed students accommodation within the campus. I would heavily encourage anyone not to try and save money and not to try and experiment with their living, especially when you're coming for the first time. Please accept the university accommodation, because in that way you are not worried about your area, locality, and you're the kind of agents who bring you those the accommodations. So again, I repeat, and I can't stress this enough. You might think, oh, this is expensive. ये तो खाने का भी देना पड़ रहा है और खाना भी बनाना पड़ रहा है या फिर they're charging me for this extra or that extra. Please do not mind those money because you have no idea the kind of security you would get within the university accommodation is beyond that cost. From second year onwards, by that time you would have established your network and you would have established your friends whom you want to share your location with. You can also find student accommodation within the university, but if you're brave and if you can find something which you can go on for sharing basis, the other biggest scam that happens here is they will take your deposit money, and because they're very popular, some rooms are quite popular, they will take your money and the agent will, that is called deposit money, and they can end up putting more than a required people in it. That is first. Second, they can even charge you exorbitant amount, which you think is not real cost of the deposit or securing the accommodation. Sometimes they can even charge you for the times you're not staying in that property. So you have to be very clear what you're paying for when your accommodation starts. And third, and the most crucial, which I cannot stress enough, last year I had actually had a whole session on this, is to make sure that whichever contract you sign, wherever you get your accommodation, please make sure that all the parties who are sharing are on it. Because you can end up becoming the only responsible person अकोमोडेशन में रहियो अने होड़ा जे वेर एंड टेयर थिए के की भी नुकसान थिए तो जो जन जो नालो अकोमोडेशन जे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ते आए उनके ऊच पर्सन रिस्पॉन्सिबल थिए बाकी ब्या मणे छुट्टी वेने. So please make sure that you are doing the right thing, even though it might cost you a lot of money. Well, not lot money. થોડો જ ઓને બી વધારે થઈએ તો એટલો ખાસ ફરક નતો થઈએ પણ please make sure that you are signing your name on the contract, making sure that you are responsible for the right things. And the other most important thing, again, પાંચે ભાનુશાલી માંથી ક્યાં જો કકડો કિસ્સો થઈ ગયો and which is a very sad incident, કે એ લોકો શેરિંગ બેસિસ તે કોઈ એકોમોડેશન ગેની ગણો એન્ડ અનફોર્ચ્યુનેટલી એ લોકો ઇન્વેન્ટરી સાઇન ન કયો ને ઇન્વેન્ટરી જી કોઈ એવિડન્સ ન હોય. ઇન્વેન્ટરી મીન્સ when you're going into an accommodation, you're making sure that you are taking pictures of all the things that are given to you, your microwave, for example, fridge, freezer, your bed, your chairs, the wall, condition of the wall, the switches, the lights. I know it sounds all very silly and small, but Jokobi at the end of the anjo accommodation jo period हुए, anjo Jokobi contract sign किया हुआ for 12 months or for 3 years, whatever you have signed, when you're leaving, that agent can come back and say, अरे ही ताऊ हड़ो ना देनो ही तोड़ी वेदा anjo deposit जब money पाछा मिलना possible नहीं. And that can be challenged only and only if you have evidence to say mukade jodo milyo am hero chhadiyo hai. Now there is another aspect to it, is that are you real, you got to really look after the place where you are, which means cleaning. जो को starting में conversation थियो ना कि it's not just normal cleaning. They will expect you to give them the property back in the state you got it. And umme responsibility, if you're sharing with people, there is a bright chances that not everybody is like you. If you have been trained to clean and keep tidy, but because you are sharing together, tanji deposit, you want to probably make sure that room ji deposit muji hai, not whole house, or a share of kitchen is yours. So you got to be very clear on what you are taking the responsibility of and take evidences by taking pictures before and after. And another thing, as I said, about the group that you will join, you will see what are the scams that usually happen. But those are more university or area based. Some agents where the accommodation is scarce, they will try and dupe you. They can, not they will always, but they can dupe you. Then you want to be, you go and research, meet your seniors. But first year when you're there, you will establish that information connection and make sure that you are going to the people who are registered as agents, not anybody who comes and says, I have a property, I have a place, you can come and share with me. We can become a double lease payer or a, they call it subletting. Make sure that even if you're doing subletting, please make sure that you are on the contract, or if you're not on the contract, make sure you're not taking responsibility of the other people. This is all for accommodation. So please, next person can go on for that.
Sure. Thank you, Swati-ben. So yeah, I would echo what Swati-ben said and Nilesh said. US and Canada share the border and share a lot of things in common. So what Nilesh has said also applies to Canada. Also culture-based, Canada shares a lot of culture with UK. So I would say similar things. Whatever Swati-ben said is applicable to Canadian accommodation issues as well. So I won't repeat those, but Canada is, as I mentioned, is under housing crisis right now. So rising housing costs and lack of affordable housing are causing issues related to finding accommodation, especially for international students. So जो scenarios generally face करिए था, आई जडे इंडिया थी अचींदा हुआ था, आई accommodation ला करे sign up करे होता और आके थी तो है अचीना सी लजीगन बो, which is really hard. So as Nilesh said, connect with your seniors, like again, use your network for that, who help करिंदा आके थे. So general issues को थी ऐसा यहाँ क्या just एक hint दे दिया, overcrowding, which is the biggest issue. पाके ही बहुत normal लगे कि multiple people साथे accommodation share करी होंदा, but most of the time it's illegal. આજે લીઝ તે એટલે જો को पा इंडिया में चोयूं भाड़ा करार राइट उनते स्पेसिफिकली मेंशन्ड हूंदो कि ही हिकिड़े जणे के बो जणे के ही यूनिट मिलंदो. त ने हुन लिस्ट जेको स्वाति बेन सेठ जंहिंजो नाम लिखियलु हूंदो हू लाइबल हूंदो हुन लाइ करे. सो मेक श्योर के ऐं जंहिं साथ शेयर करींदा हू ऑब्वियसली तव्हांखे शेयर करणो खपंदो बेस्ड ऑन द करंट क्राइसिस इन हाउसिंग. सो मेक श्योर કે અહીં જ્યાં સાથે શેર કરીંदा ઉની કંઈ ઓળખો था ઉની કંઈ સારો આંજો બને તો ઉની સાથે તો અહીં ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ ક્લિનિંગ જે ઇશ્યુઝ અચે કે ॿियो कीअं अचे त અહીં મળે ભેગા મળીને ઉनखे સોલ્વ કર્યો રાइट. ओवर क्राउडिंग सो सिनेरियो को रहे कि फ्यू इयर्स पहला अराउंड लेट्स से 5 इयर्स पहला फॉर 500 और 550 a month आके आंजो पंहिंजो हिकिड़ो हाउस आहे लेट्स से 4 bedroom वारो हाउस आहे उनमें आके आंजो पंहिंजो पर्सनल रूम मिली सघे थो. हाणे same amount of money 550 or 600 a month I maybe bedroom share करींदा 1 to 2 person સાથે અને हुन जिन हाउस में पहला खाली 4 ॼणा રહ્યા थे 5 ॼणा રહ્યા थे maybe if they are living one of the person is living in the living room. now हाणे same house में almost 12 થી 13 ॼणा रहंदा. that's a really sad reality especially जो को most crowded areas आहिनि जेको चयो आहे GTA टोरंटो અને हिन जे आसपास जा cities. सो हिन में ही બહુ જ હલે તો સો ही ધ્યાન રખજા કે જડે પણ અહીં હાઉસિંગ સિલેક્ટ કર્યો અને અવેલેબિલિટી બિગેસ્ટ ઇશ્યુ है. अनफॉर्चुनेटली लास्ट ॿ वरे में घणे पंहिंजा भानुशाली स्टूडेंट्स खे ही फेस करणो खपियो आहे अने हिकिड़ो ॿ स्टूडेंट्स रियली वरी ख़राब सिचुएशन में अची विया हुआ. हिकिड़ी वस्तु हिकिड़ी एक्सपेक्टेशन बेस्ड हिकिड़ी वस्तु इन केस पेरेंट्स पण उहे हिन कॉल ते त एनकरेज करींदो कि ही सोणो ने सम्झो कि जॾहिं ऐं स्टूडेंट्स हलायो था हिते या छोकिरा हलायो था हिते त ऐं ऑब्वियसली बॉस के रीच आउट करींदा असांजे नेटवर्क के रीच आउट करींदा बट नॉर्थ अमेरिका अमेरिका एंड कैनेडा बहु वॾो आहे अने जे व्यक्ति पंहिंजा रहंदा मेंबर्स रहंदा बड़ा फार रहंदा अने ऑलमोस्ट पंहिंजी बड़ी यंग कम्युनिटी आहे એટલે મોસ્ટ લાઇકલી અહીં જंहिंखे હેલ્પ કલા કરે રીચ આઉટ કર્યો था हू पण मे बी हेल्प मंगदा हूंदा कंहिं वटां એટલે हू હેર हुन स्टेट में न हूंदा कि इमीडिएट कोई हेल्प अकोमोडेशन रिलेटेड right away पुॼाए सघे. everyone tries their best here but in last 2 years incidents ते आई कि legal issues को ॿिया कोई issues जे related students was or were on the verge to becoming homeless. पंहिंजा स्टूडेंट्स पंहिंजा भानुशाली स्टूडेंट्स असांखे थोड़ी लेट ख़बर पई हुनजी बट जॾहिं ख़बर पई असीं इमीडिएट एक्शन्स कढा ने हुन सिचुएशन में न अचे लाइ ॾिना स्टूडेंट खे बट ही वस्तु બહુ ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ है कि कम्युनिटी સાથે કનેક્ટેડ રહ્યો અને પહેલાથી પ્રિપેર્ડ રહ્યો એક્સપેક્ટેશન્સ આંજી રિયલિસ્ટિક રખો તો ही અહીં બેલેન્સ કરી શકતા સો એટલે ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ है નેટવર્ક બનાવી રખો કમ્યુનિકેટ કર્યો તો ही મળે અવોઇડ થઈ શકતો. કોઈ પુઅર કન્ડિશન્સ કે ही બહુ કોમન થઈ ગયું જેતે એટલે ઓબ્વિયસલી જેતે 4-5 જણા રહ્યા તેની જગ્યાએ હાણે 13 જણા रहंदा રાइट ને ક્લીનલીનેસ ન રખતા ને એડો મેળે થींदो તો living conditions खराब थी सकेंदी. So it's leaking ceilings, insect infestations, inadequate washrooms. ही मेड़े इम्पैक्ट करींदो ने અહીં જેટલો સારી રીતે રોંदा એટલો અહીં આજે સારી સ્ટડીઝ में फोकस करे सकदा આજે जॉब ते फोकस करे सकदा जो અહીં જેતે રોંदा होते અહીં जो અહીં 6 થી 8 કલાક जी निंदर पर नगे नहीं सकदा सरखी રીતે तांजो ॿियो मेड़े इम्पैक्ट थींदो એટલે ही જરાક ही हिनते थोड़ो ध्यान ॾिजा गज कॉस्ट सेविंग कला न वञा. फाइनेंशियल स्ट्रेन हूंदो अगेन पहला चयो रीति के जॉब नथी मिले तंहिंजे कारण फाइनेंशियल स्ट्रेन हूंदो पंहिंजो हिकिड़ो ओनली सोल्यूशन आहे कि प्लान करे न अचो ही मड़े वस्तु त जंहिंजो ऐं रस्तो कढी सघंदा अने जेको स्कैम्स थी वेंदा सो ॿ टाइप जा मेन स्कैम्स थी वेंदा हिकिड़ो फेक रेंटल लिस्टिंग्स हिते जी मड़े इवन पॉपुलर वेबसाइट्स आहिनि जेको जिन रीति ताईं ऑनलाइन सर्च करींदा त फेक रेंटल लिस्टिंग्स अचींदा घर जा फोटा पाड़े वेंदा अने पोइ रखंदा कि हाई अवेलेबल आहे रेंट ते ऐं पे करे छॾींदा हुते वेंदा ख़बर पवंदी कि ही त ऑलरेडी रेंट ते ठही वियो आहे अथवा हुते त ॿियो कोई रहे थो ही रेंट ते होज न त ही हिकिड़ो बहु वॾो हिकिड़ो इशू थी विया थो अने इम्पर्सनेशन स्कैम्स सो स्कैमर्स कोर करींदा कि गवर्नमेंट एजेंट बंदा और अथवा स्टूडेंट्स जेको नवा आया हुए ने अहिड़ी रीति इलीगल रहंदा हुए क्राउडिंग करे ने इन रीति उन्हीं के आई गेस कुछ जिन के थ्रेट करींदा राइट धमकी ॾींदा ने अहिड़ो करींदा कि इमिग्रेशन स्टेटस लॉस थी वेंदो, पंहिंजी यूनिवर्सिटी मां थी कढाए वेचबो, के मे बी रिपोर्ट कराए वेचबो ने अहिड़ी मिड़े धमकियूं पण मिलनि थियूं। अने हिन जे कारण स्टूडेंट्स ड्रिजी ने पोइ બહુ ખરાબ સિચ્યુએશન્સ में अची वञे था घणी રીતે। सो हिन मनी टाइप जा स्कैम्स वेंदा ने हिन में ॿाहिर निकिरेला करे पोइ व्यक्ति कोई पण टाइप जो पेमेंट कला रेडी वेंदा। सो अगेन ही जेको पण असीं शेयर करियूं था के डिस्करेज कला करे ना आहे, पण एटले लाइ करे आहे कि वेल प्रिपेयर्ड अचो हिते। अहिड़ा मिड़े केसिस बोरा ओछा थी वेंदा, बट वी जस्ट वांट टू मेक श्योर के पंहिंजा स्टूडेंट सही कि જેટલે કે પાણ ઓળખું था उनમાંથી કોઈ પણ हेड़े में ही मेरे वस्तु फेस न करनी खपे, એટલે આ સાથે શેર કર્યું था, so you can plan better. Right, I will rest my voice here and next to Germany.
Yes, thank you मयूर भा। तो एकोमोडेशन ला करे आऊं शुरुआत करींदो के સૌથી પહેલો ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ ટોપિક આવું ચાਹੁंदो કે અહીં એકોમોડેશન ગોતે જો ચાલુ કર્યો ઇન્ડિયાથી as soon as you get acceptance letter or maybe even before that. So if you are expecting કે અહીં આકે બોતરે યુનિવર્સિટીઝ આકે ખબર જ આય કે એડાથી આકે 99% ચાન્સ है કે એડાનું આકે acceptance મિલી વેંદો. Start already looking for accommodations in those cities. જેટલો વહેલો સ્ટાર્ટ કરીંદા ઓટલો બેટર. That's the first highlight I want to say. અને हिकिड़ो क्वेश्चन हुन रहियो चैट ते के यूनिवर्सिटी हॉस्टल्स आहिनि की नहीं अहिड़ा त ऐं हर यूनिवर्सिटी हर सिटी में हिकिड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी हुए थी जेको हुन सिटी खे रिप्रेज़ेंट करे थी। जहिड़ी तव्हां कोबलेंस सिटी में हो त मुंहिंजी यूनिवर्सिटी जो नालो यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ कोबलेंस आहे। त हर यूनिवर्सिटी यानी हर सिटी में हिकिड़ो स्टूडेंटनि वर्क करे ने हिकिड़ो हॉस्टल हुए जे उहो यूनिवर्सिटी स्टूडेंट्स लाइ करे जुए। पर हिन में हिकिड़ो कैच हिकिड़ो से आहे की हिन जी वेटिंग पीरियड कॾहिं कॾहिं 1.5 वरे સુધી हुए थी। त आंजो हिकिड़ो वरे पती वेंदो सेमिस्टर जो पोइ आके आंजो नंबर अची वेंदो त वेटिंग लिस्ट बहु हाई हुए थी। त એટલે એઝ સુન એઝ અહીં એપ્લાય કરે વેજો અગર અહીં લખી આવ્યો તો અમુક જણે કે લોટરી બેઝ તે મિલી પણ વને थी। अगर कोई इवेक्युएट करे तो मिली पण वने तो वेकेट करे तो बट चांसेस बहु ओछा हुए था એટલે જેટલો પહેલા એપ્લાય કરે શકો એટલો કરેજો। हुनजे अलावा जेको ऑप्शन्स आहिनि से ॿिया रेप्यूटेड सोर्सिस आहिनि जंहिंजा नाला गिनदो एप्लीकेशन्स अने वेबसाइट्स आहिनि जेको रेप्यूटेड आहिनि वेगे गेसुक स्टूडेंटन वेग इमोबिलियन स्काउट ही अमुक आउं नाला विझी छॾींदो चैट ते। हिन में ते अप्लाई करे सघो था। मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम हेॾा थी आके लैंडलॉर्ड्स रिप्लाई करिए था। त दिस आर द वेबसाइट्स और एप्लीकेशन्स विच यू कैन यूज़। अने हिकिड़ो चीज़ आके आउं चवंदो कि हिकु हेल्प करींदी जेको नेटवर्किंग जो जेको पॉइंट हो कि नेटवर्क आके सीनियर्स थी करनू अने ओड़ा जेको बॉस जा जेको मेंबर्स थी हुन थी करनू अने समटाइम्स के जहिड़ी चऊं कि बॉस जा मेंबर अवेलेबल न आहिनि सीनियर्स आके रिप्लाई नथा ॾियनि। त जर्मनी में हिकिड़ो सिस्टम आहे कि जहिड़ो आंजो एक्सेप्टेंस लेटर अचे थो जहिड़ो आके एडमिशन मिले थो त हिकिड़ो बडी आके असाइन थिए थो हिकिड़ो बडी प्रोग्राम करे ने हुए कि हर हिकिड़े स्टूडेंट खे हिकिड़ो बडी असाइन करे में अचे जेको हेॾा ऑलरेडी भणे था उन जे कोर्स में सेम कोर्स वारा हू उनमें थी हिकिड़ो छोकिरो आके हिकिड़े स्टूडेंट खे असाइन थिए में अची वेंदो। हू बडी आके पूरी रीते इनिशियली सेटल थिए में हेल्प करींदो जहिड़ी तव्हांजो सिटी रजिस्ट्रेशन आहे। समटाइम्स इवन हू लोग आके रेलवे स्टेशन ते पिकअप कला पण अचे। त हुन सां तव्हांजो शुरूआती थी बॉन्डिंग सारो बनाए रखेजो थोड़ो सारो रैपो रखेजो। अने हिन में कुल्ला चाहतो आहियां क्यों कि जहिड़ो आके अगर कोई लैंडलॉर्ड रिप्लाई करे तो कि हाँ आके फ्लैट ॾिन लाइ करे तैयार आहियां त उनजी जेन्युइनिटी चेक कर ला करे आके पंहिंजे बडी खे रिक्वेस्ट करनी पवंदी कि हिकिड़ी बार ओॾा वञी ने इन प्रेजेंस चेक करे अचे कि हू जेन्युइन आहे कि न आहे। बिकॉज स्कैम थे ओॾा थी था कि ऐं हेॾा वेठा आहियो इंडिया में ने ऐं फ्लैट ॻोल्हियो था एब्रॉड में तो हुनखे कीअं मिनिमाइज करे सघो था चांस की मिनिमाइज करना है कि आके जो स्कैम न थी है तव्हांजा बडी आहिनि सीनियर्स आहिनि उनखे आके उनखे चइजो कि हिकिड़ी ऑर्डर वञी हू लोग नेरे अचे कि जेन्युइन आहे कि न आहे। अने सेकेंड थिंग कि आके स्कैम थी कीअं अवॉइड थियणो हिकिड़ो त पहिली चीज आके अपफ्रंट पेमेंट न करे जी कॾहिं पण अगर हू चए कि आके डिपॉजिट पहला पे करनी पवंदी पोइ पाण कॉन्ट्रैक्ट साइन करिबो अहिड़ो कॾहिं न हुए। पहला कॉन्ट्रैक्ट साइन थिए पोइ ऐं पूरा पेमेंट करियो। अने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट जर पण आके अगर कोई हलाए तो नहीं नेरो था तो एडा एकड़ो सेज अगेन आंचो लैंग्वेज इज कनेक्टेड टू ऑल द टॉपिक्स एडा जा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट जर्मन लैंग्वेज में लिखियल हूंदा ताके ट्रांसलेट करे ने पूरो वाचणो पवंदो एकड़ो से। अने जहिड़ी રીતે સ્વાતિબેન ચયો હર ટેનન્ટ जो सिग्नेचर हुन ते हुअणु खपे ही सेम चीज़ मूं साथे थी वई ॿिए कंहिंजी ॻाल्हि गुला करणी मूं साथे थी वई जंहिं आउं जंहिं फ्लैट ॻोल्हियो हुते तैर मूंखे हिकिड़ो ॼणो लैंडलॉर्ड एक्सेप्ट करे खणे की रेडी आहे ऐं मुंहिंजो जेको जिन फ्लैट में ऑलरेडी रहियो हुते हू आउं ॾेई ॾिनो मुंहिंजे लैंडलॉर्ड खे अने होॾा हली वियो मेरे पैकिंग करे ने बट देन होॾा जो हिकिड़ो टेनेंट डिनाई कयईं की हू मूंखे एक्सेप्ट नहीं करे बिकॉज ऑफ सम अदर रीजन्स बिकॉज ऑफ सम कास्ट रीजन और सम अदर रीजन त अगरि हिकिड़ो पण टेनेंट तव्हांखे अगरि डिनाय करे थो त लैंडलॉर्ड पण की न करे सघे त એટલે करे મેળે ધ્યાનથી કરનું કોન્ટ્રાક્ટ સાઇન કરે ટાણે નેરનું કે મેણી ટેનેન્ટ जी સિગ્નેચર आहे કે નહીં અને सबलेट जो पण हिकिड़ो ऑप्शन हुए थो कि अगरि तव्हांखे जॉब अगरि केॾानो एकोमोडेशन गोते में अगरि प्रॉब्लम थिए थी त होॾा हिकिड़ो सबलेट ते वञी ने रही सघो था अने होॾा वञी ने गोते सघो था ही एकदम एक्सट्रीम सिनेरियो आहे कि अगरि तव्हांखे बाई चांस नथी मिले अने हाणे जो हाणे कॉलेज चालू थिए वारी आहे पर अगरि अञा સુધી तव्हांखे एकोमोडेशन न आहे मिलो त सबलेट ते होॾा हिकिड़े ॿ महीने लाइ वञी सघो था सबलेट ते तव्हांखे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट बट हुन सबलेट जे बेसिस ते ऐं सिटी रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं करे सघो बैंक अकाउंट ओपन नहीं करे सघो बट हा होॾा वञी ने तव्हांखे गोते में थोरी आसानी थींदी से हिकिड़ो हुई सघे अने बाक़ी जेको पण पॉइंट्स आहिनि से ऑलरेडी कवर्ड आहिनि बाक़ी एक्सपर्ट्स वटां तो या देन आई विल पास ऑन टू बादल भाई
Thanks, Rahul bhai. I think the points mentioned already kind of unfortunately implies on Ireland as well because Ireland with the housing crisis has been going on for decades. You have to be, kind of always be cautious about the move that you're going to make. Ireland Achiti Pehla, I would say that get yourself joined in different accommodation related groups and get familiar with couple of popular websites, daft.ie, myhome.ie, and they rental la kare which made property vichita just create your account and add your number to it so that as soon as koi no accommodation achindo the you're kind of informed as well as you can tailor your search as per the requirement. Baki, the types of scams or the experts have mentioned is quite similar sort of scenario in Ireland as well. Dublin particularly is going through very rough housing crisis. The accommodation મળનું પણ બહુ વડો challenge છે એના કરે પાંજા જેકો Indians અહીં we have a group called Accommodation for Indians in Dublin, accommodation for Indians in Dublin ही पण एक group है ने Indians in Ireland ही पण एक group है. I'm sure for other counties like Limerick or Cork other for those counties as well Indian group होगा. So connect to and there you will see people kind of posting different accommodations in different locations. So again, never pay your deposit when you are unless you have arrived here. You have yourself visited the accommodation ने visit પણ હેડો ના કે આકે એજન્ટ બહારથી બતાવે બધું ને you won't even enter the house or the property. Always make sure that you have kind of went through in and looked all of the basic amenities have been provided or not, and unless you don't sign the lease and everything, do not pay a penny. Okay, temporary accommodations are the best way to get yourself into the country, like Airbnb. Again, Airbnb may पण make sure कि good number of reviews are there. Homestay करने को website है, follow you can book those temporary sort of accommodations 3 weeks 4 weeks, considering the intensity of the housing crisis. I would say कि 2-3 weeks पण ओछा पेता. So make sure कि आके जेड़ा पण जो accommodation near to college या near to any other institute where you're going to get yourself admitted into आके अगर आजू बाजू का पे या good community, good commute distance तक पे तो or just get yourself fully well versed with those areas. With that, I just say that I will conclude here and pass it on to Jatin.
થેન્ક્સ બાદલભાઈ. લગભગ મેળે કવર તો કરે છે ને ઓસ્ટ્રેલિયામાં પણ સિમિલર સ્કેમ્સની તો પીપલ આર જસ્ટ વેઇટિંગ. ફેસબુક ગ્રુપ્સ પણ જે કી મેન્શન ક્યાંય યા ઇટ્સ ગુડ ટુ જોઈન, ગુડ ટુ આસ્ક, બટ when your due diligence करे जो उसको लाके on Facebook group they पण there will be people and they can still scam you. I guess Australia में you can of course like all other countries university जे accommodation वेता so you can definitely opt for that. Expensive होंदा but maybe you can stay there for the initial time. जो ग्रुप बनी हुई पोइ अलग थी का तो अपार्टमेंट का हाउस रेंट ते करे सको था का इंडिविजुअली आई कोई पण बे केते शहर में रही सको था. देर आर हिते हिकिड़ी वो वेबसाइट्स ऐं फ्लैटमेट्स करे हिकिड़ो आहे अने ॿियो रियल एस्टेट करे हुन ते पण आके रेंटल प्रॉपर्टीज़ ने नेरे सको था. सो दैट्स वन वे. अने एज एवरीवन सेड कि अगर लकीली ऑस्ट्रेलिया में पंहिंजा जेकी पण मेजर सिटीज़ ऐं हुते ऐं I know Bhanushali people there. तो अगर आई कोई पण हुते अचो था तो let me know. Then best चीज़ है कि अगर आई कोई सिलेक्ट करे होता then better to go and personally inspect करिए. That will be the best option. And don't give any deposits, as everyone said. The same thing applies in Australia as well. What I guess, yeah, pretty much that's all. There are scams. And जब पहला अच्छा होता तो it is also good to stay at a hotel as well, maybe for 1 week. अगर અહીં शॉर्टलिस्ट करेगा ना कि कितने रहणो है यूनिवर्सिटी जे बाजू में, शॉर्टलिस्ट ऑल द हाउसेस का जेकी पण अपार्टमेंट्स का जेकी पण है अच्छी ने 1 week 2 weeks stay at a hotel. It might be expensive but hotel is still safer than anywhere else. And then go and personally inspect the places and then sign up. And again it's the same thing हिते ऑस्ट्रेलिया में अगर usually आई 4 week जो बॉन्ड दे होता as a deposit અને 2 weeks जो रेंट અહીં एडवांस में दे होता. तो ऑलवेज અહીં જ્યારે કોન્ટ્રાક્ટ સાઇન કર્યો ઉન પુઠિયા અગેન એ પૈસા દીજા અને અગર અહીં ઓફિશિયલ ચેનલથી વેંदा તો આ जो बॉन्ड होते जो गवर्नमेंट लोकल गवर्नमेंट जो जेकी पण काउंसिल होंदो उते रजिस्टर थई वेंदो. यू विल गेट अ ईमेल. सो जस्ट फॉलो ऑल दिस थिंग्स एंड देन एज आई सेड अगर कि यहाँ के ऑस्ट्रेलिया जो है तो आई नो एवरीवन मेजर सिटीज में आई नो पीपल देयर पंहिंजा तो आई कैन हेल्प यू देयर. सो ऑल गुड.
Thank you. Your answer is very useful. It tips scams. I think when the students को विने वाला है वो useful थी ना उन्हें. So let's give our experts a short break and move on to hear from a student who has been recently admitted to Northeastern University for a master's in biotechnology. So we have Drashti Bhanushali from Gam Harbada with us. So congratulations, Drashti. We kindly request you to share your experience. Do we have Drashti online?
Hi, हरिओम मणिके. ऑन दृष्टि हुरबड़ा आया गाम हाजा पर ने मुके रिसेंटली नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न में एडमिट मिलो है. 26 ऑगस्ट जो फ्लाई करी थी. सो सौथी फर्स्ट मुके मुझे एक्सपीरियंस जे बारे में चवनो. द मोस्ट इम्पोर्टंट थिंग जे हाणे जे भी स्टूडेंट्स हैं जे हाणे सोचे था अप्लाई करे जो ने एडमिट ला करे वेट करिए था any all of them. The most important thing is कि पहला ही क्यों कोर्स डिसाइड करा था बिकॉज ही एकड़ी चीज है जे आंजो डिसीजन वडा विने जो मेक अने ब्रेक करी थी हूँ मुला करे भी लाइक गच मणे बॉस जे थ्रू भी गच मणी जाने थी कनेक्ट कियो जो ऑलरेडी होडा आई ने हेडा भी सीनियर्स थी भी बात कियो तो मणी जो ही चवनो कि सौथी फर्स्ट आई क्यों कोर्स चूज करा था ना वो बहु मैटर करे तो इग्या विनी करे ने. सो आ मुझे मास्टर्स ला કરીને વેના હતી. અને સેકન્ડ થિંગ ઇઝ કે બહુ મળે યુનિવર્સિટીઝ અહીં ફ્રોમ US ટુ UK ગચ આખે વર્લ્ડ में બટ સૌથી ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ ચીજ थी હતી કે આંજે કોર્સ લા કરીને which university is the best અને હર યુનિવર્સિટી જો કોર્સ ડિઝાઇન અલગ हुए તો જે સૌથી સુટેબલ આલા કરે પિંડલા કરે हुए પ્લીઝ પ્રોપર રિસર્ચ કરી તા હેન ચીજ बिकॉज ये बहुत क्रुशियल थी હતી ने ही बहुत इम्पोर्टंट थी तो जैसे आंजा एप्लीकेशन भी रेडी કર્યો था जैसे आंजो एसे लिखो था जैसे आंजा लेटर ऑफ रिकमेंडेशंस आंजे प्रोफेसर्स वेटा थी केना था ही बहुत मैटर करे तो बिकॉज जैसे आगे कोई पूछ दो कि व्हाई आर यू गोइंग देयर फॉर व्हाट कोर्स ताट इटलो क्लियर पिक्चर होनो खपे कि ही यूनिवर्सिटी मुला करे ही ऑफर करे सके थी. रँकिंग वायज ने ना इनिशियली मनी जो ही हुआ कि मुझे ना बेस्ट रैंक्ड यूनिवर्सिटी में वेनो है बट प्रॉब्लम ये थी कि होनी यूनिवर्सिटी जा जे कोर्स है वो मुदला करे जे मुके जे 11 ने करना होला करे वो डिजाइंड જ नहीं. That university is not offering me the course and the type of structure that will help me in my future. So please don't fall in that trap कि rankings या લોકેશન ને હું મળેલા કરીને અહીં જસ્ટ બીકોઝ હું એટલી ફેન્સી સાઉન્ડ કરે હતી યા યુનિવર્સિટીનો એટલો રેપ્યુટેશન યસ ઓબ્વિયસલી પ્લીઝ ડુ યોર થરો રિસર્ચ કે અહીં हिकिड़ी गुड रेप्यूटेड यूनिवर्सिटी में वञो था because that helps when you pass out and you're looking for jobs. It does matter, but not so much. Don't go after the rankings of the university because आंजी पर्सनल स्किल સૌથી વધારે મેટર કરે थी नहीं पिंड के की आई डेवलप करे सको था हुन यूनिवर्सिटी में क्या रिसोर्सेज अवेलेबल है. मुझे कोर्स है मास्टर्स इन बायोटेक्नोलॉजी तो जस्ट एन एग्जांपल मुझे कोर्स ला કરીને સૌથી ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ हो कि द સ્ટ્રક્ચર કરિક્યુલમ સ્ટ્રક્ચર અને જે લેબ ફેસિલિટીઝ અને ઇન્સ્ટ્રુમેન્ટેશન ને જે ઓફર થયા હતો હું સૌથી की हाईलाइट पॉइंट्स which made me kind of make a pros and cons list of for example જે top 10 universities આ research કરીને find કરી હોય જે મુझे કોર્સ લા કરીને ગત સારી અને don't hesitate to apply in multiple universities. અહીં જ્યારે રોનીજા a year ago मतलब around September થી ચાલુ थी है हिनी मनी यूनिवर्सिटीज जा ना there are fairs जे प्लीज अटेंड करी था बिकॉज જ્યારે उन फेयर के अटेंड કર્યો ताकि इन डेप्थ उन यूनिवर्सिटी के बारे में उड़ा था जे representatives हुए वो अच्छी કરીને चाहिए ताकि what is our university about values everything and also you get lot of codes which are fee waiver codes for application. Use them. Try करी था कि as much there are lot of resources available जेड़ा ત્યાં application fee waivers हुए છે codes મેલી વેન આકે ઓલા કરીને એટલે હેઝિટેટ ન કરી જા જેટલી possible universities જ્યાં જે parameters થી match કરીએ હતી મણી में apply કરી જા because you never know અને જ્યારે apply કરી દો ને ત્યારે એકડો hesitation અચી વેના कि I don't think मुके हिन यूनिवर्सिटी में मिल दो हिन यूनिवर्सिटी रेपुटेशन बहुत सारो है तो this is very highly ranked but you never know અહીં હોની જે હોન કોર્સ લા કરીને best fit ਹੁੰਦਾ એટલે please don't hesitate apply to as many universities જેટા બી આનો dream થયા તો and most important advice that I got was कि हिन में भी just don't go कि ना हिनी मनी में मुके मिली वेंदो. So for example अगर इन 10 universities decide કર્યા था तो उनमें थी keep 2 or 3 as your safe schools in the sense that उनका past records नहरो ने see कि what kind of students have been admitted in university में. So उनके हिसाब थी keep your safe schools की हिनी universities में तो मुके मिली ज वेंदो करने and also keep 3 or 4 your high aiming ones की let's try because you never know if you can get admitted in those as well. So edit properly thoda like try and match all your parameters and see which universities and which course is the best fit for you. Also જ્યારે ઓડા જે seniors અને પાંજા ભાનુશાલી જે લોક અહીં જો already on area में અહીં ઓડા રહેતા please ઓની બેરો connect કર્યો because they exactly know ઓડા જે current job market as પહેલા બી મળે જાણા છે who in depth they are working they know कि what kind of skills are required in the market right now and future में भी किंजी need पौंधी and current खाली basis te वेंदा and future में उन job ला કરીને problems थीनियो so that also does not make sense. तो इन गाल करियो ताकि खबर पौंधी the more people that you will speak to that help for me कि જેટલા હું વધારે લોકોથી ગાલ કરી ઓટલો મુકે અના in depth about हर चीज क्लियर थी नहीं आवी पहला एडो लगे कि ओ माय गॉड ही गच मळे इन्फॉर्मेशन थी है तीने मुके समझ नथी पे बट एक्चुअली इट हेल्प्स अने बहु क्लियर पिक्चर एकड़े पॉइंट पे आके मिली वेंदो अने लास्ट थिंग इज apply for your I-20 and everything as soon as you get an admit letter અને also for your visa slots इन चीजें के बहुत टाइम लगे तो अने don't fall for any scams. Make sure that you're verifying all your resources and all your sources. અને હેરે જી accommodation થી વાત થઈ even I was facing that problem, but Panja je Bhanushali support system hai, it helped a lot with providing me with links and WhatsApp group. तो वो help किया. So as soon as थिया please accommodation जो भी इन लोग का sort करे, because वो major problem and it becomes a lot of like a stressful situation अगर accommodation ना થયું હોય. And for incoming northeastern students, please let's connect. પાલો કા એકડે વ્યક્તિ ગાલ કરી શકો અને અગર weekend કે બી inquiry हुआ about the admission process and how to apply and everything, you can always reach out to me. And best of luck and thank you everyone the opportunity lavi.
Thank you, Drashti. Wish you best luck for your future endeavors. Okay, so I'll quickly Kaljo जो को agenda है वो announce करे हुए जाती before we go back to the fireside chat. So tomorrow we have Viransh Chandra, who law student at the University of Oxford. So he will be covering a lot of amazing topics and also will chair the Bhanushali Model United Nations, जो को ये time very first time boss event में खड़ी आया हुआ है. तो ही 1 hour simulation एकड़ो live debate include करिंदो on pressing global issues. MUN जा जितला भी concepts हैं वो एकदम interactive way में explain करिबो. The participants will get insights into each country's stance on the issues and also a brief report on each country's conclusions. So in event में participate करे थी जितला भी viewers हैं यानी participants हैं उन्हीं जी public speaking skills, debate global issues ते की debate थी है, कोई diplomatic awareness, networking ये मेरे skills बहुत improve थी. So this session is co-chaired by Vidhi Bhanushali, who's studying English and creative writing at the University of Birmingham. In addition to MUN, we also have agencies like Gyan Foundation and TASA Global present, which will be assisting end-to-end foreign education process. We also have wonderful influencers lined up like Robert Adams and Avni Rathore. અને એન્ડ में अलग अलग टेबल सेटअप थे वारी है जिनमें ही एजेंसीज અને એની ટીમ્સ ઉંધી પૂરી ડેડિકેટેડ તયોડા વિની શકો તા નેટવર્કિંગ કરી શકો તા આંડા જેટલા બી સ્ટડી અબ્રોડ યા વર્ક અબ્રોડ રિલેટેડ જેટલા બી ડાઉટ્સ हैं वो ફિઝિકલ ઇન પર્સન ઓની એક્સપર્ટ્સ થી ક્લિયર કરાઈ શકો. તો એ કાલ જો એજન્ડા है બહુ ઇન્ટરેસ્ટિંગ ઇવેન્ટ ఉందో તો વી લુક ફોરવર્ડ ટુ સીઈંગ યુ देयर. So yeah, now let's take a few questions from the audience. अंके की questions हैं हैवर तो फटाफट chat box में like type करे भेजो. Okay, तो बांगे एकड़ो question आयो है that is from Jay Mange, Gam Dhanawada. After completing BTech in data science this year, I am interested in 3 domains: cybersecurity, data science, and quantum computing. Now I'm confused in selecting one field for masters. Then I need to look for university, country, and scholarships. Please guide me with this. Can anyone take up this question?
So I can quickly take up.
Yeah.
Coronado student jo?
Jay Mange.
Jay Mange. Jay, if you are there.
I asked the question. हरिओम कैलाश भाई जय बोला दो
Video चालू कर. Let's join quickly.
Yeah, sure.
फटाफट.
Am I visible?
You will be.
थोड़ा नेटवर्क का
Okay, network issue है तो video turn off कर दो. Yeah,
ठीक है अभी दिख रहा हूँ
quickly ask the question. Yes.
और कम है. Yeah, so basic question was कि मैंने बीटेक इसी साल complete किया in data science and I have interest in cyber security but don't have in-depth knowledge में. Data science में in-depth knowledge है. I have learned about various algorithms and a lot of stuff about it. उसमें masters करना है and quantum computing is a booming career. I एक next 10 years का vision है. So I was not able to decide कि क्या करना चाहिए इस पे.
So all 3 is good. I'll confuse you even more, but I'll give you some direction basically. So मेरा opinion क्या रहेगा? एक word में, right? Data science, evergreen. Like next 15 years तुम्हें कोई tension नहीं. So that is first. Cyber security, my personal favorite. Because cyber security के इसमें काफी कुछ challenges आने वाले हैं. If you are a cyber security guy, तुम्हारे पीछे लाइन लगेगी, एंड इफ यू आर अ गुड गाय बेसिकली. सो दैट्स काइंड ऑफ रियली इंटरेस्ट, दैट इज व्हाट आई एम सजेस्टिंग यू राइट नाउ, कि अगर तुम्हारे पास चॉइस है, go with cyber security. But I said data science evergreen, right? So that's the thing. Quantum computing. Quantum computer देखा है कैसा है होता है? Do you know how
देखा
many?
है।
देखा है? Okay, in person,
हाँ।
right? ये इतना बड़ा किस तरह से IBM has, like, a lot of companies they have it. It's a future. So if you are in a long game, मतलब ऐसा लंबी रेस का घोड़ा बनना है, तो quantum computing is for you, because उसके इसमें ऐसा नहीं है कि 1-2 साल किया और हो गया. कंसिडरेबल टाइम करना पड़ेगा, एक एक्सपर्टीज डेवलप करना पड़ेगा. यू हैव टू बिकम लाइक अ रिसर्च फेलो. सो इट्स लाइक अ लंबी रेस का घोड़ा वाला टाइप थिंग. सो इट्स अप टू यू टू डिसाइड, लाइक क्या करना है. तुम्हारे फ्रेंड्स हैं या तो फिर तुम्हारे अदर फोक्स, दिल पुट, आई गॉट हायर्ड एट गूगल, दिस इज व्हाट माय सैलरी, एंड बहुत कुछ ऐसा दिखने को मिलेगा. वहां से अगर डिस्करेजमेंट आ गया तो फिर गड़बड़ है. सो वो नहीं होना चाहिए. यू आर फोकस, ओके मुझे क्वांटम, बिकॉज क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग इज द फ्यूचर फॉर श्योर, राइट? बिकॉज अभी का जो है सेमीकंडक्टर्स एंड एवरीथिंग, चिप साइज आर गेटिंग स्मॉलर एंड स्मॉलर एंड स्मॉलर, बट कितना छोटा होगा? क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग इज द आंसर. लाइक देयर आर लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स, पर उसके लिए 10 साल डालना पड़ेगा इसमें. सो इफ यू आर अप फॉर
Now
दैट,
the question is,
दैट्स द
yeah,
yeah.
I am ready to give 10 years to quantum computing, but जो अभी एक दो साल के बाद मास्टर्स करूंगा, तो उसके बाद जॉब सिक्योरिटी का क्या, लाइक इज देयर अ जॉब इन रिसर्च इन क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग, या फिर कैसा होगा वो?
लेस, राइट? सो आई वुड, मैंने अभी भी एडवाइस दिया है बहुत सारे जन को कि विच डोमेन, लाइक व्हेन दे आर फाइनलाइजिंग कि कौन सा मेजर मुझे करना है, लाइक जस्ट साइबर सिक्योरिटी, जस्ट डेटाबेस, जस्ट नेटवर्किंग, जस्ट एआई, मशीन लर्निंग. सो मैंने ऐसा किया है कि इफ यू आर kind of okay with like everything, then pick up general, because general के लिए सारे companies available है to get a job. So if your priority is to get hired immediately, general is the answer for sure. But then cyber
कंप्यूटर साइंस
security
का
भी,
मास्टर्स।
yeah, cyber security अगर पकड़ा तो then also you'll get hired easily. Data science very easily, everybody needs data science expert, because सारा data भी digitalize हो रहा है. So I would also tell you to look for this company called Snowflake, basically, right? So Snowflake is data warehouse on the cloud. So that's the big thing. So you'll get hired in Snowflake. So data science is like amazing that way. So you have to decide क्या करना है. तीनों चीज अच्छा है, and accordingly you decide. किसमें ज्यादा मेरा
Because
इंटरेस्ट ज्यादा है.
quantum computing naya hai, I started learning it from YouTube, and a known person suggested me after. She's in Ireland right now. She did 5 to 6 years of work there, mainly in backend development. She was managing databases, and abhi she left the job and she wants to do masters in quantum computing. She has already done one masters. Abhi usko दूसरा masters भी करना है.
So
And
I'll
she
tell you what,
suggested me कि यहाँ पे अच्छा market.
so just to save time, I'll give you a guy's number. He works for IBM in Lisbon, Portugal, and he works with the quantum computing team. Just send him a decent email and ask for the lead, because he's a senior guy. तो उसको डायरेक्टली वो आपको नहीं समझाएगा, बट देन he'll give you a lead who can say करना चाहिए कि नहीं करना चाहिए. The number of companies for quantum computing are very less, because people are right now figuring it out कि जेन एआई कैसे यूज करूं, हम ऑटोमेशन कैसे करें. यही प्रॉब्लम पे हम कुछ है. क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग, हाँ देखा जाएगा, देयर विल बी बिग कंपनीज हु विल फिगर इट आउट एंड वी विल यूज द सर्विस. सो किसको एक्चुअल काम नहीं करना, बिकॉज इट टेक्स लॉट ऑफ टाइम. तो ओनली सिलेक्टेड like courageous people will go into this. So for sure you can do that. Anybody else would want to add? But maybe where we want
I'll just quickly add quantum computing. Australia, UNSW has got a huge department for quantum computing. So just search UNSW Quantum Group. You will get more information there. They also have a spin-off company for quantum related research and stuff. So again there, but pathway, as Kailash Bhai said, it's a long run. You probably might have to go through the pathway of doing a PhD, research fellow and all, or do a very common degree in computer science, join a company, specialize eventually in that. So, but again, for time, you can connect me if you want to know anything in Australia, and I can talk. But UNSW Quantum Group is the leading in Australia right now.
Definitely, I'll definitely connect you, because Australia was my target for data science or quantum computing, along with Ireland. I was looking for Australia and Ireland, and I had asked someone to share their contact on the group itself.
So, Jai Bhai, regarding the the Trinity admission you were talking about, it kind of is one of the most prominent universities here.
Yeah.
I won't say everything is going to be kind of spoon feeding or easy for you to secure the job, but if you're passionate about the algorithms, the machine learning side, the deep learning side, and you think that this is something where you want to, for the next good number of years, you want to focus your path into, and then eventually, enlarge it or upskill yourself into the quantum computing side, that would be, I guess, the roadmap for you for for the next 5 years. So if job is your priority to get yourself into a kind of stable position, then yes, through universities, be it Australia or any other countries which has great sort of demand for this type of roles. Of course, data science is kind of a global sort of demanding role. So Ireland definitely is one of those countries where the demand is at its peak for cybersecurity and data science. But again, both are kind of are niche areas. So it's up to your sort of interest and passion which you would like to pursue further.
Yeah, so there are two ways now. Like one, I can choose one of the niche domains like cyber secure data science, and then later switch to quantum computing when I get a good hold of a job, like a high paying salary, so that I can spend more time on research with a low paying job. That is one thing that I had planned so far. And the second thing, when I did my homework, I saw that there is a sufficient amount of research being done on quantum computing for writing the ML algorithms that can run on quantum computers. So I was thinking of using the data science and machine learning knowledge and then entering the quantum computing domain so that there can be a balance of both.
So in that sense, then data science is what primarily would be your area of expertise, which you can eventually build and then move on to the quantum side. Yeah.
I guess Jay, like I guess Badal has shared his LinkedIn details. I've shared mine to you personally. So let's because it might just get too technical. So let's discuss offline on this, and then go from there. Yeah.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah. So now we move on to the next question. So, which country should I choose for studying MBBS abroad? So, this question is asked by Sneha Hina Badra, and also questions related to MBBS are being asked by a lot of people in the group.
Do we have doctors, somebody who can answer? Like I have some other general answer, but if we have somebody who can from experts.
I can talk about the study of MBBS or any medical study here. I'm not a medical professional, but I can just probably give you a rough idea of the cost that it takes and the reason why UK is not a place where people want to study medical. Not that it's discouraged, I would say it's most welcome. But the doctors are welcome here because there's a lot of shortage of medical staff. However, the study to achieve a degree in one of those courses is minimum 5 to 7 years, which means your cost to study that is going to go for that many years. And that's the reason people don't, even in UK itself, people are thinking the amount of time they have to spend and the amount of money they will have to spend, it takes longer for them to recover. You can recover, and it's very what do you say, sought after profession. So UK and London, I would say, heavily in demand for those sort of students, but the competition is high. But that's, again, it's everywhere. But the only issue is the cost. So if cost is not a factor, then I think you would get the best education for medicine here.
Data science here answer.
Yes, sorry if I can jump in quick here. Again, I'm not a medical professional, but my wife is. So she's a physiotherapist here in Canada. So I hear a lot from her network about doing MBBS abroad. So in India, seats are limited. So obviously people would look outside. So in Western countries, and I can speak for Canada, it's as Swati Ben said, it's expensive, it's lengthy, so people don't usually choose that. But the trend I've been seeing is Philippines is popular. Then we have Singapore, and people are going to Russia as well for that. So these three countries I have seen in my network, in my wife's network, I have seen a lot that goes for study related to medical science. So yeah, that's it for me.
Right. So can we mute folks? So I have just quick update basically. So let me just share that and see if we have got doctors quickly, just because there are several students who asked for it. So Panja Bhanushali, kete kete hain, right? So we have doctors in Nepal, we have doctors in Ukraine right now, Georgia, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, and maybe few folks, I think Mauritius, basically. So these are the countries that they are in. Vidhi here? Basically, so we just had posted a question in the MBBS Bhanushali group. There is abroad education MBBS Bhanushali. So if Vidhi is here, Vidhi, just if you can turn on your video, because Vidhi has experience of both Ukraine and Nepal. Vidhi, let's see if she is here in the call. And if Kushal is here, Kushal is MBBS from Russia, so he is there. So if they join, we'll just add you quickly, but just wanted to share the perspective. So these are the countries our Bhanushali folks are, so you can directly connect with them. Once you ping again in the boss one group, we'll connect you with them directly.
Yeah, thank you. So the next question and the last one, which is from Dhruvik Nanda. I'm currently in 12th science. I want to pursue my bachelor's in computer science in Germany. What should be a roadmap to get a university in Germany after 12th for computer science, specifically in cybersecurity?
Rahul.
Hello. Yeah. So I've already mentioned him in the chat that the roadmap would be looking like if you are planning to do bachelor's in Germany, yes, you can, and it's very good. Again, with the low tuition fee, so there is no tuition fee in that. Only semester contribution would be there, which would be a minimal cost around 150 to 200 euros per semester. But then the first step would be to list out or to shortlist the universities or the courses which universities are offering in Germany. And based on the requirement criteria, you can start preparing the documents and your transcripts. Your high school transcripts would be required. And I think for bachelor, some colleges or some universities also require German language. So based on their requirements, you can start learning the language as well as soon as possible. So the first step is definitely using to shortlist the universities. I have already shared the link of website with you. It's a government official website where all the universities are listed and their respective courses. You can filter it out, you can see what courses are available, and the requirement criteria is also mentioned, so maybe you can go through that. Yeah, and if you have any further questions, you can definitely reach out.
Yeah, thank you, Rahul bhai. So yeah, getting back to the fireside chat with the last question is, so can we have everyone on the screen?
Yeah, Sakshi, Khushbu is here. Can we have Khushbu and Vidhi both? So, Panjo network and Panja
Yeah.
Bhanushali, ketla korcho aje. Like, we all love you, basically. Yeah. Khushbu is directly has joined from Georgia. Khushbu?
Yes, yes, from Georgia.
Vidhi kete hai, Vidhi? Can Vidhi?
Vidhi,
Hello.
Nepal.
All right, Vidhi from Nepal. Awesome. So
Yes.
Vidhi and Khushbu, they're both in Ukraine. Now they're studying in Georgia and Nepal. So just Anjo experience quickly share Garija Khushbu, because people are asking MBBS outside India. क्या करे, कौन सा कंट्री, क्या मेरे ऑप्शंस?
Okay, so about when we talk about the options, there is Russia, there is Georgia, there is Nepal out of India. But it all is like divided into basically the cost. अगर हम cost देखने जाएं तो सबसे costly तो I can say it is Nepal. But वहाँ की studies like 90% India से match करती है, but it ranges around 16 lakhs to 15 lakhs per year. So Nepal is quite costly. Second costly अगर हम देखें तो it is Georgia, but study wise अगर हम compare करेंगे तो the clinicals are more advanced and they are good as compared to Russia. Russia में mostly it is theory. तो basically जॉर्जिया मिड रेंज में आ जाता है, आपको पर ईयर 6 lakhs तो 6 lakhs to 7 lakhs, ओके, like 4 to 5 lakhs कॉलेज फीस एंड यूनिवर्स मतलब देन हॉस्टल्स एंड एक्सपेंसेस वगैरह में 6 to 7 lakhs इट विल रेंज. बट इसमें ये है कि दैट विल गेट गुड क्लिनिकल स्किल्स, क्योंकि यहाँ पे बहुत सारे सिमुलेशन सेंटर्स हैं हर यूनिवर्सिटी के खुद के स्पेसिफिक्स. एंड लाइक फ्रॉम थर्ड ईयर टिल द लास्ट ईयर 6th year, you'll get to like go into the hospitals and do your duties and rounds, so you'll get quite an experience. अब यही सब अगर when we talk about Russia, I have heard कि रशिया में theory ज्यादा है rather than the clinical practice, but price range बहुत कम है because universities की फीस 3 lakhs तक ही होती है. and वहाँ पे क्योंकि जो currency है that is ruble, तो वो इंडियन रुपीस के इक्वल है मोस्टली. सो द थिंग्स आर नॉट दैट कॉस्टली. तो आपका पूरा लाइक एक साल 5 lakhs में सब हो जाता है अकॉर्डिंग टू द नॉलेज दैट आई हैव. मेरे को ऐसा लगता है. सो अगर बहुत लाइक वी कैन अफोर्ड, देन नेपाल इज अ बेटर ऑप्शन. अगर मिड रेंज है तो डेफिनेटली गो फॉर जॉर्जिया, क्योंकि थोड़े से एक्स्ट्रा पैसे देकर यू कैन गेट अ गुड क्लिनिकल स्किल्स. बट देन या रशिया इज ऑल्सो एन ऑप्शन. Yeah.
Yeah, Vidhi, if you can unmute.
Yeah, so like Khushbu said, Nepal is quite costly than other countries. And मतलब यहाँ पे benefit ये है that we get similar amount of patient flow and diseases like similar to India. Like in European countries, there are difference in the diseases we learn like on practical basis, clinical basis. यहाँ पे we get similar like India जैसा. Plus internship is included in 5.5 years. Whereas in Georgia and Russia, I think I don't know about current situation, but it's पहले तक तो it was not included. And even the license, we can get license, Nepal ka license after having the internship and everything. But वहाँ पे we have to appear for licensing exam also, like in other countries. And the second benefit is like वहाँ पे dummies को perform करते हैं सारे practicals. यहाँ we have like first year, second year पे we have cadavers, and from third year we are like to clinical exposure in hospital. And बाकी सब like cost wise तो yeah, Khushbu was right about it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Vidhi and Khushbu. Is it okay if we share your email ID with the students so that they can leave your message?
Yes, sure. We'll
Yes,
definitely help them.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
So, getting back to the fireside chats, we have last question, which is part-time internships opportunities while studying abroad and overall safety and security, especially for girls.
So your part-time opportunities can be linked to two different kind of job categories. One is where your tuition fee is waived and you receive stipend, which is one of the best forms of getting your education financed and not paying a lot of money out of your pocket. So that will include things like graduate research assistantship, teaching assistantship, graduate assistantship, which is more on the terms of helping maintain the database of students or helping graduate student association with something. teaching assistantship will be more on the lines of undergrad students के lab work गंदा का office hours hold करिंदा, or in certain courses where the intake is too high. Like for example, I was a teaching assistant for statistics courses, so 250 students were average class में, so I just had to correct the assignments and check papers. So that will also be another way of having part-time opportunity. And last is research assistantship. If you are researching and if you have a thesis master's program, that will also help you to get a tuition waiver. It can depend on university. आके 50% मिली सके, 100% मिली सके, and top of that you will receive stipend. And the second kind of second option you have is bookstore, library, dining. Dining may usually most of the students work. So this will not pay you, this will not help you in tuition waiver, but aake hourly wages milta depending on which city you are in again. So these are two major options that you have. People also work Penji in shops or other avenues that they find. So this can be tricky. I'll not go much into details, but officially two ways of doing it is either the assistantship, where you get tuition waiver, and second is bookstore, dining, library. And safety wise, depending on which city you are in, so you'll find a lot of information online where you will know which city, which area, which neighborhoods are not safe. So in those areas particularly, be very careful. Always try to travel in groups. Make sure that you have some emergency contacts saved in your favorites. And especially cities like Chicago, Maryland, Baltimore in Maryland, San Francisco City. These areas are a little, they have crime. So yeah, that is what I would say. But then personally, I've been here 7 years. Musa the had experience na. New York City is also one of the cities. So Musa the experience na but then always better to be safe. Always take precautions, and especially try to travel in group. एकड़े जगह आते मुके आवड़े तो I am an adventure junkie. I'll do things on my own. So do that, but always take precautions. And I think, yeah, I mentioned कि I have not experienced anything like that. So news में जो को भी watching that is usually the worst case scenario that they'll present. But so many of us, we are living here, we have not gone through any issues as such. So yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Nilesh. Coming back to these two specific points, one is the security for females. I would say in UK, not only females, even the males have to be very careful, especially when somebody is using a very जोको मड़े वो फ्लैशी फोन यूज करी हैं कि जोको इंडिया थी पा मड़े वो उमंग थी ने उत्साह थी पा के गिफ्ट्स मिले प्रेजेंट्स मिले ने पा के लगे we get the best gadgets in the world and let's use them very efficiently, especially with the laptop. So it's when you are using all this, what you're actually signaling out is what you have. Okay, and जेड़ा भी रॉयो जेड़ा भी even आप बॉम्बे जाऊं तो we know how what sort of people how they if you're in a city, whichever it could be Bombay, London, or any other metro city, you are quite attuned to how to look after your stuff. But while you are away outside of the cities, you don't know, you want to leave your guards down. Most of the places are safe and secured, but London is a city where there is a lot of mugging, which means somebody can approach you at night or in the evening when you are out partying, which is again a biggest place for people to lose their stuff, your laptops, and they can just come and ask for it. What you have to do in that scenario, आवाज करे वगर की बोले वगर चुपचाप थी दे देने जो. I know it sounds very that you want to fight back and you want to resist, but the knife crime in UK is at high. I'm not saying that they will use it on you, but I wouldn't risk my life for a phone if I was in that position. Again, coming back to accommodation, if you are in this university accommodation, ये मरे वस्तु न थी है. But there is a bright chance that you will go out, you might go out for partying, or even after you finish your education and you're going, or you have got an accommodation outside of this of the safe environment. These are the general things that you have to look after yourself. Um, Late night travels, there's a lot of public transport available, but जिन cities में अगर न हो and वोटा public transport न हुए, please make sure you travel with group or travel with only registered taxis. And this is a very crucial information. A lot of people think, अरे मुझे ही taxi वालों ओळखे तो क्या हैं taxi में आयो से ताऊ हैं इनमें पाँच विंडो से. Don't do that. Please use either the registered mini cabs or use the Uber app where you can be tracked. Always communicate back with your parents. If you are a girl or it doesn't matter what gender you are, it actually safety doesn't matter. Make sure you communicate back to your parents. Not for them to worry, but for them to find you. And this also gives a healthy relationship. कोला के जेरो आंके अंजो communication आंजे parents साथे के आंजे friends साथे stop थी के ओछो थी you won't know, but other people know this. And they are targeting vulnerable people. So make sure you don't fall into a vulnerable category. That's your point one. Um, with regards to part-time jobs, and again, security is also going to come into that. Part-time jobs, because in UK you're allowed to work only 20 hours a week. That's the max. But if you are focusing on your part-time job, you might not be able to focus on your studies. So irrespective of it, most of your work will be on the shift system and shift basis. And again, when you're working on the shift basis, make sure you know how you're going to get there, but that doesn't end there. How you're going to make sure how you're going to come back from your work. So find the right job which is suitable to your comfort. And also make sure that your transportation is arranged. And second, and the most crucial thing, and this is applicable to girls, is the spiking of drinks. Pa India में ने बहुत सोए हुआ है कि हरते मरे करिए ने पा कि बे केंजी पिंजी drink भराला न दियो. I know I'm talking about drinks जो को पान जो topic ना है, पर you can't avoid it. Student life is very well known for this. And you might end up into, you might not be drinking, you might not be having those sort of habits, but in जिन environment में वने वाराया, उन environment में ब्याह मरे करींदा. And you have no control over it. What you need to make sure is you ayanchi penja drink spend banayo, a penja drink la kare pend pay karyo. Do not let, and I mean, you can if they are your friends, but please make sure that you are in control of what you are consuming. And with regards to part-time jobs, a lot of people here support themselves. Kola ke Hiraja students way ke international students way, you all have to still support yourself in the terms of your cost of living. So jobs anke यूनिवर्सिटी जे अंदर भी मिलदा अने आजू बाजू में भी मिलदा इंजे जरा ही आजू बाजू में कितने भी जॉब्स गो थ्यो तो मेक श्योर दैट दैट इज मैचिंग विथ योर स्टडी टाइम्स અને ઘણે લોકો હેડા સ્ટુડન્ટ્સ ટ્યુટરિંગ જો કમ બહુ વધારે કરીએ because that you can manipulate based on your study times and your college times. Make sure that you are again agreeing this upfront when you are communicating with your tutoring. Now tutoring can be anything and it might be difficult for foreign students to come and tutor and you might not get that many students because they will always prefer somebody who has a knowledge of the same country where they're studying. However, you can always teach in maths. You can also do some other sort of cultural teaching. There is a lot of Hindi speaking requirement. There is ample skills that you can train people on, not just your education subjects. Bear this in mind. Kola ke have recently a student ke hire kiya hai to teach my son something which I thought is a good help to the student as well as so it works in both the ways, especially along with the safety lines because you can do that online. અને ઘણે લોકો કોલેજ આજુબાજુ में कम मिली हुई ने काम small super stores में कम करिए and this is an absolute brilliant experience. Never say no to public speaking experience because what people want, this is all going to go back into your CV for your long-term jobs. I have seen some people who have worked as a waiter, which is an absolute people speaking skills where you will develop not only handling communication, you will be able to speak their tone, their language, their slang. You will be able to understand, and at the same time, you will also understand their mindset, how they think. And that is such a crucial part when you go out in the real world for a real job. You know how to conduct yourself because you have experienced somebody, and people will be speaking different what do you say, accent, in different accents. So you will even understand that knowledge you won't get it in internet nahi goti sako. This will come only out of experience. So yeah, that was something I would say for security and for jobs, part-time jobs, especially as being a student. And this will also support your cost of living, your day-to-day money flow that you would need. Back again to Canada.
Yes. So I'll start with overall
Sorry,
safety and security.
sorry, Mayur Bhai. I should always say Mayur Bhai, but I always keep saying Canada. Sorry.
No worries, no worries. Yeah. As APCs, we are, generally referred to as like associated with our countries. So yeah, that's fine. So yeah, I will start with overall safety and security with especially for girls. Canada is widely regarded as one of the safest countries, especially for females and international students. However, I would say that it's generally safe. I did not hear a lot of incidents in my network, but in recent years, due to the market conditions where there is a lot of unemployment, there is a lot of homelessness in the communities, especially in bigger cities. There are chances that you will face that, right? Not There is no high chances for that, but I have seen some Indian students face that in the last few years. So, and in bigger cities where you see diverse population, in the combination with financial crisis, housing crisis, uh, result is everyone is aware of that. Result is like there will be a little bit of spike in crime. So you have to be careful about that. And as the previous speaker said, never leave your guard down and always be in control of yourselves. So that's really important. Swati Ben has stressed on that, so I won't repeat that. Now I will go to the part-time internship opportunities while studying. So in Canada, while you're studying, you will have two options: on-campus work. On-campus work, there is no limit on hours, but you have to be careful if it's matching with your study hours. Now, on-campus work is popular because there is no hour limits, so you can work for higher amount of hours and support gain financial support for yourselves. Jobs are, for example, are teaching assistants, library assistant, administrative assistant, and campus ambassador. Then yeah, those kind of jobs you would get generally. There are some on-campus restaurants as well that you might be qualify for to be selected as like on-campus international student worker. And the average pay for that will be around 17 to 18 Canadian dollars if you are in an administrative role or if you are in an assistant role or something like that. So that's always, that should be your first priority. If you can score that, that would be really helpful for you, and you'll get to learn a lot. You can support yourself financially. So always keep that as your first option. However, there are very limited jobs, so competition is crazy high for that. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Off campus work, जो को mostly करींदा हुए off campus work, part time jobs. Currently hair जो market में बड़ो अग्रो થઈ ગયો है find करूँ, but generally jobs जी types में कहीं food serving or waiting tables, sales, barista, or gas station attendants, associates in grocery chains. Those are the general jobs that the students go for their off-campus work. From fall this year, the Canadian government has changed the rules a little bit. So from fall this year, you will have the allowance to work for 24 hours a week for off-campus work. Before that, in last few years, government has changed the rules a lot. At one point, it was like you can do full-time work if you have the capacity. Then it was again limited back to 20 hours. Now again, from fall 2024, it's being brought to 24 hours. So that's 3 full shifts in a week for students to do off-campus work. Now, in current scenario, it's one of the biggest challenges for international students right now due to the influx in immigration, the rapid changes in government policies, and a slowdown in North American economy at the moment. So all these combined are resulting into a lot of challenges for international students. So just be careful, build your network, and always be connected with everyone here. So we can help you in the time of need. Right, that's it from me. I would pass it to Rahul from Germany.
Thank you, Mayur bhai. So yeah, talking about Germany, the first topic I would like to cover is the safety and security in general, and especially for girls. So Germany is one of the countries where in Europe where the crime rate is very low. So in past 3.5 years in Germany, I haven't faced any such situation or even my friends. So yeah, I can vouch for it that uh, it's very rare that such scenarios would happen with you. But as always, like as other experts mentioned, that you should or not let your guard down, and always be mindful where you are traveling. And yeah, so if you are like, for example, if you on Fridays there is always like partying and clubbing, and if at late night you are traveling alone, there might be some people or homeless people or some other people who might approach you for some different reasons, and that kind of experience you can get, but that's very unlikely in Germany. But it depends on the city as well where you are staying. So yeah, bigger the city, the chances are a little bit high. And but yeah, overall the safety is very good. The bigger part for that is the very good public transport. So they have very well connectivity, and the trams and the subways, buses, they like are for 24 hours they are running at some parts, and on weekends as well. So I think that's a very good thing about Germany. And so yeah, there's not much of an issue regarding safety. Coming back to the second point about the jobs which you can do while you are studying. So the one the first priority of a student should be to do a job while studying, to be in his or her own field. So I would recommend to do internship or work student. So work student is nothing but a part-time job done in your own domain. So that's a work student, known as no, it's a part-time job here in Germany. So saying up from my experience, I did work student for 1.5 years at Continental as a data analyst. And then there is always a high chance that you will convert that part-time job or work student to a full-time job. So after doing the work student for 1.5 years, after graduating, as soon as I graduated, I got the offer from Continental for full-time job. So that's should be a first priority, to always go for the internship or work students, which you can later on convert to full-time job, or at least you will have to, you can add it into your CV. So that would be an add-on. If you are not able to get very soon that kind of jobs because of the competition or the language, then the next option would be on-campus jobs, as Nilesh Ba mentioned, student assistantship or research assistantship. So student assistantship basically helps the professor by correcting the exam papers or assignments, conducting or supervising the exams as such for juniors, for the subject which you have already cleared. So that's the student assistantship, and similar work, related work for research assistantship. So that should be your second priority. And the third priority would be to do the odd jobs. In case if you're not getting the above two, then you can go for odd jobs. Uh, like as others mentioned, the same job kind of jobs are available here as well. The waitering job, delivery job. The other kind of job which is also famous here, or many students do, is the job at Amazon warehouse, where they do some lifting work or sorting work. Yeah, so that's also done here. And the limit, as I mentioned earlier, that while you are studying, you will be on D visa, so student visa, and the limit currently is 20 hours per week. or 120 full days or 240 half days a year. So you cannot exceed that limit. This limit is for a reason that you also focus on the studies. So you cannot exceed this limit. So if you do that, it would be considered as illegal. So yeah, be mindful about how much you are working and what's your contract. And yeah, so apart from that, I think everyone has covered majority of the topics. So all good from my side. Then I'll pass on to Badal Bhai.
Yeah, thanks, Arulbhai, again. So for Ireland specifically, as it's another, European country, in terms of the safety, it's pretty good. The crime rates are at its low, and in terms of the women's safety, I have honestly since I mean it's been 8 years. I've moved to this country, and I've never heard of any sort of experiences that people like women specifically have shared that they have been like ill-treated or things like that, any sort of mischievous behavior with them. But on the other hand, there are some growing anti-immigration sentiment that's across Ireland because कुछ चाहिए तो कि जो सीरिया में जो other countries हैं Ukrainians who मरेडा as a asylum they are trying to seek shelter रहते कुछ चाहिए तो कि because already for decades housing crisis है medical crisis है ना you don't have much of resources for your own people ने हेड में अगर बाहर का माड़ू एडा asylum गने था मूवी के गवर्नमेंट के फैसिलिटी देनी कपेती प्लस Ireland is good for the social benefits and other sort of protections. The people are kind of tend to come from other country and claim that वो लोग को wars on the आया है बड़े तो वो रीते थोड़ो anti-immigration sentiment बढ़े तो precisely for the asylum seekers. They won't really thoda you'll see protest and those like converting into riots. Which is quite unfortunate. This is also again recent events. I don't know कि पहले थी तो ये बड़े recently थी तो so people are kind of against the government policies. But for in terms of our own, Indian community, we try to avoid certain areas that are વધારે કરીને social housing ને એના માટે કે public પૂરો है उन लोग को job ना करिए ना कि इन्होंने all are dependent on the government machineries. So उनके कम ना रहे so all of the day what they do is just do misbehaving or antisocial sort of behavior with locals or other people. We try to avoid to kind of stay or live in some areas. Dublin particularly Dublin Echo County within Ireland, so you have it's separated into numbers, one, two, three, and stuff. So we try to avoid certain, sort of areas within the county itself, and likewise, it's applicable for across the, other Irish counties. Safety-wise, I would say in general, pretty good. Many areas are really good. If I say out of 100, then 95% of the areas are like, well and safe. So you should be fine in terms of traveling at the late evenings or partying and stuff. I would say that I've never heard people like being concerned about, oh, how will I reach home? There's a good transportation. Some buses are running 24 hours, and you have the access to taxis, and you of course always book through the the registered apps. So on that subject, I'd say that that's pretty much, and other experts already have shared. And you have to be of course, be mindful with the teenagers. Teenagers, जो है एक policy है कि you can't touch them. The अगर if they are in group, उन्हें क्या जो phone पे तो don't act smart. Just let it go because they might hit you. You can't hit them back, and if you hit them back, you will be the the culprit here. So we just want to be play safe here and try to avoid them and just get away from there as far as quickly as we can. Um, Regarding the internships and part times, internship is actually the season. June, July, the internship जो opportunities काफी अच्छे क्योंकि Ireland में there are two sort of admission seasons. One is September, the other one is January. January में वो ऊंचा intake हुए, but September holds the highest intake. I mean, in terms of number of students taking an admission here. So Manager second sem, they're about to finish and they'll move on to. So either your course will offer you an opportunity to do your internship, or you will have to do the research project. So you will have an option or choice to go for either. The Ghanaian students, they try to opt for, they go for, internship opportunities. Of course, corporate experience, Malay, you get into the ladder, you network around, and there's chances of converting your internship into a full-time job. वो વધારે है. But others also going through the research project ने उनको क्या है जो anyway job search तो करे जा रहा है, and in that terms we have already pretty much covered most of the the inputs. So part-time, you get on your stamp to visa, you can work, you can do odd jobs, casual jobs, 20 hours, shop assistant, getaway, waiters way, all of the library type jobs way, you can work on it. But of course, make sure that you're not exceeding 20 hours, because department and revenue, and if they kind of, um, hold you to towards the violation of some of the your visa permissions, then you will be in big trouble. So कोशिश करो कि 20 hours से ज़्यादा casual job ना करो, and once you kind of complete your 2 semesters for a duration, you can work for full time, but again casual jobs only. So I think in that regard, that's pretty much I've got. I will quickly hand over to Yatin Bhai for Australia. Thank you.
Thanks, Badal Bhai. From the safety point of view, I guess Jackie Pan cover it is all the same. Applies in Australia as well. It is safe. मुझे हिसाब है, as long as you are aware of your surroundings, you are safe. Just be careful whenever you go out. Share your status with your friend, close friend or family. Return be it for boy or a girl, doesn't matter. I'll talk about more on the job side right now, because safety wise, as I said, everyone is covered. Australia mein ain log ko, I guess bachelor's and masters kare hota hai, you can work up to 48 hours fortnight. And when the semester is off, chutti ne time it is unlimited, you can work. Again, इंजर ऑस्ट्रेलिया अचिंदा ताके TFN करने एकड़ो वेल तो टैक्स फाइल नंबर वो आके अप्लाई करनु खप तो यू कैन अप्लाई जरा इंडिया में होंदा त्यार पण अप्लाई करे सको था, અને on TFN number ત્યાં કે you will be taxed and all that. And again, as others mentioned, अगर if you work more than 48 hours and अगर ATO जो कहते जो Australian taxation office अगर track करे तो then if they find, they may fine you, or in extreme case they may even deport you back to India. So जेकी hours हैं उनजे ऊपर कम न करे जो, so try to stick to that. And again, part-time jobs, आऊं घणे मुझा जेकी ओळखां तो जेनके पंहिंजे डोमेन में part-time job मिली वियो है, એટલે you should try. Again, networking is the key, so if you do that, you can get. Otherwise, be open to work anywhere जड़ा पण आके मिली सके तो कोला की वो लोकल एक्सपीरियंस आके पोइ आगळ જ્યારે फुल टाइम जॉब अप्लाई करिंदा उनमें आके मिल दो ऑस्ट्रेलिया में यूजफुल थींदो. So don't hesitate, work there as well. And internships जो I guess partly bachelor's करिंदा का master's करिंदा तांजे semester में you usually last semester में internship वह तो so your college, your university probably will help you with that. But again, there is no spoon feeding over here. ताकि आंजी रीते you will have to network and get some internship for you, but there is possibility to get that. And internship paddo poe you can get a job from there. But again, work visa jo hete jiya kyun chho ki bachelor's put here 2 years, masters put here 3 years, PhD put here 4 years. Part-time jobs are available, especially places like Sydney, Melbourne, yes, Adelaide, Brisbane thoda limited because they are small cities, but they are available. So yeah, again, thank you.
Thank you, Yatin. So I want to thank each one of you for taking the time out of the busy schedules and to join the event. You all have spent a good amount of time preparing for this. So it was wonderful to have all of you here. So to summarize, we have received unique perspectives on accommodation, safety, part-time internships, and work opportunities from each of our abroad program coordinators. So we hope आंके discussion बहुत useful थी उन्दो अने इन fireside chat जो purpose ही जो कि आंके clarity मिले to make informed decisions about whichever country you choose to go. And always remember, each country has its unique advantages, and the right choice will align with your personal goals and aspirations. So as a gift and toolkit, ਅਸੀਂ as a boss team आंके एकड़ी detailed PDF provide करवा रही हूँ, which has answers to all the questions that our abroad program coordinators have addressed. So Vidhi will explain it further to you. Vidhi, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Sakshi. I can understand like being a student. Our last year, one taraf waise, as a student, I was attending boss, and I understood how intense it gets after like 3-4 hours, and we realized ki baapre, this is so much information. How do I remember all of this? So what we thought of doing this time is make this toolkit. Basically, it's this one resource that you can have with yourself, which has almost all the main basic questions that are addressed in today's session, and that will be addressed in tomorrow's in-person event as well. Hunja made answers hunda inme, along with our experts and our program coordinators who kind of helped us to answer these questions. हिनी जाज बड़े आंसर असी एकड़ो फाइल में कंपाइल करीने प्रॉपर्ली फॉर्मेट करीने आके प्रोवाइड करबो काल पर અહીંયા સુધી ताकि you have this resource with you. We have tried to address each and every basic thing that mainly arises jade we think about ki abroad when no I okay, I've decided this is the location where I want to go. I want to go to UK, US, or wherever, whichever country. So hunde hisab thi asi divide karine just according to the questions we've kind of narrowed everything down to hope कि आंके मरेज आंजे एकदम easily आंके provide करी सको. उनके अलावा भी अगर आंके questions हुए तो you can definitely reach out to us and to our experts. Yeah, thank you.
Can I just say thanks to all our experts, basically, especially, I mean, not especially everybody, but Yatin bhai, it's what 3:30 midnight, basically Raja 3:30 એટલે morning 3:30 થઈ ગઈ, and he is here helping all of us. So everybody write in the chat box, like give you a big round of applause virtually to all our experts, Yatin bhai, Nilesh bhai, Rahul bhai, Mayur bhai, Badal bhai, and Swati ben. So really we are thankful to you. ही जोको पूरो सेशन जोको ही क्यो पानेरा के मणे वटे केन प्रमाणे जा आंसर्स एंड एवरीथिंग, एंड जस्ट फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस पाला करे ऑल दीज एक्सपर्ट्स फ्रॉम दीज डिफरेंट टाइम जोन्स, ये लोको ही जोको सेशन है हेकड़ी बार ऑलरेडी करी चुके हैं एज अ प्रैक्टिस सेशन. सो इमेजिन द टाइम एंड एफर्ट that they all have given. They are all working professionals, leaders in their positions in their companies, but they are here to help all our Bhanushali youngsters and newcomers. So I really cannot express it out just with the words. So thank you so much everybody, really thank you so much.
थैंक्स टू यू कैलाश भाई, बिकॉज ये प्लेटफॉर्म अज बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट टाइम स्टूडेंट्स ला करे कि इनती खबर पहती कि कोरो ग्राउंड रियलिटी हली रही है हर रिस्पेक्टिव कंट्री में. तो ये प्लेटफॉर्म अज आई थिंक इट्स अ सक्सेस, आई वुड से. So thank you Kailash bhai to create such platform, and to the whole boss team. Thank you for this platform.
Thank you Fireside Chat team, APC coordinators, અને finally मुके thank करनु है before I hand it over to दिनेश भाई, volunteers जो help क्यों नो અને जो काल पण प्लान क्यों नो तो घणे वॉलंटियर्स इनमें involved हुआ અને over the months participate क्यों नो पंहिंजो time ॾिनो नो. Of course all the program APC experts from Fireside Chat, but also Yash Nanda, पंहिंजी साक्षी, Kashyap, Khushi, Mansi, Vidhi, Rajendra Bhai, Sailesh Bhai, Rajvi and Vidhi who have joined us recently this year, Aarti, then Darshana, Komal, lot of there's a background में volunteer group है जो हम इन्हीं के reach out करे तो participants registration ला who coordination Jitendra Bhai, Nidhi અને Unnati. So I just want to thank everyone for your help and making this event successful. અને કાલ જો event આય वो આના successful થીંદો physical event we are coming back after a long time. Thank you. And handing it over to Dinesh Bhai for a vote of thanks.
એટલો સુપર પ્રોગ્રામ રહ્યો આજ જો બી લાસ્ટ યર જો બી એનટી વરે એનટી બી સરસ હો બહુ સારી રીતે આખી ટીમ કામ કરી રહી है પણ જે જવાબદારી સમજીને કરીએ તા મળે એ બહુ સારી રીતે પેંજો આખો ફેમિલી વડો પરિવાર સમજીને પા કરી રહ્યા આहियूं जेको કરી રહ્યા आहियूं से એટલી મળે कंट्रीज में रात उतरे કે 4 વાગાવે ને यतीन हजी जागदो हुए लास्ट ईयर मुझे खबर है 7-8 कलाक भी हलो लास्ट ईयर भी पण एन वर एटलो सारो है कि बहु पार्ट में कहो छता 9 के 9:30 जो टाइम लाइन कही हुई छता भी पाए वर 11 बजे तक इंडिया में जो को एक्चुअली थैंक्स એટલે બી એને કે ન ચાહું કે એ पंहिंजी जवाबदारी समझीने कुछ छुटा नथा थी था को बात थैंक यू चे ॾींदासीं था यतीन आहे का मयूर आहे नीलेश राहुल विधि है वरावी का गौरांग एटले टाइम थी करे राहूं छेला आऊं आसी लोग एक्चुअली कोशिश करी था 95 थी कैलाश के खबर हुंदी का वो तैयार थी 95 थी इन मिली जी डेटाबेस तैरता जी एटली मळे सोशल मीडिया नो ईमेल सिवाय की हो न फोन लगदा नवा तैयार थी मळे डेटाबेस करींदा वासी तैयार मुक लगे तो ओवरऑल पावटे स्टूडेंट ज कदाच 15 के 17 हुंदा અને તકડે એકડે में એટલા જણા વને था आखी टीम के सचे थैंक यू है काल जो प्रोग्राम एनती भी सारो होंदो ने नेक्स्ट ईयर जो तो एनती भी सारो होंदो ई कोई इंटरनेशनल वेबिनार सेमिनार ने रींदा हो ना एड़ो फील थी है કેટલો મળે એકદમ સરસ રીતે શાંતિથી હલતો હોય કોઈ કડા પર કોઈ ગ્લિચ ના 1 બાય 1 એકડો જણો બેટન બે કે સોંપે બે ઉતરે કે સોંપે બહુ સારો કૈલાશભાઈ जी टीम ગૌરાંગ આખી ટીમ્સ બોસ जी આખી ટીમ के थैंक यू वेरी मच काल पाछा मिलो एक पर्सन मिलो અને બોય રીતે કાલ ડિનર બી ભેરો हुंदो વિયારો ભેરો કરીંદાસી પાંચો તામ શાંતિ થેન્ક યુ મણી કે ફરીથી સમાજ તરફથી અને સ્વાતિ कीअं સ્વાતિ
આવું મજા में આવું છું અહીં મૂકે કી ખારાઈંदा મૂકે બી જમણું आहे
આ એકડો જાણો હતો હિતેશ આવ્યો ચાહતો હતો અચીંદો તો વટે જમેલા કરે
दिस इज फॉर स्टूडेंट्स एज वेल एज फॉर एवरीवन खाने की कीमत क्या है ये हमसे पूछो
બહુ સરસ વેરી ગુડ એડી જ રીતે ગયા रहंदासीं पाण અને સમાજ કે આખી કમ્યુનિટી કે મथे कीअं खणी अचिणो 70 वरी पंहिंजा वडील करींदा विया ત્યારથી शुरूआत થઈ 50s थी હોસ્ટેલ્સ આવી 54 में કે પોए એટલા વરે મળે હલ્યો 95 થી ઓઈ એજ્યુકેશન આવ્યો 7 वरी थी बॉस हले तो हजी बि की नवो नवो अचींदो पर पाण जेनी ते ग्रो करियूं था न जेनी ते समाज अॻियां वधी रहियो आहे न छेला ई 7 वरे में 3 वरे जो कमु हुयो 7 वरे में करेलो આવું સમજાતો બહુ માને એટલી સારી રીતે ગયા બી કરીને रहंदा હા સ્વાતિ તો
અહીં
की
हिकिड़ी
चवां
वस्तु भुली विया हाँ અહીં हिकिड़ी वस्तु भुली विया बोलदे पाण बुक बैंक बि कई हुई
ऑफ
અને
कोर्स
हू बुक that thing I think that was one of the very visible education तरफ जेको पंहिंजो स्टेप हुओ I think that was the book bank
यस यस बुक बैंक ई मड़े हॉस्टल छलियासी कदाच अगली काल कदाच कोई चवंदो कि यार आयरोली जी हॉस्टल बनी है कोई इंडिया मुंबई में कोई सारे में सारी हॉस्टल हूंदी ना तो से यूपीएससी स्टूडेंट्स ही पाण वटि पाण दर वरी एटलो ग्रो करींदा न कई विचारियूं पाण कई केयर करींदा कोर करींदासीं पर एटलो जल्दी जल्दी थी थिया तो न कि वरे में 10-12 प्रोग्राम्स ई लोको सेट करे वजे અને સુપર હલે મળે ગૌરમ કડા इंडिया गौरव जी तो खबर न पए क्यारेक वडाला में हुए तो क्यारेक कैनेडा में क्यारेक यूएस हुए तो हमेशा नैनो खबर के गौरव के चलो बहुत
और
सरस
खैर यूएस में
और यूएस में बहुत
हाँ
सरस वेरी गुड ચલો થેન્ક યુ મણિકે વન્સ અગેન આખો જનરેશન બદલી હોય એકચ્યુઅલી એટલો હશે છેલ્લા 3 વર્ષથી કર્યું તા 93 થી મુકે લાગે તો સ્વાતિ કનેક્ટેડ હોય
Yes,
આય
93.
93
Yeah.
છેલ્લા ઓલમોસ્ટ 30
આજે જાઉં કેમ કે છો કે મુખ્ય આંટી ને બોલાઈ જા તો પ્લીઝ આ એટલે 93 છે એટલે હાણે પબ્લિક વિલ થિંક કે હાઉ યુ જસ્ટ ડિસ્ક્લોઝિંગ માય એજ
ચલો વેરી ગુડ
ના but thank you very much everyone all the hard work amazing hard work કોલા કે એમે જેટલા logistics છે I think the people who all have worked in the background kudos to them
આ મુકલા તો સાક્ષી ને ત્યારે પેદા ન થયા હું જ્યારે શરૂઆત કરી પણ
yes
સાક્ષી બહુ સારી રીતે હોસ્ટ કેને થેન્ક યુ સાક્ષી
Thank you.
બહુ સારી રીતે હોસ્ટ કે
Thank you for the opportunity la, like platform la. It's really great.
अच्छी वारी बैंक પણ મળી તું એડી તે ટ્રેનિંગ દીંદી રોજ ચલો ઓકે ચલો થેન્ક યુ એવરીવન
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for joining us all. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Right, thank you, everyone. Hari Om.
Hari Om.
See you tomorrow.
Yep, see you tomorrow.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Can we
guys. Bye.
stop recording?
हरिओम मणिके
YouTube
हरिओम चलो
YouTube
Vinit bhai.
के thank you YouTube वाला मणि okay
Great.
and all the volunteers पांचे Google Meet link Google पांचे group में अच्छी हुई है तो please
Right.
let's quickly join there for 5 to 10 minutes of review. Okay.
Perfect.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye.